The fifth class of the third year at Jiangcheng School was silent as Professor Chen Fan wrote on the blackboard. He took a deep breath and spoke loudly. The unified exam is coming. 20 years of study just for this day. With a firm expression, he leaned his hands on the table and continued. Those of you taking the liberal arts exam, check your materials before heading home. And those taking the military exam, prepare your uniforms and combat weapons. The students listened intently, but the professor's tone grew more serious. I'll repeat one more time. There is a risk of death in the military exam. Anyone with abilities below level D should not apply. In the back of the room, a cold-eyed young man raised his head. Are you talking to me? His name was Xu Jingming. He smiled faintly and thought, I, Xu Jingming, have traveled through time. The world he was in now was called Blue Star, a planet with technology similar to his past life, but there was something completely different. Enormous monsters roared among burning buildings, while the sky opened into luminous portals. Terrifying creatures dominated the streets, and only those with special powers could confront them. In this world, everyone awakened powers at 16, unique and varied abilities. The power level was divided into 9 classifications, from F to A, and most people only managed to awaken between levels F and D. However, his ability was level E, a weak form of electricity. He observed the discharge in his hand and commented calmly, the strength of this is similar to a taser. Suddenly, another student approached his desk, pulling him from his reverie. Xu Jingming, Professor Chen has said enough. You're not actually going to take the martial arts exam, are you? The boy leaned in closer, mocking the protagonist. You're just a level E loser. You'll embarrass the school if you show up there. You'd better choose humanities and work as a clerk at my company to make a living. Before the provocation went any further, a female voice spoke up. Lin Qingyan defended him. Mind your own business, Huang Tian. The boy glared at her arrogantly and replied firmly, I'll show you who's the best in the unified test. Then he turned, laughing loudly, and left the room saying, and that pretty boy, Xu Jingming, is going to end up dying in the exam. At that moment, Lin Qingyan approached Xu Jingming's desk, rested her hands, and spoke in a soft, almost worried tone. Don't pay attention to him. Everyone has their value, but wouldn't it be better to switch to humanities and lead a quiet life in the city? Xu Jingming remained silent for a moment, holding the exam registration form. His eyes scanned the information about his elemental class. In the great country of Xia, higher education was divided into 2 branches, humanities and military. Those with low levels of superpowers or no confidence in combat could choose humanities, where only knowledge was tested, and follow an ordinary life. Those who chose the military discipline needed to enter a real battlefield during the unified exam, facing fierce beasts to the limit of their strength. Only after surviving and passing could they enter the University of Superpowers. After years of intense training and mentor guidance, a graduate could finally break the common state and become a truly powerful psychic. Xu Jingming let out a long sigh, knowing that both the professor and his friend were worried about what might happen if he actually took the military exam. But that world was full of dangers. Even if he avoided the high mortality exam, he couldn't escape the beasts that invaded cities at any moment. His parents had died during one of these monster tides, and he clearly remembered the helplessness he felt that day. Therefore, he didn't want to be weak again. He wanted to have enough power to resist when danger came. Staring intently at the form in his hands, he muttered firmly to himself, I will still choose the military exam. Time passed and the sun set between the buildings. Through the window, a shadow could be seen training non-stop, the sound of strikes echoing as sparks of electricity coursed through the young man's body. The protagonist fell to the ground, exhausted. Since awakening his powers, he had chosen a spear as his weapon. Even after 2.5 years of training, his proficiency was still only at the beginner level. Sitting up, catching his breath, he raised his hands, remembering his most expensive purchase, Lightning Gale Break, a weapon that cost him 300,000. That acquisition had made him slightly stronger than an ordinary level E awakened, but it was still insufficient. The mortality rate of students below level D increased every year. He clenched his fists and stated with conviction, if I want to enter the University of Superpowers, I will have to fight until the end. At that instant, a bluish light flashed before his eyes. A translucent window appeared floating in the air. Surprised, Xu Jingming stood up. What, a system? The notification flickered. Gift received. His heart raced. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger system of the time travelers? With an excited smile, he confirmed the reception. Immediately afterward, the messages appeared in sequence. Novice package received. Content, S-level superpower, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, plus 200 superpower points. Xu stood motionless for a moment. An S-level power was something that, even in the major countries, took years to emerge. Anyone who awakened one was immediately recruited by the best universities and received almost unlimited resources. With eyes shining with hope, he placed his hand in the center of the screen and said, I may be a useless level E, but I can still change my destiny. In an instant, electricity erupted from his body. The air around him trembled with violent discharges. Sparks spread, cracking the floor and exploding the walls. Outside, neighbors screamed in fright and called the fire department. Inside the house, Xu Jingming screamed in pain as the progress climbed, 50%, 60%, 70%. When it reached that point, the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning bolts tore through the clouds, illuminating the entire city. In a distant building, a man watched through the window and widened his eyes. What terrifying thunder! This pressure? Is an electric-type beast about to invade? He quickly ordered, Jiangcheng Third Army, go on high alert. Meanwhile, inside the house, Xu Jingming's body trembled. Lightning enveloped his body, forming the outline of a shimmering dragon. And when the message, transformation complete, appeared before him, everything stopped. Breathing heavily, he raised one of his hands and smiled proudly. This is the S-level superpower. The purple sky divine thunder. The air still hissed around him, and every breath made the floor vibrate. He looked around and saw his training room completely destroyed. He laughed nervously. I think I overdid it a bit. Gradually, the system started to shine again, displaying new options on the panel. In addition to the main power, there were 200 superpower points available. Confused, he asked, what are these points for? The answer came immediately. Points can be obtained by defeating beasts and used to enhance abilities. Xu Jingming smiled with satisfaction. Ha, I like this kind of simple and direct system. He observed his updated profile, with the new statistics and the title of Class S awakened. For the first time, he felt that his life could truly change. Tomorrow would be the day of the unified exam, and he was ready to use every one of those 200 points to fight with everything he had. With the system active before his eyes, Xu Jingming thought about how to use the received points. He decided to start by strengthening his constitution and spirit. Superpowers come from the human physique and spirit, he read on the glowing interface. So let's strengthen these two basic attributes first. Upon confirmation, the panel emitted a sequence of blue lights, and the number began to climb rapidly, reaching 14. Energy pulsed around him as if every cell in his body was being redesigned. In an instant, the room was filled with electric sparks and discharges that made the air vibrate. Xu Jingming stood in the center of it, his eyes shining with a new force. So this is what it feels like to have my body and spirit enhanced, he murmured, watching the blue lightning envelop his body. The energy stabilized, and he moved his arms, testing the new strength. With a quick motion, he punched the air in front of him, and the impact made the floor vibrate. After the basic attributes are improved, whether using combat skills or manipulating superpowers, it is possible to receive corresponding enhancements. The system confirmed the increase with a new panel before him. Core attributes plus 20. Now, the numbers clearly displayed. Physique, 141 vitality, and spirit, 160 hertz. He read carefully and concluded, this means that each superpower point is equivalent to 0.2 vitality or 0.2 hertz of spirit. Xu Jingming observed the still open panel and took a deep breath. With the power I have now, getting into a superpower university is guaranteed. Despite the confidence, he reflected for a moment. I just don't know where I stand among the more than 700,000 candidates in Jiangnan province, and how I compare to those geniuses who have had famous teachers since childhood. He picked up his spear and said in a firm voice, I'd better go to a martial arts academy to test the exact values. Suddenly, a loud bang occurred at the door, a strong roar echoing, and the door flew into the room. 3 firefighters rushed in, shouting orders. Xu Jingming looked at them in surprise. One of them replied breathlessly, we received a call from emergency services saying there was a fire. The protagonist immediately understood the reason for the confusion. Calmly, he explained, it must have been just an oscillation caused by the cultivation of my superpowers. Everything is fine now. The firefighters looked around, saw the cracked floor and broken windows, but there was no fire. One of them sighed and warned over the radio. Understood, that's it then. Emergency over, everyone. As they withdrew, one of them commented softly, looking sideways at Xu Jingming, causing such a fuss just by cultivating superpowers. These young people today are really scary. The fire truck left the scene while some neighbors still watched from afar, curious about the commotion. Minutes later, Xu Jingming left the house carrying his spear. Mr. Yang, an older neighbor, approached quickly and asked, Xiaoming, is everything okay with the fire just now? The young man replied calmly, everything is fine, Uncle Yang. I've taken care of everything. The woman next to the neighbor added with relief, glad to hear that. Are you heading to the martial hall? Xu confirmed with a slight nod. Yes, I'm just going to practice a bit. Mr. Yang smiled, impressed. You're really dedicated. The admission exams are tomorrow and you're still training. Not like my lazy son. The sun began to set and the city lit up with orange hues. For the awakened who aspired to become true superpower users, training body and mind was essential. That is why martial halls emerged, places with training facilities and specialized instructors. Not all families had a private training room, so these centers became the gathering point for young people seeking to evolve. In the Great Saya country, the most renowned were the Thunder Martial Hall and the Fierce Bear Martial Hall. As he walked among other awakened, Xu Jingming stopped in front of the entrance with a gleaming metallic sign, Thunder Martial Hall. The place was busy, with young people carrying spears and swords on their backs. Some were discussing the unified exam, others were just warming up. The Fierce Bear Hall, with an annual fee of 100,000 wen, is aimed at students from wealthy families. Only the Thunder Hall is open for free to high school students, he thought to himself. Xu held his spear and entered the building, observing the intense flow of people. Further ahead, a group of uniformed students whispered, noticing his presence. A short-haired girl pointed discreetly and asked in a low voice, "Isn't that?" Among the students talking in the hall, one figure stood out. Long, dark hair, a firm gaze, and an impeccable school uniform. It was Tang Chi, Xu Jingming's cousin. When she noticed the curious gaze of her colleagues, she just smiled faintly, showing confidence. Recognizing her, Xu approached with the spear in hand and asked, "Sister Chi, are you also here at the Thunder Martial Hall?" Tang Chi turned in surprise but maintained her composure. "Ah, I'm just here with some friends." Behind her, her friend was flushed, observing the two. Xu nodded and replied naturally, "All right, enjoy yourselves. I'm going to the training room." As he walked away down the corridor, Tang crossed her arms, thinking, "Strange. He seems different than before." Her friend added with an animated smile, "Chi-Chi, who was that? He's quite handsome." Tang Chi replied simply and directly, "Xu Jingming, my cousin. Like us, he is a third-year student taking the military exam tomorrow." The young man nearby heard and joked, "Why so curious, Xiaoya? Are you thinking of getting a boyfriend?" She laughed without shame. "And why not? With that face, if his abilities aren't too bad, he'd make a great boyfriend to show off." Tang Chi then looked at her and replied naturally, "Then you'll be disappointed. My cousin only awakened an E-class superpower." The girl made an astonished expression and sighed. "E-class superpower? What a shame." One of the boys in the group laughed. "An E-class superpower and still going to take the martial exam? Well, at least he has courage." Tang Chi looked away and replied with a more restrained tone, "Courage doesn't mean much. The risks are too high. If it were up to me, I wouldn't let him participate." Completely cutting off the subject, her friend took her arm, saying, "Okay, let's stop talking about this. Didn't we come here to explore the Thunder Martial Hall?" Those three had been training there for quite some time and had never walked around the premises before, and doing so seemed relaxing before the exam. Meanwhile, in the training room where our protagonist was, Xu Jingming stood before a target. He held his spear firmly, feeling it seemed even lighter, but soon attributed this to the increase in his physique. He positioned himself in combat, stating, "But the unified exam is tomorrow, and there's no time to find a more suitable weapon. Let me first test my maximum strength without the help of superpowers." He took a long breath, brandished his spear, positioning it forward with force, and when the tip touched the target, it destroyed the center. The entire training room was made of primary memory metal and automatically returned to its original state within the impact limit it could withstand. Xu Jingming observed with satisfaction, "My raw physical strength has almost doubled." Previously, his strength was only 100 calories, and now the score marked 321 calories. Wanting to test the divine thunder, his new ability, his eyes were filled with energy as his entire body began to crackle with static. Upon pointing his finger and casting the ability at the target, the score marked 3,021 calories. Xu Jingming was completely excited. As expected of an S-class superpower, it's incredible. The attack power of a common superpower is only 100 calories. And I haven't even reached the first level yet, but I can already unleash a power comparable to an intermediate first-level superpower. However, he wanted to surpass that limit, knowing he hadn't reached the maximum yet. Xu Jingming channeled all the energy, wrapping lightning around his body and the spear. Physical strength, superpowers, and combat skills combined would be his lethal blows. Then, with all his accumulated strength, he attacked the center of the target. A sphere formed at the tip of the spear, and Jingming shouted firmly. The sphere became an impressive vortex. The entire floor trembled, and the impact was felt as far as the main hall. Everyone in the hall wondered if that had been an earthquake. Most lost their balance from the force emitted. The young man accompanying the girls narrowed his eyes, saying, "What a strong energy fluctuation. It's at the level of a superpower user." Qi's friend turned to him, confused. "But isn't this floor reserved for high school students? The prodigies of Jiangcheng who have reached the level of a superpower user all train at the Fierce Bear Martial Hall." The young man suggested that maybe a new student was training there or one of the veterans had returned. However, Qi, curious, suggested they go check. Guided by the energy fluctuations, she followed the corridor to the source location, while our protagonist came from the other side. When they met, she was surprised. "Xiaoming? Going home?" The protagonist replied, I want to go back and prepare a little more." She paused for a moment and wished him good luck, asking him to be careful during the exam, but was soon interrupted by her friend who shouted, "Don't worry about him. The energy fluctuations are coming from here." Everyone approached the door, curious. As soon as they opened it, they saw a completely destroyed scene. The walls were cracked, the floor burned, and the lights flickering. Everyone was silent, looking around, surprised and shocked by what they saw. "But what happened here?" one of them murmured, unable to believe that such destruction had been caused by a simple training session. "Wow, that went right through the memory metal. What kind of power power was that? Is there a high school student in Zhangcheng with that much strength? Said Qi's friend, utterly shocked. On the other side, her friend analyzed the damage, asserting that it probably wasn't a high school student, yet he could still feel an incredibly savage residual energy. Maybe it was even a second-order ability user who mistakenly entered this floor and used the training room to test their strength, he then claimed. 2 more young people joined the group, curious, giving their opinion on the case. I knew it! No high school student could carry out such a powerful attack. They even seemed relieved. Exactly. Not even a genius from the provincial capital could do that, much less someone from Jiangcheng. However, Qi's friend highlighted something important. She remembered that Xu Jingming had been the only one who passed by and asked, "Don't you think he was the one who did this?" She believed he could be a super genius hiding his true strength and waiting for the right moment to shine. And that moment would be the martial exam tomorrow. The boys were incredulous, not believing where she got those ideas. One of them even commented, "You need strength to hide it. He's just a level E awakened. He'd be lucky if his attack power reached 300 points. Qi's other friend looked at her, analyzing a small hole made in the wall. Both corridors lead out. That powerful person must have left through the other one, which is why we didn't see him. Tangqi, what do you think? She was immersed in her thoughts, stating that it might be possible, but her curiosity grew upon seeing the marks on the wall. They looked like they were made by a spear. Her heart froze at the thought of her cousin. So, is Xu Jingming really getting involved in something bigger than he can handle with this martial exam? The next day arrived, and with it, the long-awaited exam. The venue was full of warriors with their swords and spears. The atmosphere of anticipation was strong, and everyone seemed excited. Among them was our protagonist, confident with his spear in hand. Some areas were surrounded by fences, and inside, a gigantic shadow moved, a unicorn rhinoceros appeared, surprising many students. While some were scared, others remained calm, commenting that the organizers usually used more common beasts, like shadow cats or iron-skinned pigs, but that this year the test would be brutal. One young man spoke in a challenging tone. So what if it's a unicorn rhinoceros? If you can't even handle a beast of that level, you have no business in a university for ability users, even if you get in by luck. Away from that group was Xu Jingming with his best friend Liu Jie. Who is that guy? He's all talk, Jingming asked. Liu replied. Who else would it be? It's Zhou Mingyang, the gentle windsword from first school. I heard he has a B-level ability called Light and Agile Wind and has already broken through the unranked state to become a first-order ability user. Xu Jingming smiled and with eyes full of confidence commented, so that's him. The genius they say will be the top student in this year's martial exam. Internally, he wondered, is he really stronger than me? Suddenly, that moment of leisure among the candidates was interrupted by a shout that drew everyone's attention. The chief commander of the exam introduced himself before the crowd. His name was Wang Haiyang, a man with a firm posture and a large scar across his left eye. His voice echoed strong and imposing. Before the test begins, I will reinforce the important points. Silence fell over the field. The martial exam will start promptly at 9 in the morning and end at 9 in the evening, lasting a total of 12 hours. The exam will take place in the ruined city right behind me. Behind him, a holographic map opened, showing red circles that delimited the danger zones. He explained that the format would be similar to previous years. The exam location would be divided into an outer perimeter, a central area, an inner circle, and a core. Each region would have different scores based on the type and level of the defeated beasts. Wang Haiyang's tone became more serious. The core area is like the extra points section in a normal test, reserved for the best students to face. Everyone knows their own capacities, so don't throw your lives away for a few extra points. The words echoed among the students, some more nervous, others excited. In the middle of them, Xu Jingming listened attentively. He knew that up until 2 days ago, he would never have dared to enter anywhere beyond the outer perimeter. But now with his new power, he was convinced. He would go to the inner circle and perhaps even to the core. Immediately afterward, the distribution of exam supplies began. When Xu Jingming received his kit, one of the instructors calmly explained, there are 3 items in total. The first was a smartwatch that would track in real time the number and type of defeated beasts, automatically calculating the score. The second item was a tactical backpack containing 3 energy bars, an energy drink, and a disposable medical kit, enough to sustain the candidate during the 12 hours of the exam. And the third item was a safety sphere. When activated, it would create a high-voltage electrical barrier that common beasts could not cross. The professor responsible for the delivery reinforced, remember, if you use the safety sphere, the exam will end immediately, but your life is worth more than any score. Xu Jingming just nodded and thanked him. As he turned, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. He turned and saw Lin Qingyan running towards him, smiling. Xu Jingming, you don't have a team yet, do you? Want to join ours? She asked excitedly. Behind her was a young man with a confident expression, holding a short sword. She explained that her partner had recently awakened a C-level ability. The young man introduced himself and completed enthusiastically, if we form a team, I'll cover you inside. Further away, some people began to comment on Lin Qingyan's proposal, and soon pointed out that, since she was the class president, being kind all the time was one thing, but this was different. Those colleagues were part of the team and were visibly frustrated, stating that the limit was 5 people at most. and they feared not getting a high score if they took Xu Jingming along. The young man in the group immediately received a call-out from Liu Jie, who was irritated. "We already agreed. How can you back out at the last minute?" The two began to argue loudly in front of our protagonist. The truth was that they had put the team together without even knowing if Xu Jingming would actually participate in the exam, and now to the others he would just be dead weight. The discussion escalated until Liu had to be restrained by Jingming himself, who placed his hand on his shoulder and, in a calm tone, thanked him for the consideration, but made it clear, "It's all right. I was already planning to go alone." His friends were surprised, doubting that he was serious, but Lin Qingyan just took a deep breath and requested, "Then please, be very careful." The group moved away with Liu Ji still furious. Lin looking at Jingming with an expression of worry, and the other colleagues satisfied, believing he had finally understood his place. However, seeing them leave, the protagonist gave a slight smile and thought to himself, "Even without them, I can get a good score." Several drones began to fly over the exam field, recording everything in real time. The organizer's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. "Jiangcheng Marshall College Admission Exam, year 2037, starting now." The event would be broadcast live throughout the country. The command was given, "Advance!" and the candidates dashed off, excited and determined, each with their own goals. Among them were Tang Qi, her group, and also Zhou Mingyang. Further back followed Xu Jingming, walking with firm steps. He pressed the display on his watch, confirming his entry into the system. A holographic panel appeared showing his initial ranking, 179th position. At the top of the ranking were well-known names, Zhou Mingyang, Li Wen, and Zhao Hu, all already hunting beasts in the outer perimeter. "They've already started, so it's time for me to start too," he thought. It would be a long journey from the outer perimeter to the core, his true objective. As he advanced, Xu Jingming came across a brutal scene, the body of a fallen candidate on the ground, covered in deep wounds. The safety sphere still attached to his waist indicated that he didn't even have time to activate it. Jingming knelt beside him, looking in silence. No wonder Professor Qi insisted I give up the Marshall exam. If I hadn't awakened an S-level ability, I probably would have ended up like him. He clenched his fist and thought, once that decision is made, there's no going back. The Marshall exam is exactly that, brutal. Touching the deceased's watch, he triggered the logistics team's signal, which registered the candidate as eliminated. Jingming stood up, staring at the horizon. He knew that every opportunity came with risk, and that not everyone was ready to challenge fate and change their luck. It was then that he heard something coming from behind. A heavy metallic sound followed by a strong step. The ground shook. A roar echoed through the rubble, and the air seemed to vibrate. A colossal beast slowly emerged, exuding bluish energy. Its eyes glowed, its sharp teeth reflected the sunlight. Xu Jingming narrowed his gaze and noticed the pattern of the scene. The fallen candidate's body was not an accident. They left a live one on purpose, to attract anyone who approached. Our protagonist positioned himself to face the ferocious creature that roared incessantly. In a quick movement, the monster leaped towards him, but Xu Jingming reacted with agility, dodging at the last instant. The beast fell a few meters behind him, kicking up dust and cracking the ground with the impact. Turning around furiously, it showed its sharp claws, each capable of slicing steel, and bared its teeth in a deafening roar. Its body was agile, muscular, and its bite force exceeded 1,000 kilograms. It was no wonder this species was called the Rookie Killer, a known terror among exam participants. The creature roared, trying to intimidate its opponent, and Jingming firm held his spear, recalling the reason why fierce beasts carried that name. They possessed a savage aura that directly affected the psyche of the awakened. Most, upon encountering one for the first time, couldn't use even 30% of their strength and ended up paralyzed, awaiting their end. Wealthy families hired bodyguards to train their children against this type of creature, but Xu never had that privilege. It was his first time facing something like this, yet the aura didn't seem to have any effect on him. When the beast advanced again, he remained firm and calm. His electricity began to manifest along the spear, and with a single strike, he pierced the monster's body from side to side. The system beeped immediately afterward, showing the message. Unranked beast eliminated. Points, +3. The enemy's body fell heavily, and Jingming observed in silence. The creature was known as a shadow cat, one of the most agile in the outer area. The system panel highlighted an observation. Beasts are divided into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9, and all those below the first are considered unranked, equivalent to common awakened humans. He quickly understood that hunting beasts of this level would earn him few points, but it was still a start. As he walked through the city ruins, he evaluated his progress. If the aura of these beasts doesn't affect me, there's no point in staying here. I need to reach the central area as soon as possible. With his spear in hand, he advanced through destroyed streets and ruined buildings, defeating other creatures along the way, shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and other unranked beasts, accumulating ability points little by little. I've gained a good amount of points, but what I lack now is real combat experience, he thought, observing the field littered with the bodies of the defeated creatures. He knew that his divine thunder could instantly kill beasts of this level, but that didn't help him progress efficiently. Furthermore, the higher the ability rank, the greater the energy consumption, and he still couldn't keep it active for long periods. Sparks began to emerge in his hand as he tested his power control. Before my E-level weak current could last more than 3 hours, he reflected, but the martial exam is a full 12 hours. Before reaching the core area, I can't waste energy unnecessarily. As he confidently affirmed his thoughts, an imposing beast approached. The shadow of the unicorn rhinoceros was a few meters from him. It was a perfect opportunity to follow the strategy he had set from the beginning of the test. I will defeat the fierce beast using only my spear technique to gain real combat experience, he thought. The creature was incredibly fast, running through the destroyed streets and knocking over cars along the way. When it charged at Xu Jingming, he jumped upside down and, still in the air, firmly held his spear, piercing the center of the monster's head with a precise strike. The beast fell with a muffled roar, and Jingming turned, calmly observing the result. My speed has increased. Even this rhinoceros was no match. He looked at the weapon in his hands and quietly questioned, could my spear technique have evolved without me noticing? Curious, he opened the system interface and checked the updated statuses. Just as I thought. My spear technique has advanced to the intermediate level, he commented in surprise. It seems that relying solely on spear technique in real combat brings a much greater increase in strength. Examining the data, he realized that the improved proficiency enhanced not only damage but also precision and movement reading. The intermediate technique gives me the feeling that I can do anything. What would happen if I elevated it even further? The flow of information about strikes and stances flooded his mind, as if he had trained for years. Enthusiastically, he adjusted his grip on the spear and smiled. I want to face a first-rank fierce beast to test this. As he advanced, his silhouette passed through the shadows between destroyed buildings and alleys, being quickly seen by a group approaching along the same path. Lin Qingyan suddenly stopped, frowning. I think I saw Xu Jingming, she said in a low voice. One of the boys in her team laughed. You're seeing things, Lin. He would never be here. That would be suicide. She hesitated, looking at the void again. But that silhouette just now looked exactly like Xu Jingming. Lu Jai, who was with the group, was also concerned, wondering if his friend was okay. Suddenly, another student shouted, calling everyone, Quick! This rhinoceros just died. They rushed to the spot, and upon analyzing the body, they realized the blood was still fresh. The wound is recent. The attack was just a few minutes ago, one of them stated. Everyone was impressed by the size of the beast. One of the boys approached and examined the fatal wound. The perforation is in the head. It seems to have been made with a long-handled weapon, a spear. Lin Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise, fully believing that what she had seen was real. Could it really have been Xu Jingming? She asked, still in disbelief. One of her colleagues immediately denied. Impossible. This beast could only be defeated by a sea-level awakened. How would Xu Jingming do that alone? Another suggested, let's check the ranking. If it's him, the points should have been updated already. Lin opened the system on her watch and searched for his name. Her eyes widened as she saw 45th place with 250 points. It really is him, she exclaimed. The entire group was in shock. Meanwhile, outside, the exam was broadcast live across the country. An audience followed the candidates on the big screens, commenting on every move. Zhou Mingyang continues to dominate the ranking with 412 points. First place guaranteed, announced a commentator. Another replied excitedly, It's no surprise. He has always been Jiang Cheng's best student. One of the spectators commented, It's been years since our city placed someone in the top 100 in the province. Could this be the director's year? At that moment, a firm voice interrupted the hubbub. Zhou Mingyang is the ace of Jiang Cheng. His agile wind power is strong enough to compete even in the provincial exam. It was Zhang Wenshan, director of the city's education bureau. In my opinion, he continued, he should easily enter the top 100 in Jiangnan province. The man spoke confidently, but with an irritated tone due to the comments surrounding him. I've always been satisfied with the performance of the first college, he said, looking at the director next to him. But even the third college is not doing badly. One of their students is in the top 10. The director of the third college smiled, somewhat awkwardly. All thanks to your guidance, Director Zhang. We will continue to rely on you. Before leaving, Zhang shot a cold glance at another director in the opposite row and said sternly, but the second college needs to try harder. Your best student is only 18th. Zhao Yao, director of the second college, was bowing and apologizing to his superiors, but internally clenched his fists, frustrated. Among the top 50, there are only 8 students from the second college. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tangju, Xu Jingming. You brats better get organized, he thought angrily. Suddenly, he froze, reflecting on the name he had just mentioned. Wait, who is this Xu Jingming? I've never heard that name before. Is there anyone with that name in the advanced class? He murmured confusedly. Seconds later, his eyes widened in shock, contorting his face and mentally screaming, Xu Jingming! He's in the top 50? But wasn't this kid a level E awakened? How is this possible? The director tried to compose himself, but the questions piled up in his mind. Did he hide his strength all this time? But even so, a level E power suddenly transforming into S level? He looked at the big screen trying to locate his image, but couldn't. Only the top 10 have dedicated cameras. There is no image of him now. How did this boy get such a high score? Meanwhile, in the central area, where the danger level was significantly higher, our protagonist walked among the wreckage, calmly eating a nutritious bar. He noticed that since entering that zone, the number of beasts had decreased. Ranked beasts have intelligence and a sense of territory, he thought. That makes them much more dangerous than the unranked ones. The wind blew between the destroyed buildings, scattering dust and shards. Suddenly, a heavy metallic sound echoed in the distance. A car was thrown into the air, and a gigantic beast emerged from the rubble, a fierce tiger with long fangs and a tail as sharp as a blade. The creature roared loudly, swinging its tail as if wielding a weapon. From its arms, 2 bone blades extended, reflecting the sunlight. Xu Jingming maintained a calm expression, firming his spear on the ground. It seems my luck is good. I just entered the central area and already found a first-rank beast. A slight smile appeared on his face. That was exactly what he was looking for. Perfect. I can test how much my spear technique has improved. The tiger roared as it attacked Xu Jingming. The protagonist saw the tiger attack him and promptly prepared himself. Placing the spear in front of his body, Xu Jingming brandished it, meeting the tiger's claw strike. The tiger trembled after the brief confrontation. Seeing that this was all the first-tier armored tiger had, Xu Jingming imagined that only a king tiger would be a real threat. Thus, the protagonist charged at the beast. He quickly approached, hitting the tiger with a clean spear strike. The tiger roared one last time before falling. The protagonist was preparing to put away the spear when he noticed something. His sharp eyes met the tiger's, which still held some energy. The tiger rose one last time, jumping onto Xu Jingming in a desperate final attack. The protagonist showed extreme agility, dodging the beast's continuous attacks. The tiger's attacks became fierce, taking down even utility poles. The protagonist praised the tiger's vitality in such desperate attacks, but he wouldn't stand still and be attacked. Holding the spear firmly, he released electricity to spin around it. The energy on the spear exploded, launching lightning attacks at the tiger. The beast couldn't dodge, and the explosions hit its body. In an instant, disintegrating parts of the beast, Xu Jingming decisively defeated it. Having defeated the armored tiger, Xu Jingming obtained 14 more ability points, more than double what he got from defeating unranked beasts. Leaving the tiger's body behind, Xu Jingming set off to look for new treasures that would make him evolve in level. As opportunities like these didn't come easily, he planned to hunt as much as possible to obtain ability points. While the youths hunted in the destroyed city, in a room, the teachers analyzed the scores. The director discovered that Xu Jingming, currently in 32nd place, belonged to Professor Chen Fan's class. The director and many others gathered around him, congratulating him and talking about a promotion. Without even understanding the situation, Chen Fan tried to attribute all the merit to the students. Suddenly, someone pointed to the screen. Xu Jingming had risen in the ranking again after obtaining 44 points all at once. The bureau director, Zhang Wenshan, commented on the scores earned by defeating each type of monster. Chen Fan completed the idea, reminding them that the watch updated the score every 4 seconds. With this in mind, Zhang Wenshan concluded that Xu Jingming had defeated 5 unranked beasts, or 3 first-tier beasts, within 4 seconds. This was a performance he hadn't seen happen in years. Curious, he asked Director Zhao why such a student hadn't been mentioned before. Director Zhao was honest, revealing that he had also just discovered the boy. He needed to ask the professor about him. Quickly, the director pulled Professor Chen to introduce him to the bureau director. Immediately, Chen Fan revealed about Xu Jingming. He awakened at rank E with the weak electricity ability. Upon hearing the account, Director Zhao was shocked. However, Chen Fan, scratching his head, revealed that he hadn't even expected to see Xu Jingming in the exam. As he prepared to have a coffee, Zhang Wenshan commented that Xu Jingming must have other qualities to reach such a ranking with just that ability. Becoming even more curious, he decided to wait since at Xu Jingming's pace, he could even reach the top 10. It would be when they could watch him that Zhang Wenshan would find out if Xu Jingming was actually cheating. Upon hearing the Education Bureau director's suspicion, Chen Fan and Director Zhao were shocked. As time went by, Xu Jingming really managed to reach 9th place. In 12th place was Tang Qi. Seeing the ranking, she was certain that Xu Jingming had been the one who caused the big attack the day before. The first in the ranking, Zhou Mingyang observed the list and saw a new face. With 6 hours left until the exam ended, the camera was now following Xu Jingming. It was possible to see him wielding the spear, eliminating several beasts at the same time. Having defeated a shadow cat and obtained 14 points, Xu Jingming smiled, confirming that the beasts in the core area were much more worthwhile to hunt. Seeing the drone chasing him, Xu Jingming realized he must have entered the top 10. Since the entrance exam for the martial arts college tested potential and strength, Xu Jingming didn't plan to hide anything and would treat the top 10 as just the beginning. Before entering the core area, however, the protagonist intended to improve his obtained strength. Having 300 ability points, the level field had not yet shown a promotion notification. This made him imagine that the only method to stop being an ability user and become an awakened would be to learn a cultivation method. Since there was nothing he could do, he decided to continue improving his strength. By increasing his physical and spirit points by 40 and 22 points, respectively, he became ready to go to the core area. In the core area, where the danger was much greater, several tigers were feeding on a rhinoceros. The protagonist counted 9 of them, one of a larger size being the armored Tiger King. Xu Jingming came out of his hiding place to attack the tigers when he noticed a presence. Seeing someone approach, he stared at him. "Come on, I already saw you." Zhou Mingyang was surprised to be found as soon as he arrived. He himself also didn't expect to find the new face who had just reached the top 10. Hearing Zhou Mingyang introduce himself, Xu Jingming asked if he knew him. Zhou Mingyang smiled, revealing that he knew everyone who could enter the core. So upon seeing a different face, he connected the dots. Placing his hand on his sword, Zhou Mingyang declared that he had been observing the tigers for some time. Xu Jingming, surprised, questioned, "Do you want to steal my monsters?" Zhou Mingyang tried to correct himself quickly. "Don't get me wrong, the Tiger King is a medium-grade first-tier beast. With 8 more armored tigers along with it, one person alone won't be able to defeat it. We can cooperate." The protagonist refused. Exercising his neck, he declared confidently, "I can do it alone." The protagonist took a step forward, climbing onto an overturned bus and drawing the attention of the armored tigers. The tigers snarled at the human, revealing their teeth. The protagonist frowned, seeing the tigers form a formation, showing that they possessed at least some intelligence. With the roar of the Tiger King, the subordinate beasts charged. They ran quickly towards the bus where Xu Jingming was, hidden. Zhou Mingyang gritted his teeth. "Let's see if this guy is just giving up his life or if he has something special." Calmly, the protagonist spun his spear like a propeller. Its speed increased fiercely, creating a whirlwind of wind. With the blade spinning so quickly, the tigers that faced it suffered, as their claws hit the spear and were repelled. At the same time, with the spear's centrifugal force, Xu Jingming brandished it with an energy-laden blow, heavily cutting the beasts. In an instant, the protagonist obtained 10 to 15 points for each armored tiger he defeated. Upon seeing its family eliminated, the Tiger King stepped forward amid the bodies. Xu Jingming was not entirely satisfied with his performance. Due to lack of strength, he couldn't defeat all the tigers instantly. However, he still had the Tiger King to face. Before the human, the Tiger King roared fiercely. Its roar reverberated, breaking the windows of the surrounding buildings due to the great pressure. Even Zhou Mingyang, who was distant from the location, had to cover his ears. Seeing the Tiger King try to intimidate him, Xu Jingming scoffed. "It might work with other people, but not with me." Leaving the small talk aside, Jingming advanced. When the human approached, the Tiger King tried to hit him with a heavy paw, but the attack was blocked by the spear's shaft. He spun his body, attempting a strike with his tail, but upon jumping, Xu Jingming blocked it once more using the spear. The Tiger King became even more irritated. The expression on the beast's face showed its displeasure. Acting quickly, Xu Jingming drew the spear back and, spinning his body, attacked from top to bottom, smashing the Tiger King against the ground, raising the spear and pointing it downward. Xu Jingming launched the final blow with a darkly sharp gaze. Watching the entire battle, Zhou Mingyang was speechless. No way, he actually managed to defeat them all at once. What kind of monster is he? The protagonist celebrated the large amount of points he obtained. At this rate, who knows how many points I will accumulate until the entrance exam is over. Xu Jingming was thinking of looking for another group of monsters when Zhou Mingyang ran towards him. "Wait! How did you manage to crush this group of tigers just with a long spear? Is your ability a reinforcement type?" Revealing himself to be just an electric type, Xu Jingming leaped away, jumping onto a building. Having not seen Xu Jingming use any kind of electric ability, Zhou Mingyang gritted his teeth thinking he was being deceived. Recalling how many points Xu Jingming had obtained, Zhou Mingyang realized that he would soon catch up to him. Upon opening the ranking, Zhou Mingyang was surprised as Xu Jingming had actually already surpassed him. In the viewing room, the Education Bureau Director, Zhang Wenshan, clapped his hands. What a dominating spear skill! Xu Jingming is only 18, but he's already a high-level spear master. This confirms it, he is a genius among geniuses. The director placed his hand on Professor Chen Fan's shoulder, praising him. Xu Jingming will certainly be able to represent Jiangcheng and get into the top 100 in the province. As soon as the exam ends, I will make a proposal for the city to give your school a recommendation. The professor cried with emotion. Thanks to Xu Jingming, their school would finally shine. Towards dusk, only 3 hours remained until the end of the test. Zhou Mingyang looked anxiously from side to side, wondering where all the beasts in the core zone had gone. A group approached, answering his question. "You need to ask the #1 person about that." Confused, Zhou Mingyang asked why the people were together. Wu Hao, the The top 3, Tang Qi the top 9, and Ming Di the top 4, had gathered. They were irritated because Xu Jingming had defeated all the beasts in the inner zone. Zhou Mingyang was shocked by what they told him. "That's impossible! There are countless beasts in the core zone." Tang Qi, looking at her watch, commented, "I can tell just by looking that even you haven't obtained points for a while. Now look at Jingming's score and you'll understand." Upon seeing the score on the hologram, Zhou Mingyang was speechless. Xu Jingming had already surpassed 3,400 points. Sighing, Tang Qi asked if Zhou Mingyang now understood the situation. Xu Jingming had entered the core zone with 700 points, but had already obtained 2,500 there. Now Zhou Mingyang understood why Xu Jingming didn't want him to defeat those tigers, as he planned to defeat all the monsters alone. Commenting that there were still a few hours left, Tang Qi revealed that they planned to gather and challenge the innermost core zone. Surprised, Zhou Mingyang tried to warn them that the beasts in that place were at the highest rank of the first tier, while the king beast had even reached the second tier. It was not possible to hunt there alone. Meng Di snapped his fingers, reminding him that that was why they were forming a team. Hearing the decision, Zhou Mingyang joined them. A few hours later, with the moon illuminating the region, Xu Jingming found himself on top of a mountain of bodies. Eating a final snack, he saw all the supplies run out. It was time for the combat exam to end. Knowing that to gain more points, he needed to go to even inner areas, he was aware that he would need more strength to challenge the second-tier beasts. Opening the information, he discovered that he possessed over 2,400 points. Wondering where to invest them, he decided to put them all in one place. Feeling the energy inside his body grow, he became even more animated. "With this, I should be able to handle the final test of this year's combat exam." While Tang Qi's group ran towards the innermost area, a giant beast emerged from between the buildings. Oblivious to it, Xu Jingming already imagined what kind of second-tier beast he would face. When Tang Qi's group arrived at the monster's location, they were shocked. They found the thirsty wild bear. With every step of the thirsty bear, cars were thrown up due to the resulting tremors. Zhou Mingyang saw that as a huge problem. Eating a chocolate, Meng Di gritted her teeth. A rare and fierce beast. Its hide is comparable to electronic-grade alloy. "Not even missiles can pierce it! If it hits us with its paws, it will be the end of us." Faced with such a monster, Tang Qi stated that they should abandon the mission. Besides the thirsty bear, there were countless high-rank first-level beasts. It alone was enough to wipe them out. Thus, Tang Qi decided to leave, as there was no way for them to gain more points. Irritated, Zhou Mingyang yelled, "What's the point of being pretty when I can't even face a horde?" Suddenly, Meng Di drew the group's attention. "Someone is coming!" "It's Xu Jingming." Hearing her cousin's name, Tang Qi quickly turned around. Xu Jingming crossed the streets and jumped over the fallen buildings, advancing rapidly. Meng Di was impressed upon seeing Jingming. He is so handsome. Seeing him fall in front of the fierce horde, Meng Di became extremely worried. Xu Jingming, however, was fearless. With his spear in hand, he attacked the beasts. However, the number of monsters increased with every second. In an instant, Xu Jingming was surrounded. All the beasts leaped onto him, engulfing him in their attacks. Worried, Wu Hao wondered if this would be the end of Xu Jingming. Concerned for her cousin, Tang Qi decided to run to help him. Everyone turned to stop her, reminding her of what she herself had just said, that they wouldn't be able to defeat the monsters. However, Tang Qi revealed the reason for her great concern. "Jingming is my cousin. I can't just stand by and watch him perish at the hands of the beasts." It was at that moment that a lightning energy surged from beneath the monster's attack. A chain of lightning exploded from the main street towards the sky. Zhou Mingyang put his hand in front of his eyes to shield himself, still surprised. "Don't tell me that's the lightning power Jingming mentioned." The monsters surrounding the protagonist disappeared. They were completely disintegrated by the lightning he unleashed. Using such power, the protagonist commented to himself, relying solely on physical strength to deal with so many beasts would be too much. "I can use my power now." Sighing, the protagonist was impressed with the S-grade power. Besides being overwhelming, it was tremendously beautiful. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed, catching Xu Jingming's attention. A large wild bear had approached before he could see it. The thirsty bear roared furiously while staring at Xu Jingming. Faced with the wild bear, the protagonist recalled the information he had. Although enormous, it was not agile. However, along with the wild bear, there were other smaller monsters. Deciding what he would do before fighting the giant bear, the protagonist unleashed lightning around his body. "I'll clear the whole area first." Xu Jingming charged forward and, with his spear, attacked the common monsters. Be they tigers or shadow cats, he faced them, knocking them down with a single attack. He took advantage of the lightning power, remembering that he couldn't use it for too long consecutively so as not to overload his body. However, the short time he used it was enough to move and eliminate the beasts. After defeating one last minion monster, Xu Jingming retreated. However, unexpectedly, the giant bear's paw was heading towards him. The bear's attack hit the ground, and with its strength, the entire street was destroyed. Xu Jingming had managed to retreat, and where he went, he caught the bear's attention. Booms fell onto the bear's body as attacks hit it. The protagonist took the opportunity to jump onto it. Ignoring the bear, he continued to attack another group of monsters that had appeared. Being tricked, the wild beast roared furiously. The protagonist smiled in response, provoking it. Angry because your subordinates are being eliminated? Continuing to follow the plan, Xu Jingming ran towards a rhinoceros that was close to the bear. The bear stood up on two legs, trying to use its body to crush Xu Jingming before the rhinoceros was hit. The palm attacks caused a powerful tremor, sending debris flying everywhere. The bear's palms opened, and what should have been there disappeared. Carrying a spear, Xu Jingming emerged above the giant monster. With no minions to interfere, he had made the bear his target. Let's see if your fur is really like an armor strong enough to handle my lightning. The attack landed on the bear and caused an explosion of lightning. Whether it was the drones or Tang Chi's group, everyone was forced to retreat. The broadcast had become chaotic. Shocked, Zhang Wenshan questioned Director Zhao if Jingming's abilities were truly only rank EA professor from another institution approached, pointing out how Xu Jingming's ability was far superior even to a rank A curious. Director Zhao asked if it could be a mutated ability. No one knew the answer, but Zhang Wenshan knew one thing. Starting today, the whole country will be shaken by Xu Jingming. The protagonist's attack had landed on the bear's forehead, but almost no damage was caused. The bear became irritated and roared fiercely, throwing him far away. Spinning his body, the protagonist landed skillfully. He frowned upon seeing the damage caused. As expected of a rare species among second-rank beasts, they are resistant to blades and, crucially, suddenly, a dark energy began to be released by the bear. It stood up, with an extremely dangerous aura enveloping it. The protagonist was surprised to see that strength. The bear crouched and charged fiercely towards him, at a much greater speed than normal, like a runaway train. The bear destroyed everything in front of it as it attacked. Debris flew towards Jingming, who tried to protect himself. He was surprised. It activated the berserk ability so quickly. It seems the thirsty wild bear really hates me. Having already destroyed half the street, the bear looked at Jingming with red eyes and roared once more thunderously. For the next few minutes, the bear continued to charge at the protagonist, who dodged the claw attacks. Despite running, Xu Jingming was not afraid, but praised the bear's strength in the berserk state. The monster had lost its intelligence, becoming a hunting machine. This made the attacks easier to dodge, as they were too crude. After retreating, the protagonist held the spear tightly, looking for an opportunity to incapacitate the giant bear. As soon as the bear charged one more time, Jingming managed to dodge and move to its back. There, he extended the spear, charging a sphere of lightning on its tip. The attack landed on the bear's back, pushing it forward and making it fall. With the monster immobile, Jingming prepared an ability. With two fingers pointed upward, lightning enveloped him as he declared, "Divine lightning of the 9 heavens." Explosion! A rain of lightning fell upon the wild bear, making it roar in suffering. The entire area was devastated by the attack, which eliminated the beast. The protagonist approached the bear when it was already motionless. Even the defense of the rank 2 beast didn't withstand 30 seconds of continuous attacks. However,
Xu Jingming was wrong. The bear opened its eyes suddenly, raising its front paw.
it took a step forward to attack. However, in the middle of the attack, a state of paralysis hit the bear. The protagonist smiled, already expecting this. Now, preparing a new attack, he charged the spear, pointing it forward while murmuring, "Gale!" At the spear's tip, lightning gathered, spinning as the storm fell upon the bear. The tornado hit the beast, throwing it dozens of meters away. As soon as it fell onto a building, the bear caused an explosion that swallowed it. The bear fell to the ground. Although it was sitting up, it had been eliminated. On the wild bear's chest, the mark of the attack still persisted. In the kill notification, 24 points had been provided to Xu Jingming. The protagonist sighed, relieved that the fight was over. Although the battle had lasted only a few minutes, it had been the most exhausting he had ever experienced. Wondering how many points he had obtained in total, he checked his watch. Meanwhile, in the observation room, everyone was shocked. Xu Jingming had obtained over 10,000 points. Incredulous, they celebrated, seeing the birth of a genius who broke an unparalleled record. Recalling how the previous record was only 8,000, Zhang Wenshan was excited, as he had broken the record of that year's provincial champion. Keeping an eye on the watch, Jingming saw that there wasn't much time left. Having defeated the largest beast in the core area, he would return to the central area to eliminate what remained. As soon as Xu Jingming left, Tang Chi's group arrived where he had been. Tang Chi was impressed by her cousin's feat. Zhou Mingyang, observing him with a frown, questioned what he was doing returning to hunting when he was already in first place. Hearing the doubt, Meng Dai imagined he was returning to the central area and realized what he planned to do. Everyone was shocked to discover that Xu Jingming planned to eliminate all the remaining beasts. Zhou Mingyang knew that Jingming could eliminate all the beasts with his current speed, so they needed to return immediately. Leaving the team, he ran ahead first. Tang Chi assumed a cat-like posture, also running. Wu Hao hurried, and Meng Di was the only one left behind. An hour later, the announcement of the event's end came. Hearing the announcement, Tang Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Some of the youths were desperate, as they lacked only a few beasts to pass the phase. Others were excited to have managed to pass, even if just barely, finishing the hunt. Xu Jingming was surprised and upset by the early end. Sometime later, the students began to gather and leave the testing area. One of Tang Chi's friends approached with a coquettish voice. "Chiki, is Jingming really your cousin?" Tang Chi sighed, having heard that question numerous times in the last few hours. Tang Chi's friend smiled maliciously. "Dear little sister, could you share his contact information with me? I'm begging you." Irritated, Tang Chi remembered that her friend didn't even want to know about Jingming the day before, so she refused. While Tang Chi's friend was annoyed, everyone rushed forward when they saw Xu Jingming starting to leave the testing area. Everyone wanted to approach Jingming, and when they saw him, they started clapping and congratulating him on first place. The protagonist quickly greeted everyone and left the area, heading towards the directors. Wu Hao sighed, commenting that that position should have originally belonged to Zhou Mingyang. The latter, however, had never imagined that another school would create a monster with such impressive abilities. Upon meeting Director Zhang and Director Zhao, the protagonist was congratulated once again and invited to leave separately. The protagonist was happy not to have to take the bus, as countless questions would have been asked of him. The black governmental car quickly crossed the streets. Zhang Wenshan got straight to the point, asking if Xu Jingming had decided where to study. The protagonist, however, revealed that he was so focused on becoming stronger that he hadn't had time to think about a university. The director smiled, stating that any university in the country would be within reach. He, however, recommended the three best of them. First, there was Qingjing University, located in the heart of Great China. It was possible to enter it directly through the system after graduation, as it was an official organization. After it, there was Modu University, located in the bustling port city, offering excellent resources. Finally, there was Jincheng University, with a long history, stabilized for over 200 years, possessing ancient traditions. Knowing the needs of the awakened, the protagonist asked which ones possessed the best cultivation methods. Hearing the young man's interest, Zhang Wenshan tried to explain. Training methods have different levels. Using a beginner method, most awakened need 4 years to evolve. However, practicing a high-level method takes only half a year for an awakened to transform into a superpower user. The director reassured the young man, stating that he would get a special admission where even the 3 best universities would offer him favorable conditions. While they talked, Xu Jingming arrived home after the ride. The next day began with a hot bath. Still wet, Xu Jingming observed the ability points he could distribute. The more than 2,500 points would be enough to make him stronger and fit to enter a university. As he dried himself, he dreamed of participating in more monster hunting competitions. Meanwhile, some people entered Xu Jingming's apartment. The door seemed broken, and that became the opportunity for the visitors to surprise him. Xu Qingwan, Xu Jingming's aunt, as well as Tang Chi, surprised him upon seeing him. Surprised Jingming, the protagonist, dressed only in a towel, was startled to see the two. Tang Chi quickly put her hand in front of her face, trying not to see her cousin, who rushed away, blaming them for secretly entering the apartment. Since the day Xu Jingming's parents left, Aunt Qingwan had taken care of him and fulfilled the role of guardian. After gathering at the table to drink soda, his aunt commented, "I don't know much about martial arts, but I know you worked hard to get where you are. Your score is not the most important thing, even if you are not accepted." Seeing how his aunt thought he had failed, Jingming questioned his cousin. "Sister Qi, didn't you tell her?" Winking at him silently, Tang Chi let him reveal the score, himself. The protagonist nodded and timidly revealed to Aunt Qingwan his score above 10,000 points. The surprise was so great that Aunt Qingwan spat out all her soda, thinking she hadn't heard correctly. She asked him to speak once more. Her daughter ran to help her, revealing that Xu Jingming was telling the truth. Qingwan still trembled in surprise. Crying, she hugged Xu Jingming, relieved as she knew his parents would be proud if they saw him. At the same time, in a meeting room, Xu Jingming's image appeared on a screen, while people debated about him. Upon hearing about the score, one man declared that they needed to recruit him immediately. Another was confused, as he didn't believe someone could reach over 11,000 points with a rank E ability. A third person refused to believe such a rank. For her, Jingming's ability should be at least rank A to clarify. A fourth person raised the point that he might have used steroids during the exam. Seeing how everyone was arguing, the woman presiding over the meeting stopped them. "For now, let's list Xu Jingming as a special S-class recruit. If his score is genuine, I will investigate it myself." Sometime later, the protagonist received a message from the Jiangnan Education Association, confirming Xu Jingming's score and placement, confirming first place. He celebrated as he had become the best student in the province. At the same time, the news spread through the newspapers, and people debated about him. An awards ceremony was taking place. The first interviewed was Director Zhao. Facing the online doubts about student Xu, what do you have to say? Many people claim there is a conspiracy regarding the authenticity of the results. The director was direct in his response. Our school's website has already published the video of Xu Jingming's martial arts exam, and everyone can verify it. The fairness of the entrance exam is beyond any doubt. Quickly, all the reporters took out their phones, shocked by the scenes they were seeing, treating the video as proof. Director Zhao declared that the results were real. Standing up, he approached Professor Chen, revealing that there was a prize for Xu Jingming's contributions. Under the red cloth was revealed a check for 1 million yuan that the young man would receive. In addition to it, the young man would also receive a bonus equivalent to a luxurious villa in the city. While the reporters took photos, the woman who wanted to investigate Xu Jingming arrived. Getting out of the car, she commented to herself that the recording didn't prove that the young man hadn't used steroids, something crucial to confirm his level. While the photos were being taken, the director asked the professor why Xu Jingming hadn't arrived yet. The professor replied with something that surprised the director. Xu Jingming was training, even after the exams had ended. Sometime later, the director himself served tea to 3 important people. Trembling, he placed the drinks on the table. He was trembling due to the aura of those people. They were like powerful dragons and beasts, quickly fleeing the room. The director internally begged that a fight would not happen. Zhang Zhaoyue, in office attire, admissions director of Madu University, placed her hand on her chin, asking, "It seems we haven't met for a long time. Who are you two aiming for?" In traditional Chinese clothing, Su Yun, the director of Qingjing University, joked, "No need to pretend you don't know. As long as Xu Jingming's results are real, Qingjing University will have him." Finally, the admissions minister of Jin City University joined the conversation. "Hey, Su Yun, just because you say that, do you think you'll get him?" Sharp glances clashed between Wu Yuan and Su Yun. Zhang Zhaoyu realized how complicated these meetings were. At that moment, with a confident look, Xu Jingming entered the room, greeting the professors. The student's sudden entrance surprised the 3. Seeing how the young man exuded confidence and had his weapon with him, Zhang Zhaoyu concluded that he hadn't become sloppy just because the test was over. Finally, she observed how the young man didn't suffer any pressure from the aura of the 3. Director Zhao accompanied the protagonist, introducing the 3 professors. Zhang Zhaoyue was the first to stand up, revealing that they had watched the exam video and praising Xu Jingming's techniques. Investigating something she wanted to know, Zhang Zhaoyu reminded him that Xu Jingming's power no longer seemed to be classified as rank E. She asked him to explain, already imagining that they would ask such a thing. The protagonist answered as he had planned. Before the college admission exam, while training at home, I was struck by a natural lightning bolt. After that, I realized that my superpower had become stronger. Su Yun and Wu Yuan agreed. He had gone through a superpower mutation. Director Zhang Zhaoyue retrieved a superpower detection instrument, asking if Xu Jingming would like to find out what he currently possessed. The protagonist approached the metal ring and used his superpower on it. The lightning struck the meter thunderously. Faced with the extremely violent lightning, Director Su Yun trembled, her hair becoming a mess as she felt palpitations. Soon, the instrument finished detecting the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder superpower. However, in the middle of calculating the rank of that power, the instrument began to shake. Unexpectedly, it exploded, startling everyone. Director Zhao trembled, frightened. What happened? Su Yin and Wu Yuan stood up excitedly. The detection equipment had exploded, which confirmed that the young man's ability was, at the very least, rank. As Zhang Zhaoyu looked at Xu Jingming with confidence and excitement for having bet on the right person. Before she could make a proposal, Wu Yuan shouted, "Student Xu, our Jin City University offers an admission bonus of 1 million and a set of C-class equipment. 4 years of university. All superpower training methods and combat techniques are free." He was surprised, however, when Su Yun mocked, "Are you only offering that?" Seductively, Su Yun made her proposal. "Student Xu, if you come to Qingjing, the admission bonus is 6 million for 4 years of university. All equipment, superpower training methods, and combat techniques are yours to choose, all for free. How about that?" Even the protagonist was surprised by the generous offer. This time it was Zhang Zhaoyui's turn to scoff. Modu Superpower University does not offer cash bonuses or equipment, but for cultivation methods and combat techniques, we can match anything they offer. Furthermore, we will provide an S-class cultivation resource annually. Upon hearing the other director, Su Yun and Wu Yuan were shocked. Xu Jingming, however, didn't understand what they were talking about. Approaching him, Zhang Zhaoyu asked if he had ever heard of dragon-type beasts, beasts with innate power. These types of beasts are born at tier 4 or 5, much higher than other beasts. S-class resources include the heart blood of an adult 8th-level dragon-type fierce beast. After consuming dragon blood, the physique will be greatly enhanced, and the physical strength will be comparable to that of dragon-type fierce beasts. Each S-class resource is at the level of dragon blood. Upon hearing the other director, even Su Yun was tempted to jump ship. Wu Yuan knew how precious such resources were. He didn't understand how Zhang Zhaoyue offered them to a novice. With each one making their offer, they waited for Xu Jingming to make a decision. The protagonist was direct in his answer. "I choose Modu Superpower University." The protagonist was excited to see that all the universities wanted him. However, he had to apologize and thank 2 of them for their consideration. Director Zhang used her spatial ring to retrieve a card. She handed it to Xu Jingming, welcoming him. The The date for the recruitment of new students would be in September, but you are special. You can register early. We will provide your accommodations. Intrigued, the protagonist asked if he could go to the library to train combat techniques and methods. Zhang Zhaoyue nodded, revealing that there were private study rooms at the school. She passed a contact card to the young man, asking him to contact her when he arrived at Magic City. Looking at the card, Zhu Jingming couldn't wait to register. After packing his bags, the protagonist went to the train station. Aunt Xu Qingwan was comforted by Uncle Tang Daolin, as she would miss her nephew. Thinking about Jingming's departure, Tang Daolin turned to Tang Qi. It's time for you to think about your choice too, isn't it? Since your cousin is going to Modu, you should also try to study there. Hearing her husband, Qingwan agreed. Embarrassed, Tang Qi looked away. During the 6-hour trip, the protagonist read a book, The Abyssal Sea Training Method. Just like superpowers, superpowered training methods also have different classifications. They are divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and superior. The higher the level, the faster the training speed. The method obtained by Jingming was at the intermediate level. It took him half a day to memorize everything thanks to the protagonist's spiritual power being at 180 points. The content of the book said that there was an energy wandering between the earth and the sky. According to the taught method, he began to feel the energy. At the same time, an evolution signal appeared on the system panel, although he didn't plan to use it yet. According to the book's records, to go from an awakened individual to a superpowered individual, the higher the level of the superpower training method used for advancement, the greater the benefits after the advancement. Since he would obtain even higher level training methods at the university, Jingming didn't plan to waste this opportunity on an intermediate method. After taking a train and a taxi, the protagonist arrived at the university. He was impressed, as the entrance alone was hundreds of meters long. Suddenly, a red sports car stopped in front of Xu Jingming. Zhang Zhaoyu was driving it. "Welcome, student Xu Jingming. Get in the car, I will take you to deal with the admission process." As they drove through the parking lot, Zhang Zhaoyu asked what he thought of the university located in Magic City. The professor revealed that the university covered 26 square kilometers, and it was even impossible to finish the tour in just one day. In Xu Jingming's eyes, the university was incredible. After registration, the protagonist received a card. It would be used to enter the dormitory. The protagonist had already seen countless dormitories in his past life when he did his doctorate. There were different room models, but he had never seen a luxury villa used as a dormitory. The professor explained that every student at the school lived in villas, and the value of where they would live depended on their grades. However, with 2 floors, the residence wouldn't be for him alone. He would have a roommate, each taking 1 floor. For Jingming, not being alone would be better. Having been an orphan before and after transmigrating, he preferred the warmth and harmony of a large dormitory. After they entered the house, the professor stated that she would tell him about some things he needed to pay attention to. Raising 2 fingers, she stated there were 2 main points: the credit system and the mentorship system. In the credit system, they could use them for everything, from food, equipment, or rare treasures. There were many ways to obtain them, such as the distribution based on academic ranking. You, as a special S-class admission student, received 100 credits. Suddenly, the professor called someone. Eva was in fact a robot, which floated towards her. She explained that Eva was an artificial intelligence equipped in every dormitory. Her main body was elsewhere, and those in the dormitories were subunits. Although she was of such a level, she possessed level 4 intelligence, which was more than enough to help with daily life. The protagonist was surprised by the level of technology on the Blue Star, even more advanced than in his world in his past life. Moving on to the second topic, Zhang Zhaoyu talked about the mentorship system. Every student can choose a mentor they admire and ask them to become their teacher. If they accept, of course, the protagonist was confused, not believing that as a freshman, he could already receive mentorship. Proudly, Zhang Zhaoyu stated that the mentors at the university were high level, where most had even developed their own combat techniques, which were not transmitted to outsiders, but only to their disciples. The professor revealed that there were 4 instructors for the electric element, and among them the dean of the Armament Academy, Yang Gentian, the one she recommended Xu Jingming choose. Eva created a hologram, transmitting Yang Gentian's information, showing the information of the other 3 as well. The professor let Jingming choose. Since Dean Yang was also a spear expert, Jingming was happy to choose him. Later, the protagonist went to a large, traditional-style residence. That house was extremely more luxurious than the students. Suddenly, a student appeared questioning, "Are you here looking for mentorship?" He raised his eyebrow in scorn. "Are you still just an awakened, a specially recruited student?" The protagonist answered affirmatively, listening to what the other had to say. In previous years, specially recruited students were high or medium level 1. I didn't expect there to be an awakened among the specially recruited students this year. I'm in the Armament Academy in my 2nd year. No, I should be in my 3rd year now. A junior student, Tan Mingyang. The protagonist just introduced himself too. Hearing that Xu Jingming had just registered, Tan Mingyang seemed surprised. To know about seeking mentorship immediately after enrollment, Junior Shu, you're quite fast. Normally, freshmen only find out about seeking mentorship after the freshman competition. The protagonist didn't know about this competition, so Tan Mingyang pointed out, the freshman competition is a tradition at our university. It is usually held 3 or 4 days after the official enrollment. All the teachers at the school will attend. Freshmen who perform well will be sought after by various academies, and some are even directly accepted as disciples by mentors. He put his hand on Xu Jingming's shoulder, commenting, of course, it's not impossible for a specially recruited student like you to seek mentorship in advance. Internally, however, he scoffed, even for a specially recruited student, trying to become the dean's disciple right after enrolling is as hard as winning the lottery. You'll probably just make a wasted trip. The protagonist just thanked him and asked if the senior was also looking for Professor Yang's mentorship. Tan Mingyang nodded and arrogantly commented, I've made several visits in the last 6 months, but I've always been refused. I was about to give up, but I still don't feel willing. Suddenly, someone opened the door, surprising Mingyang. The man there greeted the boys, telling them to enter. As Professor Yang was already waiting, Tan Mingyang was confused, as he had never seen the butler so enthusiastic. The two soon entered the hall. There was the professor with an imposing presence, accompanied by a student with a disinterested look. The dean of the Armament Academy, a 7th-tier individual, went straight to the point. You must be Xu Jingming. Director Zhang told me about you. Follow me. I will take you to the training room. Upon gathering, the dean went straight to the point. I watched your video for the martial arts college entrance exam. Your combat skills are indeed very strong, and your shooting has also reached an advanced level. But before that, I want to see your S-rank ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, with my own eyes. The protagonist nodded and concentrated. As soon as Xu Jingming extended his hand upward, lightning was released, spreading throughout the room. Mentor Yang smiled, showing his teeth upon seeing the ability. Although he himself possessed the thunder element, the fundamental distance between S-rank and A-rank abilities became an immeasurable bridge. Dean Yang, seeing the technique, commented, with your potential, becoming my disciple is not a problem. However, although I have many friends, I also have many enemies. You will be affected by them. Is that all right? The protagonist knelt and greeted confidently. This disciple is willing. Mentor Yang laughed animatedly, making Xu Jingming his 30th disciple, but the first S-rank. Telling him to stand up, the mentor handed him a book. The Extreme Ability Training Method and the Body Tempering Technique Indestructible Thunder Body, both created by him. The protagonist was excited. As compared to common techniques, these were extremely precious. The mentor reminded him that these were one of the 3 best techniques in the school, besides a creation that had taken his entire life. Discovering that it was an S-rank technique, the protagonist was surprised. Just like abilities, combat techniques had ranks, from F to triple S. The stronger they were, the harder they were to practice. While 7th rank masters had difficulty creating A-rank techniques, Xu Jingming discovered that his professor had created an S-rank body technique, something even more complex as it involved the mysteries of the human body. The master explained a little about the technique. This indestructible thunder body is only suitable for users of the electric element ability. It has 13 levels, and with each advancement, the physique will undergo a corresponding transformation. However, to cultivate it, you must first become an ability user. The master released him to train, telling him to return as soon as he had an advancement. The protagonist bowed, thanking the professor. As he left, he realized how good it was to have a mentor. Master Yang observed Xu Jingming. He himself had only cultivated the indestructible body technique up to level 10, but he hoped that Jingming would become the great hope to show the technique's strength. The mentor believed that whoever cultivated it to the maximum point would become eternal and indestructible. The protagonist soon left the hall, saying goodbye to the butler. To his surprise, the senior was sitting on the sidewalk, with his hands on his head. Tang Mingyang sighed and reminded him of the young man who had been in the room with Master Yang. That was Senior Liu, the dean's disciple. It was necessary to defeat him to be accepted, but even with Senior Liu using only 10% of his power, it was impossible. Changing the subject, Tang Mingyang asked if Jingming had also failed. The protagonist denied, "No, thanks to you, Senior, I managed to pass." Tang Mingyang gritted his teeth, not believing it. He had never seen a mentor except a novice before the competition. Xu Jingming said goodbye, leaving the confused and irritated Tang Mingyang behind. The protagonist went to the training room on the 2nd floor of his dormitory. Sitting down, he used the technique's energy, feeling much more primordial energy thanks to it. Having mastered the training method, the protagonist could now simply add points and directly advance his level. Looking at the advancement option in his statistics, he clicked the level up button. The energy around the protagonist gathered, entering his body. Xu Jingming gritted his teeth as it seemed his body was being torn apart. The spatial and electric energy exploded inside him, making him advance. The protagonist gasped heavily, but managed to evolve into a 1st-tier low-rank ability user. Raising his fist, he saw electricity run through his body, lightning exploded with a simple flick of his fingers. Confident, he could feel his body's power increase at least 4 times thanks to the training method. He believed that if he encountered the violent bear again, he wouldn't even need to use the spear to defeat it. The protagonist also looked at the other statistics. Thanks to the body technique, his spirit and vitality points increased by almost 100 points at once, approaching 300. The advancement had only cost 300 points, but Jingming decided to save the rest for future combat techniques he learned. There was the indestructible thunder body technique, an even more important training method. The S-rank combat technique, the more power it acquired, the more points it would consume to evolve. The next day, the protagonist returned to Master Yang's residence, who was shocked to see him return so quickly. He scratched his beard, commenting, "As a professor, I've been teaching at the university for decades, but among the best geniuses, none managed to comprehend the technique in less than 24 hours. The protagonist scratched his head, being humble in revealing that, despite having advanced thanks to the cultivation technique. When trying to learn the body technique, he faced a challenge already in the phase of forming the foundation. Hearing the young man, the mentor tried to help him. The so-called foundation forging is the process of using the blood of a lightning element fierce beast as a guide, and the lightning capacity itself to temper muscles and bones. The final strength of the indestructible thunder body is intimately related to the degree of the lightning element fierce beasts. Blood used to forge the foundation at the beginning. He then decided to help the young man form the foundation. Activating a slight energy in his ring, Master Yang commented, "High-level electric element fierce beasts are extremely rare. Originally, I was going to prepare the essential blood of a 7th-level storm giant bear I killed at the time. But I heard from Zhang Chaoyu that you can receive an S-rank resource every year. So I made the decision to combine the two and begged the director for a double S-rank resource, the blood essence of an 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus." The protagonist was excited to see the vial and recognized the professor's effort in obtaining such an item. Happy for the recognition, Master Yang didn't want to delay in helping him. In the training room on the 2nd floor, the dean poured the liquid from the vial onto Xu Jingming's head. The protagonist felt his body burn, but the mentor told him to endure the liquid's toxicity. Using the Red Wind True Fire, his awakened ability, Master Yang prepared to unlock the foundations of the indestructible body. He launched a strike against Xu Jingming's body, releasing energy for him to try to absorb it. Red thunderbolts ran through the protagonist's veins. He screamed fiercely, maddened by the pain. In a tea room, Senior Liu commented to the butler, Uncle Fu, on how resilient the new disciple was, as 5 days had already passed. "It is really true that comparing yourself to others can kill you with envy. I only lasted 2 days before, and I was using the essential blood of a 7th-level, lower-ranked fierce beast. Junior Disciple Shu's performance really deserves the essential blood of that 8th-level dragon-type fierce beast." Even Senior Liu was anxious to see Xu Jingming's indestructible thunder body. Suddenly, a sound of something breaking caught their attention. The senior rushed over, curious to know if the junior's foundation had been established. Upon opening the door, however, he was shocked. Xu Jingming was immersed in shadows and lightning. From him, the menace of a fierce beast overflowed. Unexpectedly, Xu Jingming attacked Senior Liu. At that moment, the mentor yelled, "Wake up, Jingming!" The protagonist stopped his advance. The dark aura dissipated, and regaining consciousness, he asked what had happened. Master Yang approached, stating that his consciousness must have been influenced by the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's blood. However, he asked the young man not to worry. As long as his emotions did not fluctuate intensely, everything would be fine. The protagonist was relieved, as he didn't want to lose control of his emotions and do something he would regret. Master Yang encouraged him. "This forging was perfect. You absorbed 98%. Among my other disciples, the highest absorption rate had been 92%. You are the record holder now." Senior Liu also congratulated Xu Jingming for successfully forging the foundation of the indestructible body. As it was the first time they met, Master Yang introduced Liu Ming, who was already at the peak of the 3rd tier, someone with whom Jingming could clarify doubts. Since Liu Ming hadn't prepared anything, he decided to transfer some student credits as a gift to Jingming. Upon receiving 200 credits, he was surprised. "That is too much, senior!" Master Yang, however, revealed that it wasn't that much for someone like Liu Ming, but reminded him that when Jingming received the next juniors, he would also need to prepare gifts. As 5 days had passed, Master Yang told Jingming to go back home, take a bath, eat something, and rest, returning the next day for spear techniques with Senior Liu. When the protagonist returned to the villa, he found someone on the sofa playing on the living room TV. Upon seeing Jingming, the young man with spiky white hair greeted him. "You must be my roommate, right? I'm Liu Wentao. Nice to meet you." The protagonist greeted him in the same way. "Hello, I'm Xu Jingming." The simple introduction surprised Wentao, as he recognized Jingming as the highest scorer in the province. Wentao circled the protagonist, revealing himself to be called Mr. Know-It-All, incredulous at meeting the underdog in person. Changing the Yao Boy. Subject: Wentao put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. By the way, are you really from the barren region of Jiangcheng, Jiangnan province? And were you really an awakened person during the college entrance exam? And your ability looks nothing like an E classification. The housemate was a chatterbox, but Jing Ming believed it would be good to have someone like that, so as not to feel so lonely. In his past life, the protagonist had grown up as an orphan and was never adopted. He had never had the feeling of belonging somewhere. Having made some friends in high school, he considered college the most nostalgic period, especially because of his roommate. After graduating, however, he never imagined that, after the graduation party, he would wake up in another world. He decided to take advantage of Wentao's enthusiasm so as not to feel alone. The excited young man spoke a little about himself. I am one of the top 20 in Sichuan province, with an A-rank spiritual ability. I am a first-tier, mid-rank ability user, and I chose the tactical college. In the future, I will command an army of 1,000,000 forces and kill all the fierce beasts on Blue Star. Interrupting Wentao's speech, the protagonist stated that he was going to the martial arts hall. Hearing him, Wentao decided to go along, as he hadn't been there yet. The duo soon arrived at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Impressed, Wentao was left speechless. The place was extremely lively, and the students showed off their techniques while boasting. There were people with flame powers, to those with steel skin, gigantification, and beast transformation. Aniva, accompanying Jingming and Wentao, introduced the place to them. This is our public training room in the main hall. It can accommodate 300 people for training at the same time. The entire hall is also fused with C-class alloy, mixed with memory metal, so you don't need to worry about abilities or combat techniques causing damage. Of course, if necessary, you can also choose a private training room. Jingming didn't think he needed such a thing at the moment. Wentao ran back and forth, seeing the competitions and functions of the place. Curious, Wentao saw some numbered pillars and asked Eva what they were for. Eva revealed that those were punching challenge mechanisms. There were 5 leaderboards corresponding to the 5 types of abilities. She recommended them to try, as they could get 50 credits as a reward if they entered the top 3,000 rank. Wentao thought it would be easy and prepared himself. Eva instructed him to first place his student card in the pillar to start the challenge, but revealed that combat techniques and abilities would not be allowed. Liu Wentao passed the card over, the indicator, and received a welcome from the pillar starting the challenge. As soon as they heard the pillar, several people approached, excited to see the novice embarrass himself. Wentao gritted his teeth upon seeing that they were mocking him. The young man put all the strength he possessed into his fist and exploded it against the pillar. The pillar congratulated him for possessing a punch with 476 kilograms of power, which made him proud. However, to Liu Wentao's shock, he was ranked below the 100,000th position, something that left him astonished, as there were only 4,000 students at the school. Ava then revealed what he didn't know. The attack log stored the punches of students since the school's foundation, not just those currently studying. Those who watched Wentao laughed, one of them stating that when he was a novice, he hadn't been ranked at such a low level. Jingming reassured Liu Wentao, reminding him that as an elemental user, his punch strength really wouldn't be high. Being comforted, Wentao told Jingming to try too. The protagonist accepted and approached his card. As soon as Eva welcomed Shu, Jingming, more people began to gather to see the second novice. Mocking, one of the students stated, "This one looks even weaker than the first one." Although the name Shu Jingming sounded familiar to some, they didn't think much of it. The protagonist, having advanced to first-tier user and tempered his body for 5 days and 5 nights, was confident. He closed his fist, wondering where his strength was. Spinning his body, the protagonist punched the pillar, causing a bang that made it shake. As soon as the result came out, everyone was left speechless. The protagonist listened carefully to Ava. Punch power 4,589 kilograms. You have reached first place. Congratulations on breaking the old record. Those who mocked Jingming's appearance were shocked. That punch could turn anyone into minced meat. Shocked, some girls commented among themselves how those in the top 100 of the ranking became figures who dominated their eras. Surprised, one of them wondered how great the future achievements of the number 1 would be. Hurriedly, her friend took out a cell phone to record that moment. Wentao became extremely excited for Jingming, swearing that he would follow him from then on. After asking Wentao to calm down, the protagonist valued his internal strength, thanking the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood. At that moment, Eva congratulated Shu Jingming. 400 credits had been added to his account as a reward. Excited, the protagonist asked if, in the future, if he broke the record again, he could obtain more credits. However, Eva denied it, revealing that it would only be possible to earn more credits by challenging other groups. Looking at the pillars that represented the 2nd to 5th tiers, the protagonist swore that he would challenge them in the future. While Wentao boasted about being Jingming's roommate, several girls pushed him away, crowding around the protagonist. He quickly was invited to join the clubs they were in, but fled soon after, heading towards the private training rooms. With his cell phone in hand, Liu Ming revealed to the master what Jing Ming had just done and how he had become a hot topic in gossip. Liu Ming sighed, remembering how, when he was in the superior phase of the first tier, he had only reached 3,500 kilograms in the test. This showed that Xu Jingming was not just a little ahead of him. At the same time, another person became furious. He smashed plates and cups, cursing, "Damn Xu Jingming! He came to the magic capital and made me lose the score of best in the province. This time I will recover all the honor that should belong to me." Oblivious to the curses being thrown at him, the protagonist analyzed his body. After obtaining the indestructible Thunder Body, he was full of energy, even without eating or sleeping for 5 days. He also tested his body against a common blade, discovering that he had become immune to them. Suddenly, Wen Tao looked for Jingming, revealing that the news about him had exploded all over campus and that many people wanted to challenge him. The protagonist smiled, seeing the people's martial spirit. Irritated, Wen Tao intended to help Jingming crush self-confident bastards, but Jingming reassured him there was still a lot to do, such as going to the library to check battle techniques before resting. The Battle Techniques Library was established in a building as large as a stadium. Upon arriving at the entrance, the protagonist encountered a barrier. He had heard rumors that the protection had been created by the vice director, a spatial superpower user. Such a barrier even 9th-tier martial saints couldn't destroy. To enter, the protagonist passed his card, and the barrier allowed him to proceed. Upon entering the library, the protagonist met 3 women. The leader of them greeted him. "Welcome to the Battle Techniques Library, Xu Jingming. How can we help you?" Surprised, the protagonist asked how she knew him. The librarian revealed that they had received an alert about him, as S-grade students possessed special authorization to choose all the battle techniques they wanted from the library. Since S-grade people would become at least Grandmaster-level superpower users, that librarian wanted to befriend Xu Jingming. Having heard about the release, the protagonist asked where he could find lightning element techniques. The librarian revealed that techniques below rank B were in public areas on the 2nd and 3rd floors, while the precious ones were on the 4th floor, needing to be requested with the identification card. The librarian then guided Jingming along the way. Upon going to another floor, an Eva instructed the protagonist, "After selecting the battle techniques online, we will deliver the original secret manuals to you. As the original secret manuals for B-grade and higher battle techniques are extremely valuable, please be very careful when leafing through them." The protagonist asked Eva to show all techniques above rank B for the lightning element. Soon, several holographic screens appeared with the names and characteristics of the techniques. The protagonist looked at each one, surprised. Double S-level battle techniques and even triple S-level battle techniques. The secret manuals of battle techniques from a first-rate university are truly rich. Can I really study them for free? Since the techniques had learning requirements, he couldn't learn A-rank techniques at the moment. He looked at each type of technique, believing it would be difficult to choose the ideal one. However, Jingming possessed the list of techniques that the mentor had recommended. He walked back and forth, selecting the techniques from the list. Jingming chose 4 techniques: Thunder Spear, Chain Thunder, Thunder Flash, and Lightning Prison, all rank A. Each technique had a different type: long-range attack, heavy attack, movement, and crowd control, respectively. This combination was the recommended one for battle. Together with the indestructible body, Jingming would be ready for initial confrontations. Detecting the techniques chosen by Jingming, Eva revealed that each one took about 6 months to master, so she recommended that he also choose some lower-level techniques. However, Jingming refused the advice. Sometime later, the librarian brought 4 books, the 4 selected techniques. Knowing that even C-level techniques cost millions, the protagonist felt luxurious upon seeing the books in front of him. As soon as he started leafing through them, the protagonist understood the profound concept of the techniques that could only be learned from the original manual. The hours passed quickly. Jingming remained immersed in reading, while the afternoon faded and the beginning of the night arrived. There were no signs that he was going to stop studying. However, when he fully comprehended all the techniques, he ordered, "Add points." The system immediately spent 200 points on each technique to evolve them to the elementary level. The protagonist opened his information window. His skills tab was full, and he still had 1,400 points remaining. Collecting such power, the protagonist wondered who would be the first lucky person to taste his fist. When Xu Jingming returned to the villa, it was already night. He met with Wen Tao, who revealed that they had received the notification that the assembly for new students would be the following morning. A chat group had also been created, and Wen Tao recommended him to participate. While accepting the recommendation, Jingming asked which technique levels Wen Tao had chosen, as he himself had accepted 4 rank A combat techniques. Wen Tao was shocked by Jingming's unconcerned comment, as it should take a year for someone to learn them. Curious, Wentao asked if Jingming had rank A permission to choose such techniques, but the protagonist revealed that his permission was rank S. The revelation left Wentao shocked, as he didn't know a permission of that level existed. Wentao's surprise made Jingming tease him. It seems the know-it-all just learned one more thing. Wentao was impressed with Jingming, as he knew that all the other top-ranked students had only received rank A permissions. Wentao praised his own intelligence for deciding to become a follower of Xu Jingming. The protagonist went straight to the training room on the second floor. He picked up a practice spear provided free of charge for training, as his old spear was in bad condition. Thinking about something, the protagonist asked Ava to show him the spears being sold. Ava showed holograms of various items, most of them between ranks D and F. The higher the rank and the heavier the weapon, the more expensive they were. The protagonist ended up buying a rank E long spear, a combat suit, and combat boots for about 237 credits. The items would be delivered the next day, until he obtained the new spear. The protagonist decided to rely on the practice spear to train his rank, a combat technique. The next day, hundreds of new students arrived at the building where the assembly would take place. Upon seeing Xu Jingming, several girls recognized him. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Xu Jingming! I Lei Zhou challenge you?" Everyone looked at the man named Lei Zhou, the second place in Jiangnan province, someone who had scored 9,300 in the ranking. Whispers said that he had been born with a silver spoon and that his parents were in Tier 4. Faced with the challenge, the protagonist simply ignored him. "I'm not interested." To try to convince him, Lei Zhou approached. "Don't rush to refuse. I remember your uncle's family sells exotic flowers, right?" Maliciously, he whispered, "Coincidentally, my family is your aunt's biggest buyer, and she also owes us a large loan. If the payment isn't made on time, your aunt's family might be in trouble, you know?" Jingming's anger was instigated. He released only part of his energy, asking a question. "Are you threatening me?" Instinctively, Lei Zhou jumped several meters back, retreating. Feeling the aura of an erupting beast, he went on guard, stammering, "It's just a warning." The protagonist was simple, asking for the time and place. Lei Zhou had already planned everything. 7 days from now, at noon on the third transmission platform, the protagonist confirmed his presence, but advised Lei Zhou not to regret it. Upon hearing that the first and second place would battle, everyone became excited to watch. At that moment, a man on the stage touched the microphone. "Dear students, welcome to Madu University, the Magic Capital's university. This welcome assembly is officially open. We have gathered everyone to answer some questions about the exclusive credit and mentor system. However, the first thing I want to focus on is the presentation of the school's combat power ranking. You will use a virtual immersion tool to fight in a holographic simulation, and the ranking will be determined by the number of passes you achieve. Everyone strive to climb the ranking, as the rewards are very generous." As soon as the host finished speaking, a professor went up to the stage, explaining some matters to the novices. Many, like Jingming and Wentao, slept through most of the time and only thought about using the immersion tool. Jingming, however, would need to meet with senior Liu Ming and mentor Yang for daily training. In the following days, the protagonist did as planned, meeting with the senior to learn the movements of the techniques, as well as with the master to study the use of the lightning element. 7 days passed quickly. On the 7th day, Liu Ming approached surprised, asking how Xu Jingming had advanced to the mid-level of Tier 1 so quickly. The protagonist attributed such a feat to luck. In fact, Jingming had deliberately waited a few days so that the point cost would drop below 400. If he hadn't waited, Liu Ming might have suffered a heart attack due to the surprise. Changing the subject, Liu Ming remembered the confrontation Jingming would have at noon, hoping that Jingming would finish the combat in 3 minutes. He said, "I will go with you, junior brother. I'm eager to see exactly your strength, as you are at the peak of your condition." In the hall, a ring had been prepared. Around the ring, some people who remembered the novice tournament that would happen in a month commented that this was a good opportunity to check the strength of the best candidates. One of the people, who had noticed that Xu Jingming came from a remote region, bet on Lei Zhou, but another reminded him of how Xu Jingming had broken the record for punch power. Even so, he received mockery upon being reminded that fists were nothing against superpowers. While everyone was discussing, Xu Jingming appeared wearing his battlesuit and carrying his new spear. Accompanying him, Liu Ming clicked his tongue, wondering how many junior sisters would be attracted by Xu Jingming after he showed his power. Upon seeing Xu Jingming, Lei Zhou felt that his rank had increased, but remained confident as he had made preparations. Trying to take advantage, Lei Zhou made a proposal. "Just fighting is boring. How about we bet our credits?" Upon discovering that he had fewer credits than Xu Jingming, Lei Zhou stated that he would pay the rest with real money and recommended that the transfer be made to the arena's master professor to ensure the bet. He was referring to Zhou Yun, the 6th-tier healing-type professor. The protagonist made the transfer without much thought. He also understood that the school worried about the disputes, as they were dangerous, which is why they sent someone to ensure safety. Around the ring, People were excited to see the bet. Jo-yun nodded, stating that she had received the credits from both, and told them to prepare. If one side admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other must not continue to attack, or there will be severe punishments. Understood? The protagonist simply nodded upon hearing the rules. He carried the spear and faced Lei-jo, who maliciously drew a sword. Immediately after combat was authorized, Lei-jo shouted, "Shu Jingming, I will take the honor you made me lose." From Lei-jo's sword, flames surged like a forest fire. The terrifying power of the flames pressured even those who were outside the arena. Even distant, they felt they could melt. Using the furious flame slashes ability, Lei-jo charged against Shu Jingming without even investigating the opponent. The protagonist stood still as Lei-jo approached, as if he didn't even care about the attack. At the last instant, the protagonist raised his spear, blocking the slash delivered by Lei-jo with the shaft of his new battle weapon. The people around were shocked. Shu Jingming hadn't even used a combat technique, and yet he had blocked the attack. Lei-jo gritted his teeth, trembling, wondering how that was possible. With a lethal look like lightning, the protagonist responded with profound mockery. Nothing is impossible against someone so weak. With a simple movement of the spear, the protagonist deflected the angle of the attack, hitting Lei-chu heavily with a blow charged with lightning, which made him be thrown away like a kite falling on a stormy day. Lei-jo coughed heavily as he was hit by the spear and was thrown against the ropes. He fell to the ground, powerless to get up. The people in the vicinity were shocked. Most novices would not be able to handle Lei-jo's flames, but Shu Jingming destroyed him with simple movements. Liu Ming sighed, bored, as the junior didn't even use a tenth of his strength. The instructor was about to announce the winner when Lei-jo interrupted her. He wiped his mouth, stating that he hadn't admitted defeat. Lei-jo took a red pill, shocking Jo-yun. Blood Fury pill? Are you going to throw away your life for a common match? Upon seeing Lei-jo take such a pill, the audience was in shock. The pill, which momentarily increased strength, had a heavy side effect. It would be terrible for him to use it when the novice tournament would happen in just a month. However, Lei-jo didn't care. He was going to risk everything. At that moment, when Tao shouted, "Hey! Is it allowed to use pills in a match? How is that different from cheating?" Several people supported him in his shout against the arena instructor. She replied to everyone, stating that, as it was an unofficial duel, everything would be available to be used. As soon as Lei-jo consumed the pill, fire fiercely overflowed from his body. Even the professor was surprised, as the pill had made Lei-jo advance to the low rank of the second tier. She believed that Shu Jingming would have problems, but saw his fighting spirit become even more vigorous. The protagonist held the spear with both hands and, after a step forward, advanced with everything. At a surprising speed, he approached Lei-jo, raising the spear. Lei-shu hastily lifted his sword, blocking the attack, but the force behind Jingming's blow unbalanced him, making him fall. He gritted his teeth, irritated, because even reaching the second tier, he couldn't compete with Shu Jingming in strength. Knowing that facing Jingming head-on was useless, Lei-jo retreated, attacking from a distance with fireballs. The protagonist just swung the spear, however breaking the attacks. Lei-jo, indignant, couldn't believe that Shu Jingming had such impeccable electrical power. However, he was confident that Shu Jingming wouldn't be able to approach, which would give him time to use medicine and heal himself. Lei-jo continued to throw fireballs at the protagonist, who extended his hand, creating an electrical spear. The protagonist launched the attack against Lei-jo, making him be hit with a glancing blow. Lei-jo held his injured arm, incredulous upon discovering that Shu Jingming possessed long-range attack methods. While still trying to understand what was happening, Lei-jo looked up and saw a cloud of lightning form. Extending his hand, the protagonist used the ability Lightning Prison. Forming a cage, the lightning fell around Lei-jo. In response to the crowd control magic, Lei-jo used all his firepower. The flames created a barrier around him, which gave him confidence. Let's see who will be able to last longer. With a dark look, Jingming walked while responding. The flame wall's defense seems decent, but let's see how many attacks it will take to pierce it. The protagonist charged against Lei-jo. Midway, he conjured several lightning arrows. The innumerable amount of electrical attacks advanced violently. Faced with those attacks, Lei-jo was certain that if he were pierced, it would be the end of him. He quickly raised his arms. "I admit defeat! Stop!" Shu Jingming's spear was already in front of Lei-jo, but didn't stop in time. The protagonist pierced his enemy, making him roar in pain. Lei-jo fell to his knees on the ground, while the arena instructor declared Shu Jingming the winner. In the audience, everyone was shocked by the speed of Shu Jingming's technique conjuration, his dominance, and his understanding of martial arts that novices shouldn't have. Talking amongst themselves, some people tried to analyze the techniques Shu Jingming had demonstrated. There were 4 of them, and they supposed they should be at least rank B Liu Ming's side upon hearing that they were underestimating his junior. Those were rank A techniques. Having dared to choose only the Thunder Flash technique, Liu Ming remembered how it took him 4 months to learn it. admitting defeat. Lei Zhou thanked Xu Jingming for deflecting the last attack and sparing him, and swore that he would pay his aunt's flower shop on time. The arena professor joined the conversation, informing Xu Jingming that the credits and the value of the bet had already been deposited into his account. Liu Wentao ran to the arena, congratulating Jingming for now being a rich guy and inviting him for a tour of the city center. Xu Jingming stated, in response, that he would need to train with his senior brother, but Liu Ming released him to have a rest. Smiling at Liu Ming, the protagonist thanked him. Following Xu Jingming's gaze, Liu Wentao was shocked to see Liu Ming, the vice president of the Ashes Association and possessor of the rank A ability, True Jade Axis Thunder. Appreciating Liu Ming's appearance, Liu Wentao soon followed the protagonist, arranging the meeting. Brother Ming, just follow me. I will organize the schedule. The protagonist was confused by the point mentioned by Wentao. Liu Wentao was about to organize the event that could not be forgotten upon entering the university, the group outing. Various dishes from bread, pizzas, and roasted chicken were spread across a table, carrying a plate with a snack. Wentao praised Jingming's popularity. I posted an invitation for the outing on the forum, and guess how many people replied? Wentao confirmed over 100 people wanted to go to the outing, which made it incredibly difficult to try and choose partners for everyone. Wentao's comment made Jingming curious to know who his roommate had chosen. At that moment, Wentao noticed the guests were arriving. A girl wearing glasses and a refreshing yellow dress was the first to enter. She waved at the duo, introducing herself as Qi Dongxia. Behind her was her roommate. With dark gray hair and a midriff-bearing shirt, Song Chuyun introduced herself. Wentao introduced the two to Jingming. Qi Dongxia was a rank A beast-type enchanter, while Song Chuyun was a natural-type light element user, both rank A. The protagonist introduced himself to the two with a smile. Immediately, Song Chuyun became excited. Are you interested in a duel? You can choose the time and place. Shyly, Qi Dongxia reminded her friend that they were on an outing, asking her not to be a battle maniac. Kyuyun, in response, revealed the truth. I only came because I thought I might get to duel him. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist stated that there must have been a misunderstanding and asked them to sit down. After eating, the group walked to the shopping street in the magical city center. Kyuyun became the most excited in the group upon seeing how vivid the place was. Dongxia focused a lot on seeing beautiful clothes, while her friend was interested in finding swords. Looking at the blades that were being sold, the protagonist realized how much more complete the place was than Jiangcheng. The group had fun eating skewers, besides visiting clothing stores. Jingming also accompanied the duo of girls to choose some jewelry. Holding their bags, the protagonist was surprised by how much they spent, millions in a single night. Qiuyun dressed in simple clothes, but unexpectedly was a compulsive shopper. Wentao added something Jingming didn't know. Qiuyun had an incredible background. Before he could explain, however, Qi Dongxia called them, asking them to carry one last bag. After the outing, Wentao and Xu Jingming accompanied the girls to the villa where they lived. They thanked them for the company before the guys said goodbye to leave. Before they left, however, Qiuyun declared, Xu Jingming, what I said earlier is what I really want.
I hope one day in the future we can duel.
The protagonist heard the comment and nodded. No problem. I will be waiting. His response left Qiuyun extremely satisfied. She was observed by Dongxia, who teased her. Qiuyun, since enrollment, I've never seen you treat a guy so gently, but you were great with Xu Jingming. Inviting you to the mixer was definitely the right decision. Qiuyun's morning light ability provided her with sharp perception. She could sense when guys looked at her with impure thoughts. Xu Jingming is different. He only had appreciation in his eyes, no lust. He is certainly special. Qi Dongxia smiled, creating a fanfic in her own head upon imagining that her friend's heart had already been snared. While returning to their own villa, the guys started talking. Xu Jingming brought up the topic of Song Qiuyun. She is a freshman and is already at the high rank of the first tier. It seems I still have to work very hard. 15 days later, after a lot of training, the protagonist saw the opportunity to advance his realm. He immediately ordered the Deep Blue system to add the points for him. Immediately, the lightning in the protagonist's body trembled, his stats increased, and finally, the indestructible thunder body technique reached the second stage. The protagonist sighed after the advancement. The second stage had focused on his bones and muscles. According to the book of the technique he trained, advancing to the third stage would unlock a special state, the intense thunder mode, where he could temporarily have his power and speed increased. The protagonist was eager to reach such a point. But now it was time to ask the professor for permission to go out to the hunting zones and thus obtain a few more skill points. The next day, upon discovering that Xu Jingming had advanced again, Mentor Yang was shocked. The protagonist revealed about the advancement, as well as the fact that he had reached stage 2 of the immortal body. The mentor watched the young man talk about his advancements as if they were nothing. Liu Ming approached, reminding the mentor what he had said before, that the junior was a monster, since, besides advancements, real training was important. Master Yang asked Xu Jingming to duel senior Liu Ming, warning that he would suppress his own power to the second tier. Liu Ming asked Xu Jingming to give his best. The countdown began as the two prepared. As soon as the signal was given, both released their lightning, charging at each other. The tips of the spears clashed, creating a whirlwind. Liu Ming frowned upon seeing that the junior was on par with him. The protagonist struggled, because since obtaining the system, that was the first battle where he felt suffocated. Changing strategy, the protagonist conjured the lightning prison. The cloud soon appeared above Liu Ming, releasing lightning in the shape of a cage. At the same time, Xu Jingming advanced using a combination of electrical spears. Knowing that this was the combo Jingming had used to defeat Lei Zhou, Liu Ming showed that he was underestimated. In response to the attack, he shouted, releasing jade-colored lightning energy, "True Jade Axis Thunder." 20 minutes of intense fighting passed. After all that time, the protagonist heavily gasped, admitting defeat. Liu Ming praised him for not losing in skill, but only for running out of energy. Master Yang was extremely disappointed when the fight ended, as he was enjoying watching it. Your performance was exceptional, Jingming. I thought Liu Ming would win easily. Emphasizing the master's comment, Liu Ming asked Xu Jingming if he knew what strength level he had reached. Curious, Xu Jingming heard the answer, invincible second tier. Facing the combat, Master Yang asked them to take a rest. He requested the butler to bring some Qingling spirit fruits, excellent for dispersing fatigue after training. The protagonist approached Master Yang, stating he wanted to ask for permission for something. Xu Jingming explained he was planning to leave the school to go to the savage hunting zone. Frowning, the professor asked how long he would be away. The protagonist revealed he wanted to return before the novice competition. Knowing this would take several weeks, the mentor thought about the matter. The savage zone was not like an exam room with army protection. Fierce beasts ran rampant without a predictable distribution. A wrong move and it would be easy to find high-level creatures. Not to mention staying there for a month, the dangers were obvious. Still, Master Yang gave Xu Jingming permission, reminding him to run away if he encountered great danger. The protagonist thanked him for both the permission and the advice. Investigating the matter, Master Yang asked which zone he would go to. The protagonist revealed he wanted to go to the outskirts of Yuanshui City. The master agreed with the choice, since it was close to the City of Magic, and the monsters in the area were not as dangerous. Before Xu Jingming left, Master Yang used his spatial ring. He handed a new weapon to Xu Jingming to help him. Carrying the spear wrapped in cloth, the protagonist prepared a backpack upon returning to the villa. With an Eva accompanying him, he asked her to show him the school's mission system. Based on Senior Liu's tips, Jingming would choose some missions to earn credits. In the mission lists, there were several options: collecting beast materials, picking rare flowers and herbs, capturing fugitives, and engaging in large-scale battles. Since all missions inevitably involved combat, they were throwing the students into the fire. This was the training model of the City of Magic's superpower university. Faced with so many missions, Jingming decided to choose one rank A mission and 3 other rank B missions. Finishing his preparation, he left the villa. The protagonist soon arrived at the Yuanshui City supply base in the mountains. In that city, several people were looking to form groups everywhere. Upon arriving at the place, the protagonist already knew where to go. In a large building, he found a wide space where people were resting or talking. A woman in a red dress approached him. "Welcome, how can I help you?" The protagonist showed his university card, stating he wanted to register as an adventurer. It was necessary to do this to enter the Savage Zone. Taking the card, the woman commented that it was rare to see students, warning that it would take some time to produce the adventurer card. She asked him to rest in the meantime. The protagonist went to a rest area and, unexpectedly, saw several men run to check someone's arrival. An elegant woman, with white hair and dark glasses, practically paraded. Beside her was a security guard, and behind, a cameraman. Such a woman was Jiang Chuxuan, a Sugandanist from the City of Magic University. The men observed her, commenting that she should be going to the Savage Zone to collect material. She produced videos that many watched, totaling millions of followers. The protagonist was surprised to discover that there was someone from the university there. Jiang Chuxuan, in his eyes, seemed to be on par with Song Chu-yun. At that moment, the receptionist approached, handing Xu Jingming the adventurer card and a satellite watch with a map of the Savage Zone. While the protagonist was talking to the receptionist, a man was observing him. He approached Xu Jingming with a calm smile. "Little brother, is this your first time in the Savage Zones? You shouldn't go without pills. Want to buy some?" Curious, Xu Jingming asked the price. The man opened his coat, which had several inner pockets, and revealed, Grade 1 healing pills are 20,000 each. Antitoxin pills cost 15,000. Grade 2 ones cost double. The protagonist pretended to be fooled, commenting that the price didn't seem expensive. However, he knew that was suspicious. The man was probably a scammer looking to hook novices. The moment the seller asked how many pills he wanted, the protagonist responded with a question. "You fooled a lot of novices with that trick, haven't you?" Irritated, the man approached. "Since you found out, are you by any chance trying to force me to leave?" The protagonist just smiled, letting him imagine what he wanted. The man smiled maliciously upon seeing the young man try to coerce him. However, before he could do anything, a woman appeared. "Zhao Chunlin, you are trying to fool novices again." Upon seeing Wang Qian, Zhao Chunlin fled. However, before leaving, he smiled maliciously, whispering to Xu Jingming, "It's better if you don't leave the base during these days, or you will regret it." Upon seeing Zhao Chunlin threaten someone, several people in the vicinity treated Xu Jingming as someone who had gotten into trouble. Wang Qian approached the protagonist, explaining that Zhao Chunlin never forgave slip-ups, which is why she recommended that he not leave the place. Thanking her for the advice, the protagonist asked why no one stopped this Zhao Chunlin guy. Revealing that he had connections with the black market, no one dared to do such a thing. She reminded him once more to only make purchases through official channels and not to leave the base for some time. The protagonist thanked Wang Qian, commenting internally that she was a kind-hearted person. Leaving the subject aside, he pointed out that he needed to make purchases for what he would face during the next month, from healing pills, antitoxin, and other things. The protagonist went to the counter, where with Eva's help, the items he could buy were shown. After filling his bag with items, he was ready. The protagonist left the base in silence, but as soon as he stepped out, he encountered Zhao Chunlin. He was warming up, preparing to attack. "You really don't believe in warnings!" "I told you not to leave the base, and yet you dared. Do you think you can ignore me, Zhao Chunlin?" Confidently, Xu Jingming questioned what he wanted to do. Remembering how he had been embarrassed, Zhao Chunlin intended to make the young man spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Wang Qian hurriedly ran out of the base, wanting to help Jingming, but a woman held her back. "Don't rush. Let him learn a lesson for ignoring warnings." In an instant, Zhao Chunlin's arms changed appearance, transforming into steel. Confident, he declared, "If I, Zhao Chunlin, can't teach a novice a lesson, how will I manage to remain here?" Using the rank C metallization ability, he said that no one would pass his defense. "Unless you pay 1,000,000 as compensation, I won't let you go." The protagonist warned just once, "Shut up." Zhao Chunlin realized something was wrong. However, when he understood, he had already been struck by Xu Jingming's lightning. Red painted the square, ground as Zhao Chunlin bounced across the floor. He only stopped when he hit a wall heavily. Wang Qian was shocked by what she saw. The protagonist then just ignored what had happened and left Zhao Chunlin's body behind. Everyone who saw the scene was stunned. They hadn't even understood what had occurred. Speechless, Wang Qian wondered how the young man had done that. The woman who stopped her commented, "It was a quick kick." Zhao Chunlin's lower body was completely crushed. "Even if he survives, he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair." Thinking for a moment, the woman added, "That's why he's at Modu University. He's strong and ruthless." Wang Qian asked how her base companion knew about this, and the woman replied that she had figured it out from the cape the young man was wearing, a product developed and exclusive to the university. As another companion approached, Wang Qian asked if they should invite the young man to the squad, but her friend scolded her. "Little Qian, when we formed our squad, didn't we agree that we would only accept women?" Several other girls approached Wang Qian, making her blush as they asked if she had fallen in love. At the same time, Xu Jingming reached the exit of the base city. He swiped a card through a turnstile and obtained permission to enter the Yuanshui savage lands. The local forest had a somber air, and Jingming soon heard roars in the distance. The roar, which seemed to be from a level 4 beast, was not his goal, however. Walking through the forest, the protagonist recalled how the region was divided into two areas, the forest and the destroyed city. The beasts in the ruined city were a little weaker, so he decided to go there. Opening a holographic map with his watch, he saw several red dots in the city. Most of the beasts there were at rank 2, while there were few above or below that level. Targeting the place, he advanced quickly through the trees. As soon as the protagonist arrived at the ruined city, he found the first challenge. A completely furry quadruped monster growled upon encountering him. That was a rank 2 shadow cat. Faced with the beast, the protagonist felt his emotions being affected by the Tyrannosaurus blood running through his veins, clamoring for the hunt. This time, Xu Jingming set aside the need to restrain himself and let his lightning flow all over his body. In front of him, the shadow cat's fur stood completely on end, like a kitten. A month later, a group of adventurers arrived at the city. A member of the group had a question. "Captain, what's going on with Ping'an City lately?" Having walked for several minutes, they hadn't found a single beast. However, the bald captain had no answer. A group member recalled that the ruined city should have over 500 beasts. They shouldn't have migrated. While they were discussing, a large tiger emerged from a corner, surprising them. They became excited upon seeing the beast and prepared for battle. However, before they could act, a spear-shaped lightning bolt crossed the entire street. The attack hit the tiger, decimating it with a large explosion of energy. That blow raised dust and released lightning over a vast expanse. Faced with the smoke, a group member shouted, "What is that? A laser weapon by any chance?" The group leader, however, realized that it was some combat ability, knowing that the area had probably already been taken by someone else. The leader called his companions to go somewhere else, while fleeing in fear of the lightning. The leader scolded them, "Stop talking and run! If we are too slow and irritate this person, it will be a big problem." The protagonist was on top of a building and had just obtained 19 ability points by defeating that tiger. With the advancement of the Thunder Spear, the attack range had exceeded 1,000 meters. facilitating the hunt. Looking at his statistics, Xu Jingming pointed out that in a month, over 8,000 points had been conquered. Besides reaching the superior phase of the second rank, the indestructible Thunderbody had also evolved to the third stage, and his rank A abilities had reached intermediate proficiency. Having cleared the entire area, he prepared to pack everything he had collected to then return to the base the next day, in order to obtain more supplies and go further into the Savage Lands. Upon returning to the Yuan Shui supply base, Jingming carried a huge bag, twice his size, which startled many. Luckily, he had bought a reinforced backpack. He carried over 400 kilograms of materials in it. Upon entering the base, the protagonist asked a receptionist what materials he could sell. She recommended him to first place the items on a nearby counter. As soon as he opened the bag, dozens of items could be seen. Xu Jingming asked her to check which ones he could sell. Upon checking the items and finding tiger tendon, rhinoceros horn, and many other materials, she was speechless. She asked him to wait a bit, as there was so much material that it would be necessary to call for help. Sometime later, the responsible purchasing manager, Zhao Yi, arrived to greet Xu Jingming, accompanied by two subordinates. The protagonist introduced himself, shaking hands with Zhao Yi, who was impressed with his hunting capacity. Stating that he would organize the items, Zhao Yi asked if he would like to sit while waiting. Several EVAs were controlled by the receptionists, cataloging the items Jingming wanted to sell. Zhao Yi handed a platinum membership card to Xu Jingming, something that also granted him a 5% discount. Sometime later, the receptionist who had assisted Xu Jingming approached. "Sir, the materials have been counted. 89 pieces of superior tier, 107 of medium tier, and 221 of second-rank beasts." The sales manager was shocked. As the value would be just under 24 million, Zhao Yi offered 25 for everything. The protagonist thanked him and confirmed the sale, receiving 25 million, which added to what he already possessed, totaling just over 29 million. After the sale, the protagonist said goodbye to Zhao Yi after taking his business card. Zhao Yi intended to become friends with the young man, as he knew he had a great future. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's phone rang. With a somber look, he answered, "Zhao Chunlin, why are you calling me?" On the other side, Zhao Chunlin shouted, "Manager! I saw the person who hurt me return to the base. You need to avenge me." Remembering the first-rank person Chunlin had mentioned, Zhao Yi questioned what he wanted to do. Zhao Chunlin, who had practically his entire body cast, screamed, "Let the Tiger Shark squad deal with him. I want him to suffer terribly." Hearing the request, Zhao Yi replied, "All right, the squad will be lent to you, but from now on, we have no more connection." Thanking him, Zhao Chunlin firmly stated that after what he did, he would leave Yuan Shui City forever. Hanging up the call, Zhao Yi felt a vague discomfort. The Tiger Shark squad was composed of elite second-rank users. Dealing with a first-rank person shouldn't be a problem. Upon leaving the base, the protagonist sneezed. He wiped his nose, wondering if someone was talking about him. Back in his office, Zhao Yi called someone. "Manager Wang, I just found someone promising named Xu Jingming. The spoils he brought alone exceed dozens of teams combined." Hearing about the novice's name, Wang Lun, the base's chief manager, picked up the computer to check the information. Wang Lun was surprised to discover something and shouted into the phone, "Manager Zhao! This Xu Jingming you mentioned is very important to me. If he comes again, notify me immediately." Zhao Yi nodded, although surprised. He hadn't imagined that Xu Jingming could excite old Wang so much. It seemed the young man had incredible support. Checking Xu Jingming's information, Wang Lun was even more impressed, as he didn't expect another disciple of Yang Zhentian to come to his base. A second-ranked talent, even stronger than Lu Ming, made him a prodigy. While the protagonist walked through the streets, he checked the price of spatial rings. They cost 10 million, but their capacities were no greater than a common suitcase. Still, as they were convenient, Xu Jingming intended to look for one to at least store his spear. Suddenly, the protagonist received a call. Wen Tao contacted him after a long time and asked when he would return to school. Revealing that he would return in a month, Jingming asked if anything had happened. While the protagonist talked on the phone, a group observed him from a corner. Among them, Zhao Chunlin in a wheelchair. Zhao Chunlin, extremely irritated, ordered, "The target is him. Bring me his hands and feet." In the middle of the conversation with Wen Tao, the protagonist noticed something. Wen Tao perceived the change in Jingming's voice, but the protagonist told him to keep talking. Meanwhile, the group prepared. With the target entering an alley, a woman named He Ji began to analyze his strength. While another member of the group thought they were worrying too much, He Ji showed extreme surprise in her voice. She gritted her teeth while using the detection device with her gaze. Quickly, she activated her psychic perception ability to share what she saw with everyone. The group was shocked, as the aura the young man exuded was at least 10 times stronger than theirs. Someone like that could easily annihilate them. Irritated, the group's leader, a man with a scar on his eye, cursed. "Zhao Chunlin is trying to throw us into a monster's den. The information was wrong. Abort the mission." "We'll settle this with Zhao Chunlin." The protagonist, as soon as he arrived at the location where the group was, saw everyone quickly dispersing. However, knowing who was the only person who held a grudge against him, Xu Jingming was certain that he should teach him a lesson the next time they met. In another alley, Chunlin received a punch without knowing why. He fell to the ground, yelling, "What happened? Why are you attacking me?" The group leader glared at him with an irritated look. Do you still have the nerve to ask? Your damned information was wrong and almost destroyed us. The target is not at the high level of the first rank. He is at the high level of the second rank. Zhao Chunlin didn't understand what the Tiger Shark group leader was talking about, as he had seen Jingming personally a month ago. The group leader, however, stated that the mission ended there and that they would inform Manager Zhao personally about the matter. Upon seeing the Tiger Shark team return so early, Zhao Yi asked if the mission had ended. However, the leader revealed that they had canceled the mission. He recounted everything appropriately. The information given by Zhao Chunlin was incorrect. The target was not at the peak of the first rank, but at the peak of the second. Worse yet, according to observations, his combat power is at least at the third rank. Therefore, the mission was aborted. Upon hearing about the opponent's strength, Zhao Yi became extremely irritated. Who does Zhao Chunlin think he is? To drag us into this? Suddenly, Zhao Yi thought of something. Wait, what's the target's name? The team leader stated that Zhao Chunlin hadn't said a name, but the target's characteristics were obvious. He was 190 centimeters tall, muscular, and carried a long spear. Zhao Yi was shocked upon hearing his subordinate, as he knew exactly who matched those characteristics. Furious, Wang Lun banged on the table upon hearing about the matter. How dare you send people to ambush Xu Jingming? Zhao Yi tried hurriedly to calm Manager Wang, remembering that the young man was only at the second rank. Wang Lun ridiculed Zhao Yi for not recognizing greatness when he saw it. He used an EVA to show Xu Jingming's records. Zhao Yi began to read them carefully. Best academic in Jiangnan Province. Freshman at Modu Superpower University. 18 years old, superior second level. Unprecedented. At most, one would expect inferior second level. He was shocked upon reaching the main point. The head of the Weapons Institute, Yang Zhentian, is his personal mentor. Zhao Yi knew what trouble they had gotten into. Wang Lun gritted his teeth. Now do you understand? A master-level figure. Even if they crush our base, the state won't say anything. Zhao Yi hurriedly bowed, apologizing for making things complicated for the base. Immediately, he called the security guards to carry Zhao Chunlin to the room. Zhao Chunlin, with a swollen face, pleaded, I admit my mistake. Please spare me. Zhao Yi grabbed Chunlin's head. You can only blame yourself for your mistake. With a simple handshake, Zhao Yi caused a mess throughout the office. Soon after, Zhao Yi showed how he had solved the problem, but Manager Wang was not satisfied. Zhao Yi stammered, until the manager stated, all these years of gray business at the base, I could forget, but this mistake of yours is too big. Manager Wang ordered the security guards to also take Zhao Yi. Everyone involved must be severely punished. Not just you, also the Tiger Shark squad. We cannot leave any chance for rumor or for anyone to be offended. Sometime later, followed by several trusted subordinates, Manager Wang Lun appeared at the supply base. Everyone recognized him upon seeing him and remembered how he was above everyone, including Manager Zhao. Wang Qian's friend turned to her upon seeing a young man from Modu University they had met a month ago. The protagonist, who had just arrived at the base, was confused upon seeing Manager Wang's group. Wang Lun directly greeted him. Student Xu, you finally returned. I am the chief manager of the base, Wang Lun. Upon seeing the manager greet Xu Jingming, Wang Qian was shocked. Her friend believed that the young man's identity was not that of a simple student. Manager Wang bowed slightly. For having offended you, Zhao Chunlin was justly punished by our base. The related accomplices were also arrested. They will spend the rest of their lives in prison. To apologize, our base has prepared reparations for you. The protagonist tried to imagine what such a ruthless boss would give him. Manager Wang motioned to a woman, who approached with a tray. On the tray was an item presented by Wang Lun. This is our highest level black gold membership card. From now on, your lodging here will be free. Any purchase you make will also have a 20% discount. A second woman approached with a box. The item was presented by Wang Lun. This is a 1 cubic meter spatial ring, also a gift. The protagonist was surprised to receive the ring, as it was exactly the item he was looking for. Xu Jingmin could see the sincerity of Pavilion Wang when dealing with the ring that cost at least 50 million Daxia coins. He did not dare refuse the gift. Wang Chuan, upon seeing him accept, commented, It is not surprising that you are a student of Professor Yang. You truly know what generosity is. Xu Jingmin was surprised to hear his teacher mentioned. Wang Chuan went straight to the point, saying, And your senior brother Liu Ming has trained in our base before. The two ended up continuing the conversation, talking about the academy and the base, until a long time passed. In the end, Xu Jingmin was presented with access to the best room, with the black gold rank card. It was much more luxurious than the villa where he lived in the academy. After training for a month, he would be able to rest properly. Wang Chuan, while they were talking, asked Xu Jingmin to hire him if something happened. That was the power of having someone to support you. Putting the spatial ring on his finger, Xu Jingmin used part of his spiritual power to mark it as his. Xu Jingmin's power had already reached 972 Hz, much higher than other second-rank users, who were at most in the range of 600 or 700. Once he finished engraving the ring, he tried to use it. It seems I can drag things into the ring just by thought. As long as my body touches the item, it can be stored. although I cannot store living beings. This thing was really convenient. After testing the power of the ring, Xu Jingmin sat on the sofa. He called the teacher to inform that he had gone to the wild zone, and especially to report something from the other side. Master Yang grunted irritably. How dare they send people to ambush you? Compensating you with a spatial ring is the least. If something had happened to you, I would have destroyed that base completely. Changing the subject, Master Yang asked why the second-rank elite squad had given up on pursuing him. He revealed that he thought they had given up because they noticed that he was also at the higher stage of the second rank. Upon hearing the level the disciple was at, Master Yang was shocked. So fast! You have only been training in the wild zone for a month. Upon hearing from the young man that he had ranked up just a few days ago, Master Yang laughed, boasting about it. You are my student, a student of Yang Zhenqian. Your cultivation progress is even faster than mine. Xu Ming warned that he would return before classes started. He planned to go to the advanced areas for one last battle. I have high proficiency in thunder advancement. Beasts of the 4th rank won't even be able to catch me. If I do encounter a 5th rank beast, I can still use the blood rage pill to survive. So I want to try my luck to gain new experiences. Master Yang praised Jingming's decision, but reminded him to be careful. As soon as they finished the call, one of Professor Yang's disciples approached him, commenting on how long it had been since he had seen him so happy. Master Yang revealed Xu Ming's achievements, stating, "They say life-threatening crises are the catalyst for us to become stronger. This applies to Jingming. It's almost a life cheat." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming entered the range of the mountain forest and could already hear the roars of countless beasts. Looking at the treetops, he saw how beasts soared even there. Compared to the ruined city, the resources for beasts in the forest were much more abundant. While walking through the forest, Xu Jingming ended up stepping on a twig. This alerted the beasts, and a gust of wind suddenly emerged. Using his lightning power, the protagonist managed to accelerate his body, dodging the danger. However, the airstrike passed by him, hitting the trees and slicing through them as if they were just paper. A wolf with sharp fangs and an aquamarine fur emerged. Its teeth grinding matched its name. Terror Gale Wolf. This was a beast of the 3rd rank that typically possessed abilities similar to those of skill users. As a wind-type beast, Xu Ming judged it to be in the mid-phase of the 3rd rank. It was at that moment that Xu Ming heard a voice emerging from among the trees. "Look, it's a Terror Gale Wolf!" The group to which Dian Chuchuan belonged approached. In front of them, 2 men were discussing the wolf and how it would be the perfect prey for Dian Chuchuan. The protagonist observed that, except for Dian Chuchuan, all the others were already in the 3rd rank and seemed eager to steal her monster. It was a rule in the wild zones that, whether beasts or resources, they belonged to whoever found them first. Dian Chuchuan asked the man next to her, "Captain Wang, I already said last time that I don't like to steal other people's prey as material for filming." The man named Captain Wang reassured Dian Chuchuan, downplaying the situation. "Miss Zheng, don't put it that way. This isn't stealing, but helping others." Under pressure, a 2nd-rank adventurer encountered a 3rd-rank beast at a critical moment. A goddess appeared to save him. This kind of context gives us plenty of views. Dian Chuchuan still refused. "I don't want that kind of fake recording. Besides, that man doesn't seem to need help." Upon hearing her, Captain Wang gritted his teeth, cursing her internally. A squire who was with them entered the discussion, ending it. "Miss Diane is the one paying for this. She decides how to proceed with fewer people." Captain Wang agreed to look for another beast. Jude, within me, observed Dian Chuchuan's personality and internally praised her. However, he noticed in the look of her team captain a Machiavellian gaze. It seemed like Dian Chuchuan was under control. Regarding her team, it wasn't that big, despite thinking so. Xu Ming left the matter aside. He didn't need to get involved. In the next moment, Xu Ming had to dodge the Gale Wolf. As soon as the wolf realized that the 3rd-rank users had retreated, he attacked. Xu Ming seemed weaker to prove that he could not be underestimated. Xu Ming drew his spear and, at its tip, created a buildup of energy, attacking the wolf from behind and burying it in the ground all at once. With a single attack, Xu Ming defeated the terror wolf and gained 34 skill points, not a bad amount. With 10 days left until he had to return to the academy, anxiety took hold of him to continue hunting. 7 days later, in an area of large trees, the red-eyed gorillas were moving in a pack. When a strong, purple light appeared, it was a spear attack that flew toward the monsters. With the falling of the attack, an explosion occurred, subsequently engulfing the monsters within its reach. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters were taken down by the single attack. Despite falling, the gorillas, however, survived. This showed their strength and, more importantly, that of the giant 3rd-rank monkey leader. Shu Jingming didn't care about the small prey. His focus was entirely on the big monkey, wielding his spear while attacking, defending, and countering with sharp strikes. It didn't take long for even the monkey leader to be eliminated, filling the field with bodies. Looking at his statistics, Judy and Mim discovered that he had already accumulated over 3,000 skill points. Now, this should be enough, so when he returned to the academy, he could learn Rank S combat skills. Suddenly, Shu Jingming's watch emitted a warning sound as a holographic map opened. With the help of the watch, he checked where the call for help was coming from. Leaping from branch to branch, the famous John Chuchuan was advancing through the forest. Pursuing him was a huge stone lizard. With large dark horns, John Chuchuan's entire team had been injured while encountering a 4th-rank beast. Now, even encountering the 3rd-rank burrowing dragon had become a problem that she could only avoid by fleeing. All beasts named dragons were merciless and extremely troublesome, being only at the mid-level of the 2nd rank, even with blood rage pills. In front of Chuchuan, she couldn't envision herself facing such a beast while fleeing. Faced with this, Chuchuan pleaded that some squad had seen her distress signal and would appear to help before it was too late. As she ran, John Chuchuan realized she had exited the tree area. Now, in an open field, she would surely be caught with no place to hide. She saw the burrowing dragon open its mouth to devour her. However, at the last second, a bolt of lightning struck between the beast and Chuchuan, halting the monster's advance. John Chuchuan was left speechless upon seeing the young man she had hurriedly encountered days before. John Chuchuan shouted, "Run! That's a 3rd-rank burrowing dragon. You won't be able to defeat it." However, the protagonist remained silent and struck his spear on the ground, intimidating the monster with his presence. Not understanding the actions of the unknown man, John Chuchuan was shocked. She didn't want to drag innocent people into her problem. Hastily, John Chuchuan ran, stepping in front of shooting. "You run! I'll hold it off!" As soon as she saw it, John Chuchuan once again noticed the burrowing dragon open its mouth, and with a roar, unleashed a gust of wind against her, nearly knocking her over. At that moment, John Chuchuan felt a terrifying energy surge behind her. Shooting, in me, had raised his spear filled with electricity, and with a lightning strike that passed over Chuchuan, attacked the burrowing dragon. The attack traveled towards the monster's eye, which didn't even have time to dodge before the strike tore it apart, erasing everything it touched. With the monster's explosion, the entire ground of green grass turned red, while sparks of electricity still spread, remnants of the attack. Zhang Chuchuan fell to her knees on the ground. She could not believe what she had seen. The digging dragon had been defeated with a single attack. She looked at the man who had saved her, still in disbelief. His power was terrifying. The sound explosion she had heard seemed beyond imagination, knowing that he was only at the high level of the 3rd rank. She wondered how he was so strong. Shu Jinming, however, only wanted to know about the skill points gained. He had obtained 36 this time, a little more, showing why the beast had dragon in its name. Realizing that Juwon remained on his knees on the ground in front of her, the protagonist asked if she was okay. Smiling awkwardly, she replied, "How can it be? I'm fine, my legs just wobbled a bit. Thank you for saving me." Affirming that anyone would have done the same, Shu Jinming reached out to help Chuchuan up. She took Shu Jinming's hand and as she stood up, corrected him. Not necessarily. Introducing herself, she stated that she could not repay what he had done, saving her life. "Still, if you need anything, let me know." Shu Jinming immediately thought about how to make her repay. "I know it may be a bit much, but if you could give me a signed photo, that would be great." Knowing how Liu Wental was a fan of Diang, Chuchuan, the protagonist, thought of gifting the friend. Jean Chuchuan was surprised and ended up revealing, "I don't have a photo with me right now. How about we do this when we return to base?" It was while they were talking that Jean Chuchuan noticed the spear of the storm of dark clouds on Shu Jinming's back. "Are you from the Supernatural University of the Magical City?" Surprised to see that she recognized the spear, Shu Jinming revealed that he had received it as a gift from the professor. In front of Xuan, he knew that spear. It was very heavy for first years to use, and all the second years were using equipment of grade C or higher. Therefore, the spear was very famous, believing that Shu Jingming was a senior for carrying such a spear. Zhang Chuchuan introduced herself once again. "I am in the Elemental School, Ice Department, a 3rd year. It's a pleasure, sir." Since she had never heard of Shu Jingming, Chuchuan believed he was just someone extremely discreet. She understood why Zhang Chuchuan got confused. However, she did not want to contradict her so as not to shock her. He just nodded back, greeting, "Hello, Junior." Chuchuan let her feelings of disbelief slip out. Impressed, she began to praise, "Sir, your strength is impressive. That digging dragon, although it was at the low level of the 3rd rank, was a beast capable of comparing to common beasts of the high level of the 3rd rank. I didn't expect you to defeat it in one blow." Senior, seeing Shu wanting to leave, Chuchuan asked where he was going. She timidly approached, asking if she could stay with him for a while. I ended up separating from my team. I won't be able to get back alone. The protagonist sighed, agreeing to take her. As soon as we return, you will go on your own. Changing the subject, Jin Chuchuan asked Xu Jingming if he wanted to check the Digging Dragon's cave. The protagonist began to follow the path the monster had chased Chuchuan, and, curious, she continued to ask questions. Sir, what field are you from? The protagonist revealed he was from the weapons area. Chuchuan ended up revealing she knew Din Yang Gentian, quite famous. He is well known as the king of the underworld. He is really strong. As soon as Xu Jingmin revealed that Master Yang was his teacher, John Chuchuan timidly stepped back. I'm sorry, I let it slip. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Chuchuan, the protagonist wondered if her live broadcasts shouldn't show a cold person like ice. This contrasted quite a bit with Rial, who was quite talkative. After some time of walking, the two ended up reaching a cave among the trees. Upon entering the dark place, Xu Jingming took the lead, asking Chuchuan to be careful, using electricity in his spear to try to light up the area. Xu Jingming continued to advance. As soon as they reached a deeper area of the cave, the duo began to smell something extremely pleasant. The protagonist was surprised to see a small lake with various flowers around it. He was able to name several herbs that grew in that place. Kingling grass, rank B, flame flower, rank A, hypnosis herb, rank C, and so many exotic and rare flowers. How did all these grow here? It was then that John Chuchuan felt a peculiar scent and shouted, "A spring condensed with the essence of the earth, a sacred and curative medicine for fourth-class earth spirits. This is a spring of the earth spirit of class S." Surprised, the protagonist asked if she was sure. Zhang. Chuchuan bent down and picked a golden flower, touching it to her face. She revealed, "The spring of the earth spirit nourishes the surrounding plants and makes them evolve into strange and rare flowers, imbued with the fragrance of the spring. There is no doubt, this is the spring of the earth spirit of class S." The protagonist was astonished, as he did not expect Chuchuan to have such deep knowledge about rare materials. Confidently, Chuchuan revealed that she had passed the pharmacy course, level 2. This left Xu Jingming quite surprised, as such a level of specialization was extremely difficult to pass the exams. Hearing this, which was a compliment, Chuchuan stood up, revealing that with the herbs they could prepare at least 5 potions of the rank S healing spring liquid. However, Chuchuan did not want any of them. "Sir, they are all yours." However, Xu Jingming would keep only 4 of them, to give the other one to Chuchuan. "Let's also divide the other rare flowers." Similarly, upon hearing him, Jean Chuchuan thanked excitedly. It was then that a voice was heard coming from the entrance of the cave. "Captain, there is no monster in this cave. What could be so valuable?" Xu Jingming and Yang Chuchuan were surprised. Outside, they could hear the voice of Captain Wang. Not necessarily, judging by the traits, this should be the lair of a third-rank burrowing dragon. The squire following him got excited. If it's the lair of a dragon-type beast, there must be many good things. It was then that the group met Xu Jingming and Jian Chuchuan, who felt relieved. "Hi, team leaders Wang and the others, you scared me." The protagonist, however, knew they would be in trouble if the group discovered about the S-rank Earth Spirit source. Captain Wang smiled upon seeing John Chuchuan. "Miss, we were looking for you. We didn't expect to find you here." The squire behind Captain Wang spotted the kick towards Min, recognizing him as the person they had seen before. At that moment, Zhuon tried to divert the focus from a rare herb and introduced the kick towards Min. "Actually, this is a senior from my school we met by coincidence. By the way, these rare flowers and herbs are of good quality. What is found should be shared. Let's divide them." Captain Wang thanked, but the squire with him averted his gaze. "Captain, something seems off. That spring among the herbs looks like the S-rank sacred healing material, the source of the earth spirit." Upon discovering that there was an S-rank material there, the group's expression became grimly ambitious. Everything about Mim noticed the change in atmosphere. Captain Wang had stepped forward, unleashing a dark energy while smiling maliciously. "Miss Jung, it seems you are not being honest." Fearfully, Diane Chuchuan tried to pull kick towards Min with her as she spoke. "Since they noticed the rare herbs and flowers, they can all stay with you." She was trying to pull Xu Jingming to leave, but she couldn't even move him, revealing to Xu Jingming that Captain Wang and the others were at the peak of rank 3. Chuchuan stated that they could not defeat them. Xu Jingming, however, faced the man named Wang, stating that even if we give all the rare materials, they will not let us go, will they? Captain Wang did not appreciate the arrogance he saw in Xu Jingming, but agreed that he was right. "Miss DeYoung is a great streamer. If she returns, cries, and speaks badly of us, we will never be able to work again. That's why we need to silence them here." John Chuchuan gritted her teeth. She did not want to hinder Xu Jingming, so she took a small red pellet, the blood fury pill, and swallowed it immediately. A strong wind arose around Jean Chuchuan Chuchuan, carrying ice stones. The entire ground was frozen, making it difficult for the enemies to walk. Captain Wang smiled maliciously. "Leave Xuan to me, Zoe Chong. Deal with her lover and keep an eye on the entrance of the cave." Captain Wang used his power, transforming into a tiger man, while his voice became deep. "Miss Diang, I'm sorry, but you will have to leave your life here." With the strengthening of the beast type, the C rank ability, Wang also wielded the tiger teeth saber. The rest of the team smiled as they filmed. Zhang Chuchuan cursed him internally, fearing that it would really be her end, as well as for having dragged the senior into this situation. It was then that, thinking about the senior, Zhang Chuchuan realized that he had disappeared from her side. When Captain Wang noticed, Xu Jinming had already moved, and Zoe Chong was being lifted by his spear, having defeated an enemy with a single blow. Xu Jinming mocked, "It seems that even a third-rank fighter is not much." The squire was surprised at how fast Xu Jinming had been and took a step back. Zhou being at the intermediate level of the third rank, Captain Wang knew he was not someone who would be defeated so easily. Facing the kick towards me, he then declared, "You are the troublesome one. I misjudged you." Immediately, he lunged forward, swinging the tiger tooth axe. The protagonist moved quickly, propelled by his lightning power, observing Wang's attack. The protagonist realized that the enemy was stronger than him, so he could no longer hold back. A viscous purple energy emerged throughout the cave. It gathered around Shooting Ming, who shouted, "Extreme mode! Thunder!" Shooting Ming's muscles grew, bursting his shirt with the energy taking shape. Even transformed into a tiger, Captain Wang was shocked. "What kind of monster is this?" Shooting Ming's eyes had narrowed. On his head, 2 horns twisted backward. Feeling that extreme power, he laughed. "That feeling of power is amazing." Discovering that this was just a special mode, Tiger Wang became furious for being deceived. He charged at Shooting Ming, but the protagonist did the same against him, wielding the spear. He used the combat skill Lightning/Gale in a downward thrust. At the last second, before being struck, Tiger Wang roared, using the Skill Stone Tiger, reinforcing his body. However, when the tip of the spear touched the stone skin, it pierced through, shattering it into 1,000 pieces and throwing Captain Wang backward with a great impact. With the extreme power coursing through his shooting, Ming revealed, "My body is 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Even your stone skin won't stop me." However, at that moment, a hand of fire emerged behind Shooting Ming. Against it, the protagonist raised his hand, unleashing electricity to stop it. His control over the abilities he possessed had reached an extreme level. The mage who launched the attack was shocked. "My flame claw was blocked. This is a rank B skill that I mastered at an advanced level. What kind of monster is this?" Ignoring that, the protagonist chased after Captain Wang, who could no longer maintain his transformation. Captain Wang was crawling on the ground as he pleaded, "Please let me live. You can keep the spirit of the Earth Source. I will even give you 100 million of my savings. It's all yours." However, Xu Jingming showed that it was too late for him to regret. Watching the scene, Jian Chuchuan was shocked. She felt like she was dreaming. She had hired Captain Wang's team for over 6 million. Her captain had said they were invincible among those of the 3rd tier, and yet he perished pathetically. Jin Chuchuan had never heard of a student like this in the academy. He had stronger abilities than her rank A. This made her wonder if he really could have rank S abilities. After taking down Captain Wang, the protagonist turned to the rest of his team. The squire put the shield in front of his body, cursing, "Stay away, dark being!" The protagonist couldn't believe he was now being insulted, compared to trash like you. "I still think I am human." The remaining group, including the cameraman, all took blood pills, swallowing them to fight for their lives. It didn't take long for Xu Jingming to deliver the final spear strike, defeating the rest of the enemy group. Next to him, Jian Chuchuan also fought with ice magic, eliminating the remaining foes. As soon as he exited Extreme Thunder mode, Xu Jingming felt extremely tired. Using such power for more than 10 minutes became as exhausting as fighting beasts for hours. Seeing Xu Jingming stagger, Jian Chuchuan ran towards him, holding onto his arm. "Sir, are you okay?" The protagonist showed he was fine, albeit tired. "Let's get the rare herbs as well as the spring water and rest for a bit." Juom agreed with him, and thus they approached the source of blue waters. Fortunately, she had not been stained by the march of battle. The group crouched beside the spring, using flasks to collect the water. In the end, they managed to fill even half a flask more than they expected. Shooting Ming would keep the 4 original flasks he wanted and give the half flask more to Shushuan, as she had fought bravely. Upon receiving the extra prize, Zhang Chuchuan thanked Shooting Ming immensely. She was about to get up when her legs failed to respond. The side effect of the pill unbalanced her. Zhang Chuchuan was about to fall into the spring. Zhang Chuchuan ended up falling, with his curvy body, onto Shooting Ming, surprising both. Chuchuan felt that her body was weak, and she could not even use her mental power. With her clothes torn from battle, she felt embarrassed for not being able to change into the clothes stored in the space ring. She cried internally, not wanting her lord to misunderstand her actions. Before she could recuperate in front of Xuan, Jing knew. Ming got up and, looking the other way, lifted her up like a princess. The effects of the pill must have been strong. I will take her to a resting area. With a flushed face in front of John, she felt her heart race. It was the first time so close to a man. He helped Dian Chuchuan sit on the grass, in a more secluded area where there were no battle damages, asking her to rest for now. He stated that he would gather the rest of the rare flowers and herbs. Distracting his gaze, the protagonist took a long shirt from his own space ring, handing it to Chuchuan. Seeing him walk away, Chuchuan could not help but think about how kind he had been. Ming first went to the bodies of Captain Wang's group, who also had space rings. He found money, rare herbs, beast materials, and rank C combat skill books. The elite squad had nothing more valuable than that. Still, he took 2 rings of 1 cubic meter and waited to exchange them for one of 2 cubic meters, enough to store the spear while traveling, watching Xu Jingmin. Jiang Chuchuan warned him that the Earth Spirit Spring could help her weaken the effect of the pill she took. She asked him to help her drink a little, just a sip. Taking one of the vials, Xu Jingming poured a bit of the liquid into Dian Chuchuan's mouth. The girl swallowed the spring water and immediately felt better. Thus, for a complete recovery, she imagined it would take about 3 to 4 hours. Impressed, Xu Jingming revealed that he did not imagine that the side effects of the pill could be neutralized. This Earth Spirit Spring is truly amazing. According to the clock, in 3 or 4 hours it would already be dark. This made Xu Jingming believe it would be better to rest the whole night, as the den would be relatively safe. In light of this, Zhuan was surprised by the implication. It would just be her and her lord, a man and a woman, spending the night together in a dark cave. Shy, she averted her gaze, agreeing with Chu Jimin. I will do whatever you want, my lord. The night passed without anything happening. When the leaves of the trees swayed with the morning wind, Jian Chuchuan stretched her arms, yawning. The forest air seemed great for her, if not for the beasts. I could live here for an entire month. Now, more sober, Jian Chuchuan could not believe the nonsense she thought the night before. How? Could such a good lord do something? But why am I a little disappointed? Rousing Chuchuan from her thoughts, the protagonist, who had put on the shirt he gave her last night, hurried them out of the forest. They began to run, moving quickly across the terrain, however. After a few minutes, Jude and Mim extended his arm, stopping Chuchuan. Before him, a tiger larger than the trees appeared, carrying fire around it. They had encountered the Flames Tiger, a Tier 5 beast, but the tiger did not even pay attention to them, quickly running to another area. Xu Jingming was surprised that they weren't noticed. Chuchuan observed closely and commented, "Sir, judging by the beast's expression, it seems like it was fleeing to protect its own life." It was then that Chuchuan looked in the direction where the tiger had appeared. A herd of monsters had emerged. They were iron-eating rats. Although they were Tier 1, with a herd of them, even powerful Tier 6 beasts would perish if surrounded. Hurriedly, he grabbed John's hand. Chuchuan, we need to flee too. The two started running as the giant rats chased them. As they ran, Chuchuan shouted, "The iron-eating rats have insane stamina. They can run non-stop for 5 or 6 hours. Can we really escape?" The only safe place was the supply base, but they were at least 90 kilometers away. Worried, Xu Jingming knew they needed to find a way to move faster. Feeling the spear becoming heavier, Xu Jingming feared he would need to abandon it. Seeing his intentions, Chuchuan quickly volunteered to use her own spatial ring to store the spear. As soon as the spear was thrown to her, Chuchuan used her spiritual energy to activate the ring and store the weapon. The protagonist felt much better. Still, he realized that running while holding Chuchuan's hand made him slower. "It's better if I carry you on my back." Dian Chuchuan's body pressed against Xu Jingming's back, motivating him to run even faster. Several minutes later, they managed to reach an area near the edge of the forest. Entering the ruined city, he realized that running there, where the area was much more enclosed, would be the worst scenario. Xu Jingming made his shirt rip once again as he used the extreme thunder mode, preparing to fight. He shouted to Chuchuan as he began to run, "Junior, hold on tight. I'm going to increase speed." A gale swept through the iron-eating rats, hitting each of them before they could see, farming 2 to 3 skill points after defeating each one. In an area not far away, drones filmed the army, their tanks, and trucks. A reporter was especially with the director of Base 1-1, counting the audience. According to reports, the rats number over 300,000. The director knew how such a horde would destabilize the balance of the area's ecosystem. If nothing was done, the region would need to enter recess for several months. Looking at the map of the places where the rats appeared, he sighed. What a pity for the users who went to the deeper areas. They must have all been devoured by now. At that moment, he at least hoped Xu Jingming hadn't gone that far. Otherwise, unless Professor Yang Zantian personally intervened, no one would save him. It was then that, suddenly, the Yu cameras and soldiers spotted a large electric magic coming from the forest between them and the abandoned city. The director quickly tried to help them. "Don't panic! Activate the beast defense equipment! First squad, permission to fire granted!" The target was advancing towards the base at 80 meters per second. It became impossible for the soldiers to stop it. As soon as the target approached the army, it jumped over the soldiers. Zhang Chuchuan screamed in extreme fear, clinging to Xu Jing, Ming's neck, afraid of falling as he jumped. As soon as they saw someone fall among them, all the soldiers turned. They were shocked to find out it was a person. Everyone thought it was, in fact, an electric-type beast. One of the more observant soldiers noticed the silhouette clinging to Xu Jingming's neck and felt it was familiar. Arriving at the base, Xu Jingming canceled his transformation and allowed Chu Chu to walk. She was still holding his arm, mentally exhausted. She passed by. "Thank you, sir." Director Wang hurriedly ran towards Chu Chu Ming, the student. "Chu Chu, did you really manage to get past the rats? Do you need my help with anything?" Upon seeing the director approaching, the protagonist told him that he had run through the mountains for over 40 minutes before arriving there. "I'm a bit tired, so please get me a room to rest." Director Wang Chuan was surprised to hear about the mountainous regions. They were 90 kilometers away. Even tier room users couldn't necessarily reach the base that quickly from there. Director Wang was about to send someone to help Shooting Ming get a room when Chu Chuan volunteered to assist him. As soon as Jiang Chuljun held Shooting Ming's arm, the soldiers who recognized him were shocked. "Is it her? What is the relationship between her and that guy? Don't tell me our goddess has been taken from us." Shooting Ming managed to sleep better than any night in the past month. As soon as he woke up, he saw Chu Chuan leaning against the bed, watching him excitedly. "Sir, you finally woke up. You slept for 2 days and 2 nights. I almost fed you with the earth's spiritual spring water." Chu Dim was surprised to hear that he had slept for so long. Worried, he asked how the situation in the wilderness zone was. Chu Chuan revealed that the rats had not retreated yet, and the areas were under lockdown. "Even when the battle ends, there will be no monsters for a long time." Remembering that the semester would start soon, Xu Jinmin intended to return to school. Upon hearing his intention, Chu Chuan wanted to accompany him. The two then reached an agreement. It was at that moment that Jung Chu Chuan thought of something. She handed a signed photo to Shooting Ming. There was a peculiarity, however. In the photo, she was wearing only a sensual nightgown. While closely examining the photo, Shooting Ming revealed that he had asked a friend, "Isn't this photo a bit too much? You usually take photos like this." Discovering that the request had been made for a friend of Shooting, Ming Chuchuan realized that he had misunderstood. The girl was perishing from embarrassment. She blamed herself for imagining that the senior could have feelings for her. Hastily, Chuchuan handed another signed photo to Shooting and tried to take back the previous photo, however, holding the photo. Shooting Ming ended up asking, "Can I keep this photo?" Smiling. Slightly, Dian, Chuchuan felt her as she rejoiced internally. Shooting Ming quickly tried to change the subject. "I have tons of things to sort out. After sleeping for 2 days, I need to take care of them first. Oh right, I still have to schedule the train trip home." Staying with a smile for Shooting Min, Chuchuan relieved him of his troubles. "I'll give you a ride. You can go back with me, senior, in a yellow 2-seater sports car." Dian, Chuchuan sped down the road. Shooting Min was not, impressed. As expected from a famous influencer, owning a global limited edition car worth tens of millions is totally possible for you. "It's my first time experiencing an autonomous driving trip, getting to know the car itself." Chuchuan revealed that he possessed a level 5 artificial intelligence. Full autopilot was not a problem for him. Hours later, the golden car passed through the gate of the Magical City Academy. John Chuchuan got out first, and while retrieving his spear, Shooting Min got out after her. While walking alongside Chuchuan, Jing Min caught the attention of many people. He had grown taller and his aura seemed dangerous yet charismatic. Finally, back, Shooting Ming remembered how his power had soared in just a month. Curious, Chuchuan asked which area of the dormitory Jing Ming was living in. The protagonist revealed he was in Zone 3, just as Chuchuan was in Zone 2. She realized that they would have to say goodbye sooner. However, she asked him to call her if he needed help with that farewell. Xu Jingming prepared to leave, but before he realized it, Jin Chuchuan approached him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The protagonist appeared frozen, yet his cheeks were warm and flushed. Zhan Chuchuan quickly stepped back, thinking of it as a small gift for saving my life. She waved goodbye, leaving the flushed Xu Jingming behind. The protagonist touched the kissed cheek, still incredulous. As soon as he returned to his village, Jiang Chuchuan took a shower and, still with a towel around her hair, picked up a computer. She believed that someone as strong as her lord shouldn't be someone unknown. She intended to dig up information about him, but all the information she found was strange. A freshman breaking records at the top of the first year, the best rookie. In the end, she managed to find a file with his complete information. Jiang Chuchuan pouted. Upon discovering the truth, it turns out he is a freshman and is already in the second tier. I have been calling him senior for several days. What a liar. Next time I see him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Junior. Back in his room, the protagonist placed numerous items on the bed. Blazing flowers, giant wolf skins, gathered mission materials, 2 space rings, over 25 million yen in the bank. He had achieved all this and much more. He felt sad for having encountered the rat swarm, as he could have obtained many more points. Thus, obtaining over 3,700, he believed it would be enough to learn 2 rank S combat arts. Suddenly, someone rushed into Xu Jingming's room, his village mate, Liu Ental-ming. You finally returned! You didn't even greet me! I heard a rat swarm appeared where you were. I was worried. The protagonist revealed to Wental that they had already dealt with the monsters. Now, observing the fight up close, Liu Wental was surprised by his aura. Wow, you advanced to the second tier, the protagonist corrected him. To be precise, I am at the high level of the second tier. Liu Wental celebrated for the friend who revealed, I went through some tense moments, but I was lucky. I managed to escape with my life and got back on my feet listening to the summary. Liu Wental was not impressed. That is to be expected from you, Ming. You are on another level, so getting into danger really does make someone stronger. Maybe I can try the fight. Ming advised Liu Wental not to do so. My case was a bit special. The wilderness zones are very dangerous. You should wait until you reach the second tier. Indicating that he was just joking, Liu Wental had no intention of going anywhere. He then changed the subject. By the way, Song, Yun has been looking for you several times. You should contact her. Surprised, the protagonist stated that he would get in touch with her once he finished what needed to be resolved. He also remembered the gift he brought for Liu and extended a photo to hand it over. Receiving the photo personally signed by the goddess Jiang Chuchuan made Liu Wental's eyes turn into heart eyes. Sometime later, in the sparsely populated library, Xu Jingming had gone to look for some books. Completing 4 missions had given him 871 credits. He then asked the electronic assistant Eva, filter all electric-type combat arts of rank S. The artificial intelligence found some options for him, among them, the Thunder Tribulation Seal, the Furious Thunder Fist, and the Thunder Prison Realm. He noticed that even in the best academy, there were only about 20 Thunder arts of rank S. Still, choosing the right rank S art was key to his future growth. The protagonist spent some time analyzing the skills one by one. He ended up choosing one skill for ranged attacks and another for defense. Balanced choices. Others could specialize in just one magical field or melee attack, but Shooting Min intended to do both. He chose the technique of Heavenly Thunder, a prerequisite for the only triple S rank lightning art from the Academy, the Divine Thunder of 10,000 Prisons. As expected, it was incredibly deep, far removed from another S rank art he knew, the immortal body of Thunder. The protagonist felt that the complexity of that technique reminded him of his old days as a student in foreign research during his PhD. 6 hours later, Shooting Min had fallen asleep over the book, and after that long time, had only managed to scratch some understanding of the technique. At least he could let the system take care of the rest. The protagonist clenched his fist and raised his hand. Deep blue lightning emerged, strengthening Shooting Min's mind and understanding. The protagonist was surprised to find that evolving an S-rank art to the basic level cost 1,600 points. Apparently, all his effort would grant him a maximum of 2 magical arts. At that moment, the virtual assistant Eva approached, advising Shooting Min to take some rest, as it was already 1 in the morning. Remember, do not use skills inside the library. Since it was too late, Shooting Min realized he would have to leave learning the Thunder Armor for another time. Meanwhile, a young woman, Song Kyung-yun, was running through the fields. It had been a month since she had started training at night, and felt that her progress had improved to a shocking level. As soon as Shooting Min returned, she intended to challenge him and prove who the real #1 novice was. Suddenly, Song Kyung-yun spotted a shadow in the sky. A black-feathered hawk with a white ring was soaring over the university fields. This left the young woman quite irritated. A beast is bold enough to hunt within the city, thanks to its speed and camouflage. Judging by its speed, it must be Tier 3. It would be difficult to defeat it. While observing the bird, Song-kyun noticed that lightning began to emerge in the sky. Of course, the lightning struck the black-feathered hawk, causing the beast to be destroyed mid-air. Someone had attacked. No one knows from where. Having eliminated the black-feathered hawk, he received 34 points. The Heavenly Thunder technique proved to be stronger than he had imagined. From a distance of almost a kilometer, it had obliterated the beast without leaving a trace. Walking through a forest in the middle of the night, after testing his new ability, Xu Jingming didn't realize that someone was secretly observing him. The next day, Wental was still eating when he saw Jingming get up. "Are you leaving so early?" As the rookie competition was starting in a few days, he wanted to go to the skill library once more. Wental couldn't believe Xu Jingming. He had just returned from the wild zone and was already extremely diligent. This motivated Wental to train as well. After breakfast, as the protagonist was leaving home, he heard someone call him, followed by Kaidan, Chia, and Song Kyun, who ran towards him. "I'm glad you returned from the wild zone safely." Upon seeing the training clothes that Song Kyun was wearing, the protagonist was confused. His expression made Song Kil ask him, "You should remember that you promised to have a duel with me, right?" Remembering the promise, Xu Jingming asked if she was sure she wanted to duel. Confident, she put her hands on her hips. "I am also a champion of the City 1 province. Don't underestimate me." As she insisted, Xu Jingming agreed with a smile. "All right, we can find time later for a duel." However, Q Yun quickly grabbed him by the arm, pulling him. "We're doing this now. Let's just go to the training room." On the second floor of her dormitory, Oh Yun's determined temperament showed that she truly came from Sichuan province. However, Xu Jingming still wondered if it was really worth it for her to be so anxious to duel with him. Kyo Hyun smiled with happiness. She could already imagine the expression that Xu Jingming would make when she found out that she had advanced to the second rank in the training room. The two stood face to face, while Don Chia and Oh Yun confidently watched them. "Sun Kyo," Hyun positioned her fingers. "Chu, I hope you don't lose in such a ridiculous manner." Xu Jingming, however, warned, "If you don't use a weapon, you won't be able to defeat me." A glimmer appeared from Kyo Hyun's finger, recovering her battle weapon. A spear was conjured into Kyo Hyun's hands. She raised it, spinning quickly enough to create a whirlwind. Confidently, she held what was a halberd. Xu Jingming was surprised to see Oh Yun using the halberd, an extremely unusual weapon, getting into a combat position. Oh Yun taunted, "Get ready, Xu. This time I'm going to win against you." Watching the two prepare, Wental and Kidan Chia hoped one would defeat the other in a way other than combat. Xu Jingming, upon activating her energy, discovered that Oh Yun had reached the low level of the second rank. It was because she had advanced that she was confident in defeating him. Seeing her confidence, Xu Jingming refused to hold back as soon as she saw the high-level power of the second rank in Xu Jingming. Don Chia was shocked. How is this possible? Beside her, Wental recalled that he had said Kyo Hyun would not be able to defeat Jingming. Sun Kyo Hyun gritted her teeth. She thought she had surpassed Xu Jingming, but on the contrary, she was surpassed. Being both provincial champions, she wondered how she fell so far behind after revealing her power and seeing Oh Yun standing still. The protagonist asked if she wanted to continue, and Oh Yun nodded but requested, "Don't use too much strength." Xu Jingming praised her internally. She displayed the value of a flexible champion, though resilient. That reassured her. "Don't worry, I won't attack first. Just come to me." Raising her other hand, Kyu Yun prepared herself. A light skill began to be conjured for her first attack. Xu Jingming was impressed to see the skill. It was a rank A light type skill, the Light of Dawn. Xu Jingming wondered how powerful the light attribute skill could be, with beams of light flying around her and concentrating on the halberd. Oh Yun ran towards Jingming. The glow on the halberd revealed to Xu Jingming that the skill was a combat weapon enhancement. The halberd, strengthened by the light combat technique, fell upon the swing of Xu Jingming's spear, seeing flames and spreading light upon impact. The protagonist didn't even suffer from any pressure. He confidently smiled with the spear above his head. Xu Jingming simply blocked the attack with extreme ease. As Kyu Yun retreated, the protagonist delivered his assessment. Using the light attribute to create flames is a good combat skill, but it lacks strength. The mental stepped forward, impressed, praising the beauty of Kyu Yun's attack. He knew how her skill had defeated numerous competitors in Sichuan, making it incredible that Jingming easily blocked it. Oh Yun did not give up. With a war cry, she attacked again at a speed that created after images of her body against the quick attacks. She did not step back, swiftly, moving the spear to block each of them, creating sparks with every clash. While defending, he had time to instruct. "The halberd is very slow and lacks power. You need to practice more." After dozens of attacks, Oh Yun was exhausted. She was already panting heavily and decided to stop holding the halberd. She commented, "The cut of the whirlwind? The skill I used is a rank S skill along with the dawn light. It can attack hundreds of times in a few seconds, and you managed to deflect it without even using a skill." Now that the duel had stopped, Kyu Yun questioned how far the proficiency level in Spear of Jingmen went, which seemed to have already surpassed the advanced level. Her divination proved correct, as Jingming revealed that my spear proficiency had reached the master level. Such a level left Oyun shocked. How old are you? I started practicing with the halberd when I was 8 years old, and after 10 years of training, I only reached the advanced level. Oyun ended up giving up against someone with a rank S skill and insane comprehension talent. She couldn't surpass him before she left. Jingming asked if she would like to test any other combat skills, which Oyun already knew that Jingming's level and spirit were at a higher level than hers, just as her spells could not break his defense. Grateful, Oyun invited, "Thank you, Shu, for being my training partner today. How about lunch being on me?" As they woke up, they left together to have lunch. Oyun left with Dongqia, who ended up commenting, still thoughtful, "It seems that Shu Jingming is still a bit stronger." As soon as they were alone, Wentel showed how impressed he was with Jingming. As expected among the champions of the provinces, you are the strongest. Shu Jingming didn't brag much, believing that only Qyun's strength was not that high. Despite his level, Jingming's words seemed more of a joke to Wentel. Only you would think that. You don't know, but she is part of the family of someone of rank S, with light-type abilities, belonging to the 8th position that appears in history books. She is the great-granddaughter of Songda Oyuan. Jingming was shocked to remember the story from 80 years ago about Songda Oyuan. Wentel, quite informed, revealed that he insisted the rank S abilities of Songda Oyuan. They were known by everyone. She was extremely favored by him, so leveling up became easy for her. Shooting Ming was able to understand now why, at the last social event, she bought numerous things, even a ring that could hold the Funchin halberd. After the duel, Shooting Min said goodbye to Wentel. Now he could continue learning martial skill techniques. The sun illuminated the Grand Library on a quiet day. In an isolated room, Shooting Min tested the Thunder Armor, discovering that it consumed 20% of his energy and lasted about half an hour. However, it not only reduced impact damage by 90%, but also counterattacked immediately, like a reactive armor. 4 hours later, after training the skill, Shooting Min managed to unlock the option to add points. He chose the Thunder Armor to evolve. Then only about 700 skill points remained. To gain more points, he imagined that he would need to find the opportunity to go to more wild areas, such as those near Yangchang and Tongxiang. Now Shooting Ming was ready to prepare for the rookie competition. Days passed, and soon the 1st of September, the day of the competition, arrived. Upon meeting Kaiden Chia and seeing her carry iron claws, Shooting Ming was surprised. Her equipment looked different from what normal girls used. Kaiden Chia raised the claws excitedly. "Did you not hear? The stranger we are, the faster we win. My goal is to enter the top 50 in the competition." Confident song. Kyung Yoon declared, "My goals are higher than Chia's." "Chia, I want 2nd place." Surprised to hear her, Shu Jingming asked if she didn't want to face him, to which Oh Yun irritably nudged him with her elbow, questioning, "Could I defeat Wentel?" She approached, warning, "But among those who reached 2nd place is the provincial champion of Qinghai, Li Changji. He is quite unpredictable. After fighting against Jingming a few days ago, I was eager to see how strong that Li Changge could be," interrupting as Don Chia drew attention, pointing to a place. "Look, it's the competition arena." The competition arena covered the area of an entire stadium in Area 3 of the Academy. In another area, the voice of a woman filled with surprise could be heard. John, I didn't expect you to care about the rookie competition. I thought you didn't like this kind of content." Next to her, friend, Deontay Oshuan revealed she was interested in a participant. This caused her friend to tease, "Are you interested in someone? Would it be a man?" Confirming what her friend thought, Chuchuan recognized someone in the arena. "He is a man! Look, there he is!" Shooting Ming walked with his hands in the pockets of his hoodie, impressed by the size of the arena. Wentel was left speechless seeing everything. Although the school area is immense, they are being very extravagant. The protagonist ended up revealing to him that Professor Yang had said that there would be 100 participants in the rookie competition. Therefore, a large arena would make sense. Shooting Ming intertwined his fingers with a confident and eager look. A battle of 100 people? This rookie competition will be interesting. Seeing the entire bleachers full, Wentel was shocked when he also saw extremely important people, like the presidents of the 2 best clubs in the school, the Ashes Club and the Fallen Star Club. Shusha, in me, became curious. Wow, does the university also have clubs? Wentel affirmed that yes, but that the clubs were different from those they knew. It could be said that they were like battle teams. They usually organize themselves to go to wild areas to hunt beasts and distribute cultivation resources regularly every month. They can even transfer to affiliated guilds after graduation. Wentel ended up remembering that Jing Ming's senior brother, Liu Ming, was the vice president of the Ashes Club. He tried to look for Liu Ming in the audience but couldn't find him. The protagonist frowned with concern, as since his return, he had been unable to contact either the gentleman or the master. He had heard that both had gone south, but he did not know if they were safe. In an inner area of the arena, a man with a trench coat draped over his shoulders, Wei Rei, president of the Ash Club, was followed by two suited individuals. One of them, a man, commented, "President, I heard about the battlefield attention in the south. Thank you for returning to the field, despite the schedule. The recruitment could have been left to us, you didn't need to come." However, Wei Rei corrected, No, nothing else matters. I have returned now for a single purpose, and that is to recruit Liu Ming's junior brother Jing Ming at any cost. Looking around, Wei Rei was also worried to see that the Fallen Star Club was present. Recognizing Wu Yuan, the president of the Fallen Star Club, it was the same person who had observed Xu Jingming in the forest a few days ago. Wei Rei wondered if he was there to recruit Jing Ming. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the sky above the combat arena. The deans of each discipline were preparing to enter from the magic circle. A structure with a large gate materialized. The people in the audience were impressed by the spatial superpower. They also wondered who the professor would be that would come through the portal. Soon, a foot wearing a high heel appeared. A woman in traditional clothes passed through the spatial gate, drawing attention. Owenthal informed Jing Ming and the others that she was the vice principal, the one who managed the library of battle techniques. Jing Ming was impressed, especially because the vice principal seemed extremely young. Yoon explained that it wasn't quite like that. Superpower users have a strong physique, and they age slowly. She must be in her 40s. The vice principal looked at everyone with her green eyes and gray hair flowing in the wind, introducing herself. My name is Ling Shuang. As one of the 3 vice principals, I am usually in charge of guarding the library of battle techniques, since the principal is not at the academy. The other 2 vice principals also have important matters to attend to. The opening ceremony will be conducted by me as teachers appeared beside her. I continued with a speech. First of all, welcome to the City of Magical Superpowers University. This year we have 1,024 newcomers, in addition to 6 provincial champions. 56 have rank A superpowers, 832 rank B, and 135 ranks C and D. Furthermore, there is a rare awakened of rank S. The vice principal's eyes swept across the arena and soon found Xu Jingming. The protagonist attracted slight glances that turned back to the vice principal. Immediately, with the help of assistant robots that created holograms, she continued, To help you become stronger, the academy will distribute resources each year based on your rank, from D to S, 5 levels in total. It is the rookie competition that will define your rank. In the first year, the academy had a ranking system, a credit system, a power ranking, and a mission system. The amount of information the students needed to memorize would make life intense. One of the students ended up commenting in a low voice, "It would be better to cancel these systems. That would be fair to us." However, his voice did not escape the vice principal's ears, who asked, "Fair? When did I say that the City of Magical University was fair? What we cultivate are the greatest powers. Their births must be through tough competition. So fight, grow." A hostile atmosphere was already beginning to arise among the competitors. This made Xu Jingming believe that choosing the Magical Academy had been the right choice. Changing the subject, the vice principal instructed not to hide their strengths. The stronger you show you are, the more resources you will receive. Explaining about the competition, the vice principal sent various drones hovered over the competitors as it explained that the competition would be divided into 2 sessions. The first is a battle between 100 people. Ava will count how many enemies each person has defeated. The top 5 from each round will enter the second round. The rewards were displayed for all participants. First place would receive a 10 cubic meter spatial ring, rank A cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second place would receive a rank A battlesuit, rank B resources, and 900 credits. Lastly, third place would receive a rank B technique, rank B resources, and 800 credits. Tal was shocked by the prize of the 10 cubic meter spatial ring because it was extremely expensive. With his mouth agape, Don Chia corrected him. It's impossible to even buy something like that with money. The vice principal stated that the competition would determine everyone's ranking. The top 50 would be placed in rank A, positions up to 200 would enter rank B, and up to 500 would receive rank C. The S ranks would be hand-picked by her. After explaining everything, she bid farewell, returning to the magic gate and leaving the rest for the principal Sam to resolve. The principal, who had a long braid that extended to her feet, crossed her arms while looking at everyone. Sankings now was the principal of the Elemental Academy, with a slight smile. She announced the start of the competition and reminded the students that those who perform well may be taken as internal disciples by the professors, so do your best. Among the new students, many began to feel motivated. Announcing the start of the first of 10 rounds, the principal called all those selected by Eva to come up to the stage. Observing the stage, Wentel noticed that Li Chang would fight in the first round. He was a student with a mischievous look who, licking his lips, made a deadly sign in a direction. Qi Chia noticed he was looking at Shooting Ming and recommended, "Shooting Ming, he's provoking you." Irritated in place of Jing Ming, whom O Yun cursed arrogant and ridiculous, he is asking for a beating. The Ental smiled maliciously, mocking lichens in heavens among all the people. To provoke, he chose precisely the one person you absolutely cannot provoke. And now, the second person you cannot provoke also holds a grudge. I hope he doesn't get crushed too much afterward. When the 100 competitors climbed onto the stage, a strong wind blew through the open roof of the arena, surrounded by several doctors. The vice principal stated, "Don't worry, if you enter life-threatening danger, Eva will automatically create a protective barrier. Don't worry about injuries either. As long as you don't have a cut above your shoulders, you can be saved." Thus, she ordered after a countdown, "Begin." With the start of the battle, all non-freshmen used their powers. A great chaos ensued above the arena. Spears, spells, whips, and all kinds of attacks could be seen. Someone with a knife caught the attention of the audience for already having advanced to the second rank. They recognized him as Li Changji, the champion of Qinghai Province. He dominated the battlefield with a malicious smile and his tongue sticking out. Li Changji ran across the battlefield, delivering blows with the short sword. Wherever he passed, a trail of defeated opponents appeared on the ground. As he eliminated numerous opponents, he went down the stairs, provoking, "Kick me." As a rank S awakened, I wonder if his result in the first stage could surpass mine. The Ental couldn't believe little Enji's actions. He had seen people beg for a beating before, but no one was so determined. Behind William, a student asked, "President Li Chenji advanced to the second stage. Shouldn't we target him for recruitment first?" William firmly denied. "The first target is still Shooting me." Curious, William's companion asked if he had any leaked information, and William, "It ended up revealing not exactly information told to me by third parties. I personally heard the assistant Eva, and then the selection for the second stage began. This time, I had been selected, and everyone encouraged me, especially the brother Ming. Show that guy Liu Changji your true power." As soon as they saw Xu Jingming enter the arena, everyone nearby felt his power overflowing. They thought of themselves as the unluckiest people in the world for being in the same round as him. They ended up not even being able to fight for the 4 remaining spots. Upon entering the arena, Xu Jingming drew his spear and began to see people backing away. But internally, he scoffed. Do they think keeping their distance will save them? They are mistaken. Sitting in the teacher's area, a female dean next to Dean's son asked curiously, "Is this the disciple that Dean Yang recently recruited?" She replied, revealing, "Yes, it's him, the Divine Thunder Awakener, with S-class lightning superpowers." Next to her, another dean felt Xu Jingming's presence was sharp. He was eager to see him in action. A dean who was drinking a soda spat when he noticed Xu Jingming's energy. "What is happening? Is he already at the second rank? Didn't he awaken when he enrolled?" Another dean confirmed the information. "That was a month ago. His evolution speed is terrifying." Dean Sam was also shocked and cursed her colleague. "Old Yang discovered someone incredible and didn't tell us anything. He really hid the disciple from us." In the arena, Xu Jingming was already unleashing his electrical powers, while everyone around retreated. A countdown began, and as soon as he received the signal, he started spinning the spear in front of his body like a propeller. The feeling inside Xu Jingming's chest at that moment showed him that instead of fighting beasts, he preferred to fight against humans. The terrible and powerful aura released by Shooting Ming forced everyone around him to retreat. Soon they realized they were not facing an ordinary second-rank individual, but someone who had already reached the higher levels. The shock spread as they faced the awakened with electrical attributes, who they found out was at the high level of the second rank, while they didn't even know how to compete against Shooting Ming. The protagonist started walking towards them, hearing incredulous comments. "Is this really the rookie competition? We are all rookies, but we are facing someone at a completely different level." Surprised, the man accompanying Yuan asked if he already knew about Shooting Ming's strength. All the while, Yuan had responded vaguely, more or less, "But now you can see Shooting Ming's potential, right?" In the stands, Chuchuan couldn't help but smile. "Wait, should I call him Junior? He really fooled me for a long time. He hey 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 he. High level of the second tier. Damn, I originally wanted to crush him and step on his reputation as an S-rank awakened, and thus make my name famous in the school. Now it seems things have changed. However, suddenly, Li Chenji noticed someone's presence and smiled. With him here, Jude and me won't have a chance. If it were in another round, he could definitely win. But against that guy, we can already see what will happen. Suddenly, a vibrant voice ran throughout the arena. Guys, Shooting Ming is an awakened of the high level of the second tier and has S-rank skills. No one can rival him. Why don't we unite to eliminate him first? People began to agree with the voice and formed a combat group. Jude and me noticed that the voice carried a strong power that stirred the minds of others. This meant that his real opponent was possibly a user of mental type abilities. In the midst of several people, a young man with purple hair conveyed his voice with skill. There are 103 of us present here, excluding Shujing Ming. We are 102 against 1. We can win, even if this is a war of attrition. With his voice, he introduced himself. My name is Chiliel, a mental type ability user, rank A. I assure you that as soon as you hear me, we can win. The opportunity to defeat a rank S is here. Chiliel's voice made each competitor lose their senses. They began to truly believe they could eliminate Shujing Ming from the competition. One after another, people were controlled by the mental power. Their eyes turned red, marking that they were being controlled. Chiliel told us, so, this is what we should do. In the area of the deans, a dean with long hair tied in a ponytail praised Chiliel for being able to unite everyone with his ability. The dean who spat soda earlier rested his hand on his chin, thoughtfully. Shujing Ming is in trouble now. He could really be eliminated. Remembering that Chiliel was the disciple of Dean Long, Dean Sun showed she was impressed. The battle tactics, Dean Long, who is tall with brown hair on top and black on the sides, smiled. Everyone shares a common enemy. Just because Shujing Ming is extremely strong, little Liao just got lucky. It would be difficult if this situation weren't happening. Dean Sun, however, spread compliments. Luck is also part of someone's strength. However, Shujing Ming will go through tough times now. If a rank S awakened can't even make it past the first stage of the rookie competition, that would be a big joke. In the arena, Shujing Ming saw the group of opponents begin to approach in a coordinated manner, continuing to use their mental power. Chiliel mocked, Shujing Ming, if you had eliminated me before I finished my second sentence, you could have escaped. But now that everyone is following my plans, you have no chance 1 against 102. How would you manage to turn the tables? I'm laughing. The protagonist created an electric arrow while replying, what makes you think I'm the one at a disadvantage? Immediately, Chilo tried to coordinate everyone. Melee users, move forward. Ranged attackers, unleash your attacks immediately. Supports, use your buffs. The melee users immediately advanced. They saw in front of them the opportunity to defeat a rank S user. A mage also created a stone wall to hide behind while commenting loudly, Shooting Ming, I advise against thinking you can deal with me. Deal with your enemies first. Despite the many people, Shooting Ming was confident that they would not be difficult to defeat at all. The electric arrow was launched against the stone wall at an impressive speed. The size of the arrow was much larger than that of a person, and, like an out-of-control train, destroyed the stone wall, crashing down on the ranged attackers who were there, from mages to archers. A large amount of residual electricity surged where the attack landed. In fear, a random student felt extreme terror upon seeing it. It's going to explode! Even Chilo knew that if they were caught, that would be their end. The bolts began to expand and soon engulfed the entire arena in a massive explosion of energy. Outside the arena, everyone was shocked. They had witnessed a mushroom cloud explosion happen right in front of them. Worried, a young girl asked if Chilo and the others were still alive. Eva quickly started to act. Unstoppable energy detected. Life is in danger. The energy defense network has been activated automatically. Additionally, we regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Shooting Ming. Immediately, energy barriers began to arise around the young participants in the event. He managed to get up, although still weak, and regretted it. I messed everything up. If I hadn't provoked Shooting Min, I definitely would have advanced. Now I haven't even defeated a single person and lost the chance to go to the second stage of the rookie competition. Still not decided to give up, Shilo sent another message. Those who survived, don't worry about me. Keep attacking furiously. Those who were not eliminated grabbed their swords and shields, making everyone attack at once. He swore, even if I am defeated, I will make sure Shooting Min is eliminated along with me. All the attacks fell on Shooting Min, who appeared motionless during the situation, but suddenly Shooting Min's eyes sparkled with lightning. Shilo hoped to defeat Shooting Min with that move. He was excited, but a shock appeared in his gaze, to the point that his eyes widened. Shooting Min had raised his hand, and a cloud of lightning trapped everyone in the arena. The protagonist sighed lightly after using the magic while various participants were thrown away. Shilo, stunned, remarked, "Blocking all elemental energy attacks, simply applying simple skills without even using combat techniques. How is this possible? This is not an S-rank skill." Remembering how he had gathered countless forces, Shilo ultimately realized that they were seen only as ants. The people who watched the fight were incredulous, even putting their hands to their heads. Heavens, what a terrible thunder. The attacks from the others won't even be effective in a battle of 1 against 100. They couldn't even apply any pressure against shooting Min. Zhang Chuchuan stood up extremely happy. "I knew it! You did it!" Another woman also celebrated for shooting Min. Only a fool commented that they would think they could defeat shooting Min with that tactic. It was completely naive. The deans were shocked by the level of proficiency in shooting Spear Ming. Dean Long himself commented that the lightning spear created a sonic boom when it was launched, which means the speed is more than twice the speed of sound. His physique is extremely powerful. Dean Sam remained silent, listening to her colleagues praise shooting Ming until she declared, "Old Yang is not here. Otherwise, we could ask him key information about shooting Ming." The rest of the competitors saw that they would not be able to break shooting Ming's defense and began to wonder what they should do, as no one had any ideas or solutions. Placing the spear above his shoulder, the protagonist provoked, "You do not dare to attack me, so let me do this against you." Like a lightning bolt. Quick, shooting Ming disappeared. Soon he reappeared, eliminating 2 competitors with a spear strike. The speed of shooting Ming was frightening. He proved to be extremely fast, to the point that some stepped back. Still, a squire shouted, "Enter a quick!" formation, along with the wizards, spearmen, and all types of users. The squire took the lead, with several people being eliminated. The rest of the group felt extreme pressure. Nevertheless, they formed a team to confront shooting Ming. The protagonist saw things starting to get interesting. This time he advanced against the group while blocking and counter-attacking. His voice echoed, giving a lesson one by one. "The angle of your attack is wrong, as you are too slow, and your strength is extremely weak." Correcting the weaknesses of his opponents while advancing, shooting Ming filled the arena with lightning. In the end, he held the spear, having knocked down dozens of opponents. Shooting Ming's voice did not carry mockery, but testified to the obvious. They were just weak. All around, the competitors looked worn out. Their gazes showed the frustration they felt for being defeated, even when uniting against a single person. Ava announced the end of the second round of the first stage, qualifying shooting Ming to advance. The artificial intelligence tried to choose the other 4 candidates to advance, but it simply froze. Dean Sam had to intervene, with the AI making a decision and excluding the already qualified shooting Ming. The others will participate in a round that will take place after the others to decide the remaining 4. In the audience, everyone was excited. It was the first time they saw a single person crush all the others to be the only one to advance. Among the deans, they commented on how the competition had been happening for 40 years, and the previous record had been set by an S rank that had defeated 87 people. The new record established by shooting Ming would be hard to beat. Dean Long, who maintained his smile, commented, "I wonder how Yang Gentian trained him. The lance art of shooting Ming has already reached the master level." Upon hearing the combat techniques, Dean Sun was surprised. It seemed that shooting Ming had an incredible talent for weapon arts. She wanted to try to get him into the Elemental Academy, but apparently there wouldn't be such a chance yet. Thus, the dean smiled internally with the "kick at me." Here we won't need to worry about the research trip for this semester's freshmen involving 3 schools. As soon as shooting Ming stepped down from the arena, his friends gathered around him to congratulate him. Wental was the most excited. "Brother Ming, you didn't even let Li Chenzi seem interesting after you eliminated Xie Lao." His face turned purple with embarrassment. The protagonist glanced at Li Chenzi out of the corner of his eye, who looked more like a paper tiger that only knew how to belittle the weak and fear those stronger. Shooting Ming felt he couldn't tolerate his arrogant words in the next phase of the competition. There would be many chances for them to meet while greeting the Ental. The protagonist encouraged him to pass the round as well. He also greeted Kyung, who internally swore, "Later I will show that, although I cannot defeat him, I am still stronger than any other rookie." When the third round arrived, Wental managed to perform well and finished in 4th place, defeating 9 participants. In the 6th round, Dong Chia was a bit better, defeating 12 people to take 3rd place. In the 8th round, it was Kyu Hyun's turn with her halberd. She entered the arena confidently. In the audience, numbers of boys immediately became fans of Kyu Hyun. They were incredibly excited to see the beautiful girl wield her halberd and become the goddess of the school. As soon as the battle began, Kyu-yun used the dawn light magic to enhance her halberd with an aggressive style. She jumped into the midst of her opponents, delivering heavy blows to someone in Tier 2. They couldn't do much apart, as Kyu-yun was still at the low level of the second tier. They decided to join forces, as they believed that unlike Shuji and Mim, she could be defeated. While watching the 8th round, Hwan instructed his subordinate List Song Chiu-yun as the second target for recruitment, and Li Chang temporarily as the third target. Using the Dawn Dance, Kyu-yun moved gracefully through the arena, defending herself from the group's attacks by swinging her halberd and moving with precision. After defeating an unknown number of opponents, Kyu-yun activated a combat technique, the gravitational strike of the light flame. By getting in between several enemies, she activated the skill immediately. They felt their bodies become heavy and were forced to fall to the ground, making it even easier for Kyu-yun to defeat the enemies. Thus, when the round ended, she had already defeated a total of 45 of them using the spatial ring. She put away the halberd with a satisfied smile, stepping down from the stage. She waved to her friend Don Chia and the others with a smile. Yun leaned toward Jingming, hoping for a compliment. "How did I do? Not so bad, right?" Judenming delivered what she really wanted. Amazing! The combination of the type of magic with the hand-to-hand combat techniques was good. I look forward to seeing your performance in the second round. 2 hours later, the grand arena was divided into several smaller arenas for the second phase of the competition to begin, the free challenge phase. Each person would have 3 chances. They could choose anyone to take their rankings. However, those outside the top 50 could not challenge those who had qualified in that position. The newcomers looked at the arenas floating above their heads and began to think about their choices. Li Changzi gave up challenging Shooting Ming and wondered if she should choose the one who came in second. It was at that moment that a voice emerged. "Ava, I want to challenge." The third place was shocked to hear his name. He saw that he had been challenged and became frantic. "You are in first place. Why are you challenging third place?" The protagonist simply replied casually, "The rules do not say that it's prohibited to choose someone from a lower rank. Besides, don't you think I'm someone you can provoke at will?" Some misinformed people were confused and asked if there was a conflict between the two. Someone who saw what happened earlier ended up revealing to someone in doubt. "Don't you know?" Earlier, Li Changzi made a throat-cutting gesture, provoking Shooting Ming. Hitchens ground his teeth upon seeing Ava agree to the challenge and assign them an arena. Irritated, he accepted. "Then, let's see how powerful you, a rank S, can really be." As soon as the two climbed into the arena and grabbed their battle weapons, Eva immediately began the countdown. Li Chenji used a ranking skill of the strengthening type and feral style, transforming into a berserk lion king, a beast with a mane as red as blood. His powerful roar echoed throughout the arena. Upon transforming, he charged at Shooting Min. "You forced me to this with a sharp gaze, causing faint lightning to appear." Shooting Min contradicted him, his arrogance causing disaster. Li Tengji advanced toward Shooting Ming, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Li Tengji realized, Shooting Ming was already behind him. Ichenzi managed to turn around quickly, swinging his sword while roaring, "An electric-type user dares to confront me head-on? That was your mistake." The sword struck Shooting's spear in a fierce clash. However, as a result, powerful energy rebounded against Li Changzi, knocking him back. The novice transformed into a lion was shocked. He couldn't believe that Shooting Ming had more strength points than he did. Pointing the spear forward, Shooting Ming released lightning once again. A large formation appeared, and the divided lightning from the purple cloud fell upon Li Chengyi, completely engulfing him in a wave of suffering and pain. Li Chengyi roared furiously, trying to withstand the attack. From the stands, everyone watched the electric sphere surrounding Li Chenzi and was shocked, as even though he was a user of the second rank of the strengthening type, he could not endure the pain of that attack. For many, the most terrifying was Shooting Min. He controlled the lightning to avoid harming Li Chenzi, merely causing him pain. Therefore, Ava could not intervene, as Li Chenzi had not yet been defeated. After being unable to endure mentally, Li Chenzi fainted. Thus, the victory of the battle was claimed by Shooting Min. With a look of disdain, Shooting Min was disappointed as he wanted to play a little longer. So, he waited for Li Chenzi to learn his lesson. Or next time would be even worse. Upon waking up, Li Chenzi dragged himself in the arena. He was relieved to have survived by looking back and seeing Shooting Ming moving away. He sighed. However, it was at that moment that Kyu-yun declared, pointing her halberd at the arena, "I also want to challenge for third place, Li Tengji." A great shock arose in Li Tengji's eyes. It didn't take long for everyone to see Li Tengji transformed into a lion, being thrown up. Once again, he fell heavily to the ground as Kyu-yun emerged victorious. This time, Lee Changgi was carried out of the arena with the aid of a stretcher. As she descended from the arena, Kyu-yoon smiled happily, seeking the approval of Shooting Ming. Did you see how I defeated him? The protagonist praised Song Kyu-yoon's performance. They greeted each other with a fist bump. Upon seeing the actions of the two, a young man put his hand to his chin. Something must definitely be happening between those two. Beside him, another student was shocked. Wait, are you saying our goddess has already been conquered? Nearby, someone cursed. That bastard! Shooting Ming moved so fast that classes hadn't even started yet. Realizing they were speaking too loudly, they quickly fell silent. However, they didn't want Lee Changzi to suffer at the hands of the husband and wife. When, hours later, Dean Sun summoned back the various devices, Eva announced that the great freshman competition had come to an end. Now I will announce the final results. First place went to Shooting Ming, second place to Song Chu-yang, and Lee Changji ended up in third place. Ki-don Chia managed to secure 26th place, while Liu Wental achieved his goal and earned 39th place. The dean instructed everyone to enter the academy's official website to check their academic classes. Curious, one approached the protagonist asking, "Jimin, which class were you assigned to?" Showing her the screen of his phone, he revealed that he had been selected for the second class of the Weapon Academy. He asked about it, and Oh-yoon ended up in the third class of the Elemental Academy, seeing how Oh-yoon already called Shooting Ming by name without any honorifics. Don Chia smiled provocatively, showing to Ental that he equally provoked. She might be calling him Jing Ming today, and tomorrow she might be calling him baby. With the class designations finalized, Dean Sun officially concluded the grand competition, but added something. Students who performed well in this grand competition will receive messages from exclusive mentors regarding the learning program. Tonight, please keep an eye out so you don't miss them. Dean Long, who, like another dean, was together, commented to each other how the competition had been much better than the last, all thanks to Shooting Ming. Now that the competition was over, Shooting Ming asked his group if they should go for lunch, to which Oh-yoon immediately agreed and teased, "Let's make the rookie king pay for us, since you are going to become extremely rich for having a 10 cubic meter space ring." Shooting Ming did not refuse to pay. "All right, order whatever you want." This left Ental, hungry, happy enough to celebrate, jumping joyfully. At that moment, two people approached Shooting Ming, who curiously asked who they were. Yuan immediately introduced himself. "I am the president of the Fallen Star Society. I would like to invite you to join our group." Yuan knew he needed to convince him, as he is currently the only S-rank student. "Our Fallen Star Society will show our sincerity. As long as you join us, you will receive the position of vice president, earning 100 credits per semester and a B-rank resource." The people who heard the conversation were shocked by Wu Yuan's offer. Many were envious, for unlike Shooting Ming, they had to even pay fees to enter good societies. At that moment, a provocative voice emerged. "Vice President Will Yuan, your Fallen Star Society is being a bit greedy competing. Shooting Ming, come to our Ash City. You could become the reserve president. When I graduate, you will be the president. You won't lose any benefits by listening to the offer from the Ash Society." The people who had already been eavesdropping on the conversation from the beginning were even more shocked. The mischievous one smiled in satisfaction. He knew that the Fallen Star Society was subordinate to the Fallen Star Guild. According to the rules, the society could not choose a reserve president, who was always chosen by the guild. Hearing the two proposals, Shooting Ming brought his hand to his chin. "I need some time to consider. I can give an answer in a few days." In his past life, Shooting Ming had joined the student council at university, even serving as president. As a result, student council affairs took up a lot of his time. He wanted to be careful in this life. Immediately, Ware and Wu Yuan began to fight to try to hand their business cards to Shooting Ming. They also handed their cards to Shooting Ming's friends, inviting them, knowing that they could help Shooting Ming make a decision. Seeing the two club presidents leave, Shooting Ming intended to go to the restaurant. However, Kyuhyun realized it wouldn't be so easy to leave. Several people approached, each trying to attract Shooting Ming. "Join our club!" Most of the members, are girls. At least a dozen people surrounded Shooting Ming. "Don't join us. We have the best development prospects." Others tried to convince with money. "We have support from a financial group." After getting their legs to work, the group managed to escape the crowd. Shooting Ming had decided where they would go. "Let's go to King Yaju before he leaves." Another person approached. Already from Sean, she waved to Shu Jingming, now teasing. "It's been a long time since I've seen you, Junior." Seeing that Chu Chuan discovered the truth, the protagonist smiled awkwardly. "Hello, senior sister." Finding the situation very strange, Oyun asked Shu Jingming who that woman was. Shu Jingming introduced Dian Chu Chuan to everyone, someone she had met in the wild areas. Seeing Chu Chuan up close, Wental almost went crazy, his jaw nearly dropping. Chu Chuan, upon being introduced, greeted everyone. "I am from the Elemental Academy, a third-year senior." Hello, everyone. Blushing, Wentel stammered and trembled while pointing at his goddess Young. He now realized that Xu Jingming was much greater than he thought for being able to make the ice beauty truly smile. Sun Qiuyun introduced herself to Chuchuan. Hello, senior sister. I am Xu Jingming's classmate. Sun Qiuyun, seeing a beautiful girl next to Xu Jingming, left Chuchuan shocked. Qiuyun was charming and had great curves. Chuchuan ended up feeling a desire to snuggle up to the girl she had just met. However, recognizing her thoughts, she quickly shook her head negatively. What a terrible girl. She really knows how to be appealing to both men and women. Unaware of Chuchuan's thoughts, Oyun stated they were going to eat and invited Chuchuan to join them. The group ended up going to a nice restaurant. Immediately, the group ordered drinks and toasted to celebrate the end of the rookie competition. Chuchuan particularly sat next to Xu Jingming, and with her arms intertwined with his, she called for a special toast. Already with her face flushed, Oyun sat across from him, asking for them to drink together as well. Dongqia was once again beside Wentel, who whispered to her, "These two seem to be interested in Brother Ming. We need to leave immediately so we don't interfere with this love battle." The two got up and bid farewell to Xu Jing, me and the girls asserting that they had other things to do. Jude sighed at me, wondering why the two were leaving. Seeing the two girls lined up in his arms, he could perceive what the drink caused, pretending to be weak. Chuchuan murmured, "The senior sister can't walk very well, Junior. Can you help me?" Yun did the same. Jingming, I also can't walk. Help me too. Surprised, the protagonist asked if they were sure, and they ended up responding in unison, "We're sure." Thus, Jingming agreed to take both of them, attracting various looks. After dropping the girls off at their residences, the protagonist returned to his own village, already extremely tired. However, upon entering the room, he saw a woman with shoulder-length hair waiting for him and questioned her. "Who are you?" The woman stood up, introducing herself. "Hello, student Xu. I am your class counselor, Suyu. I brought your reward from the big freshman competition." Upon discovering that the woman carrying a box was his teacher, Xu Jingming greeted her, thanking her and showing her the box. She revealed that the opening would only unlock with his fingerprint and asked him to also join the class messaging group, offering to resolve any problems that arose for him at school. "Anything that happens, you can contact me directly, and I will help you resolve it." Thus, Suyu stated that she needed to notify other students and said goodbye. At that moment, Wentel, who had heard a sound of conversation, came down from the second floor. He was more interested in another matter. "Brother Ming, how was it? No conflict happened, right? I mean, with Song Qiuyun and with senior sister Yang?" Confused, the protagonist asked why there would be a conflict between the two. Wentel was shocked. Wait, if there was no conflict, did they come to harmony? Wentel finally realized the truth. As expected of Brother Ming, you managed to handle the situation between the two. Xu Jingming ignored, and he put his finger on the latch mechanism of the box. Anxious, he was more interested in seeing the reward he received. Xu Jingming opened the storage and stored the spear he was holding. Now having 10 cubic meters of storage, he was happy not to have to carry a spear on his back all the time. Seeing how his roommate had 3 storage rings, Liu Ental had to say, "Brother Ming, you really are giving off the vibe of a rich kid." Now Mental felt a little envy. Being in the top 50, he earned only 400 credits, far from Xu Jingming, who had many rings in his hand. The protagonist planned to go to the Yai equipment department the next day to sort things out. Taking a pill, Jingming asked if the Ental knew what it was for, since there was no manual. The Ental had a solution to identify the pill. "Ava, come here!" The drone approached the pill and scanned it. Soon, the robotic voice revealed, "This is a mental focus pill, rank 5, from the potion department of the Magical City Superpowers University. Useful for individuals in Tier 5 or below. Consuming it means increasing mental power. It is a rank A cultivation resource." Xu Jingming did not know that Ava had this function, and found out that not only pills, she could also identify monster materials and rare herbs for him. This was quite convenient, but it was a pity they couldn't take Ava into nature. Hearing Jingming's wish, the Ental revealed that there were similar products on the market. The protagonist decided to look for one of those when he had time. He went to the training room on the 2nd floor. First, he wanted to see how much mental energy he would gain from the pill. Body and spirit were 2 fundamental things, but the higher their levels were, the harder they were to improve. At first, the conversion rate would be 20%, but soon it would drop to 10% and continue to decrease. Placing the pill in his mouth, Xu Jingming waited for it to surprise him. A mist rose around him as his eyes closed in contemplation. Xu Jingming's physical points reached 1,321, while his spirit exceeded 1,000 points. This had helped him save 500 points. As long as the spirit points were high enough, he retrieved the spear from the warehouse, deciding to train for another 2 hours before sleeping. The next day, Xu Jingming headed to the equipment department after selling the rings. The balance in his account had soared to over 100 million. He had saved a small fortune, showing that superpowers could indeed make money. While Xu Jingming waited, an EVA announced, "Number 14, please proceed to pharmacy number 3. Xu Jingming looked at his own file. He was number 43. It would take some time to be called, so he decided to sit and cultivate for now. Xu Jingming walked until he found an empty chair, but before he could sit down, a young woman approached. "Junior brother, you are here, too?" Upon seeing Miss Chuchuan, he greeted her. "What a coincidence. Did you recover from the hangover last night?" Diverting her gaze, Chuchuan avoided feeling embarrassed and went straight to the point. She approached. "Are you here to sell those rare herbs you found in the cave last time?" Jinming, however, explained that he wanted to find someone who could make potions and refine them for him. Hearing what Jinming was looking for, the lady acted proudly. "Don't you think there's an excellent and beautiful potion maker right in front of you?" Disbelieving Chuchuan's words, he asked if she was just an amateur. This left her outraged, making her argue. "Who said I'm an amateur? I have a rank 2 potion maker license. Refining some pills like these is easy for me." Chuchuan revealed something surprising. She had decided not to go to areas anymore. Wildlife, filming, but changing careers to become a full-time potion maker. After what Chuchuan revealed, they headed to a quieter place to talk. Chuchuan shared a bit about why she had made the big decision. "After that last crisis, I realized that wildlife may not be suitable for me. Of course, I will still film videos, but I will switch to vlogs about my daily life on how to make potions." She was questioned whether changing the style of the videos would cause her to lose a large number of fans. Regarding this, Chuchuan revealed that she was an orphan who had lost her parents to a beast attack. After awakening her ice ability, she had worked hard to get into university, but her financial situation was difficult. After one of her videos went viral, she became a model for clothing and weapons. Thus, her bank account grew, but at that stage in her life, she preferred to do research and refine pills. Therefore, she revealed the key point of her change. "If you hadn't saved the day, last time I would be lost. But I can't have that luck every time, so I decided to change direction." Xu Jingming understood her mindset and supported her. "Good luck. I hope your transition is a success." He still had one doubt, however. Can an ice-type user become a potion maker? Chuchuan laughed, seeing that he didn't know much about the profession, but explained, "There are special enchanted cauldrons that can convert types of energy into flames. Your lightning type can also refine remedies." Discovering the senior's capability, Xu Jingming took a box from his inventory and handed it to her. "I will leave these rare herbs with you." Chuchuan was surprised to see him allow her to help him, taking the box. She smiled with happiness. "Since you trust me so much, I won't be polite. I will deliver the finished pills in a week." When the two made the agreement, the protagonist received a message. He then headed to Master Yang's residence. Some gentlemen from Shuming were present and chatting among themselves. One of them commented on how he had seen a great new junior brother the last time he was present. A woman beside him also confirmed having seen and asked curiously, "Is this junior brother really that powerful?" Mr. Liu Ming responded mysteriously, "You will know at any moment. He will absolutely shock you." The lady who asked was curious. "I will check carefully." Despite this, she thought Mr. Liu was exaggerating. When Jingming arrived, Master Yang welcomed him. The young man greeted him. "Hello, Professor. I rushed to come as soon as I was called." As he greeted the professor and looked to the side, Jingming was startled. Mr. Liu was sitting in a wheelchair. "What happened to you?" Mr. Liu revealed. "It was the fault of the 8th rank Grandmaster Wang Lin. To lure monsters, he used the Grey Guild as bait. The guild suffered heavy losses, and your senior brother was also severely injured. I fought against that bastard Wang Lin. Although I did not win in the end, he also did not come out unscathed." In explaining the state Liu Ming was in, Master Yang showed why he did not want Jing Ming to participate in the rookie competition. The protagonist was outraged, as an 8th rank Grandmaster could move mountains and seas, and yet there existed one so malicious. Shuming was only in the Yiduao's 2nd tier. He would not be able to avenge his senior brother, and if he found himself in the same situation Liu Ming encountered, he would not be able to do much more. This made him realize that if he did not become stronger, he would be crushed by an even greater force. Master Yang placed a hand on his shoulder to make him stop thinking so much about the matter. Now he wanted to introduce the senior brother from the 3rd year. Shui, regarding the senior sister of the 2nd year, Tong Yue, the tall young man with spiky hair and the young woman with a ponytail and orange streaks, waved to Xu Jingming. Shui extended his hand, revealing a small box, a gift. This is a level 4 energy pill. It can significantly increase mana absorption efficiency, a level B cultivation resource. Tong Yue decided to transfer 200 credits to Jing Ming as a gift. The protagonist bowed, thanking the brother and the senior sister. As soon as he received the gifts, Liu Mingo called his senior sister. Tong seemed to doubt what was said about you. Tell her that you have mastered 4 A-rank thunder combat skills. Shooting Ming smiled, confirming what Senior Liu said. The pair of gentlemen they had just met were shocked. Tong Yue, a year older than him, was the most surprised. How did you manage to reach the advanced stage of the 2nd tier while learning combat techniques at the same time? The senior sister felt pressured when comparing herself to Shooting Ming. A-rank combat skills are extremely difficult. I barely managed to reach the advanced stage of the 2nd level recently, after mastering 2 of them. Not only is his level the same as mine, but he's also mastered more rank skills than I have. Where is the justice? The protagonist tried to take any weight off the senior's heart, claiming only to have been born with good intuition. This made her even more desperate, bringing her hand to her head. Junior. Brother, this hurts my heart. Master Yang entered the conversation, praising his intuition and hard work, and warned, I prepared a banquet to celebrate later. Congratulations on the 1st place. Director Sam praised you greatly. Shujing Ming did not brag, just saying that the enemies were the weak ones. Changing the subject, he asked the mentor for help to test his combat skills, heeding Shujing Ming's wish. Mr. Shuwei volunteered and asked which skill he would like to test. Shujing Ming revealed the rank S combat skill, the Nether Thunder Armor. The 4 present were shocked to hear the technique mastered by Shujing Ming. Mr. Shuwei stepped back, completely dejected. Okay, fine. I am at the low stage of the 3rd tier. I cannot break the defense of this technique yet. The request was left for Master Yang, who led the way. Let's go to the training field. Soon they arrived at a large arena. The 3 senior brothers accompanied them, curious. Chu asked if Jing Ming had learned such a technique. Understanding the junior, Mr. Liu knew he would not lie. Still downcast, Tong Yue waited to understand why the junior brother was called a monster. Lightning surged around Xu Jingming as what looked like armor with numerous horns took shape around him. Confident, he asked, Master, attack me! Master Yang created a sphere of lightning, warning that he would start with the intensity of an individual at the peak of the 3rd tier. The size of the energy sphere increased until it covered almost the entire arena, shooting lightning out from its structure. With the thunder armor, Xu Jingming asked the teacher to raise the level of the technique. Laughter erupted from the teacher's mouth as he accepted the challenge. Very well, I will increase the energy. Tell me if you can't. Handle it! The sphere of lightning around Xu Jingming grew in power until the attacks became 10 times stronger. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the confrontation, but at this point he faltered, falling to his knees as his armor was shattered. Master, young... He interrupted the attack and approached, praising the young man. Haha, not bad at all. This was the attack intensity of a lower stage level 4 user, which is about 10 times greater than that of a level 3. At its peak, his armor would require at least an A-ranked level 4 user to break its defense. The senior brothers who met Shooting Ming that day were left speechless after helping the disciple test his defense. Master Yang called him to return to the pavilion, but Shooting Ming interrupted him. The protagonist wanted to test himself at an even higher level. The energy in his body overflowed, his hair turned white, and a roar of strength was unleashed. The gust of wind created by the overflow of energy hit the senior brothers, showing that Shooting Ming's thunder body had advanced to the 3rd layer. Tong realized she had been surpassed. Her technique was only at the 2nd layer. The junior brother had not only mastered 4 A-rank combat techniques and 1 S-rank, but he had also surpassed the state of extreme thunder. Master Yang was once again motivated. He wondered why his body could withstand 10 times the force of the impact. It turned out that his indestructible body reached the 3rd layer. Let's test again. He created the lightning sphere once more. Master Yang ascended to the sky while expanding the thunder attack. Shooting Ming put on the armor again, preparing to defend it. 3 minutes later, Shooting Ming's armor had been broken. Once again, the teacher excitedly approved him. Great! 20 times is at the level of a mid-stage Tier 4 user. Jing Ming achieving such a feat exceeded Master Yang's expectations. The protagonist thanked him for the compliment and for helping him to test. Now he finally knew his defense level. Master Yang felt that, among all the students, Jing Ming was the one who needed the least teaching and the one he worried about the least. The master joined the students, and they all went out to eat together. Today I am in a good mood. Order the most expensive you can, the teacher ordered. A sports SUV was racing on the highway. Inside, Jing Ming asked Mr. Liu for his opinion. Between the Gray Society and the Meteor Society, which should I choose? The gentleman recommended the Meteor Society. Shui, who was driving, asked in surprise, "I thought you were going to ask the junior brother to join your Grey Society." The gentleman sighed as the Grey Guild was in trouble. Otherwise, he would have really recommended it. Master Yang also recommended, "You can stay in a club for 1 or 2 years, and then create your own society after graduation. Your juniors will become the first power base to support you." Confused, Shu Jingming asked me if something like that was really necessary. The master frowned slightly, revealing, "Do you know why I couldn't reach the Grandmaster rank? It's because I don't have a faction. I have to do everything alone. What a waste of time." Shu Jingming understood the advice and thanked him. The next day, with the start of classes, Shu Jingming noticed how things were starting to align. In a large auditorium, a professor was teaching. "Today we will talk about the origin of beasts. Hundreds of years ago, a primordial energy arose on the blue planet. It all started with the awakening of wild animals, which transformed into fierce beasts. Soon after came the awakening of humans. Jingming learned that after the explosion of original energy, people discovered many ruins of ancient civilizations on the underground. Most of the advanced technology products on the blue planet evolved from these ancient civilizations, including the skill detection devices. After the first class, he also attended classes on anatomy, equipment, and weapons, as well as elements. The teacher was impressed when he demonstrated creating a dragon shape. "Not bad. You are excellent at shaping a skill of that level into any form you want. That's not easy. No one in the elemental college can do that. Too bad you are not in our weekend course." Shu Jingming went back to hunting in the wild area of Yongchang. The black dragon spear of Ager had cost Shu Jingming 1,000 credits upon purchase. New knowledge, new techniques, new equipment. Shu Jingming's skills had increased again. Still, Shu Jingming felt it was a pity that there were no statistic-boosting buttons in the skill option. Otherwise, he would strengthen it even more. He wouldn't hold back points, so he would spend them all immediately to become as efficient as possible. Thus, Shu Jingming hoped that the Divine Thunder skill of the Purple Sky would become a SS rank skill. The following week, Shu Jingming was back at the academy, in the same classroom as him. Song Chium complained, "You learned skill manipulation just a few days ago, but you are already better than I managed in a month of training. Comparisons really hurt us." When the protagonist sat next to her, she informed him that the joint event with King Jing Superpower University and Jingchang University would happen next week, and asked if he would participate. Having heard that the destination would be a wild area, Jingming didn't think about missing it. For him, it was a great opportunity to earn points. Shu Jingming also planned to see what kind of prodigies there were. The other top universities had recruited that very day. A meeting of newcomers took place. Shu Jingming, Kyuyun the Engraver, and Kaidan Chia gathered with Jingming. Along with them, Wentel believed they could just relax and leave all the work to him. Song Kyuyun reminded how the school had ranked first for the past 4 years, and Shu Jingming should ensure the 5th consecutive year. The protagonist soon saw someone arriving. A portal opened and Ling Shuang, the vice principal, appeared, announcing that she would be the host of the trip. Eva unfolded a map that the vice principal hovered over, explaining that the destination of this research trip was the 7th wild area of the Pit of Evil, located in the heart of the mountains of Chunan City in Qian Province. Many were worried when they saw the hologram of the dark clouds surrounding the place, a location where many individuals with superpowers met the end of their destinies. The vice principal warned that she would personally lead the team on the trip, so each school would also have its own instructors. In addition, the superiors would allocate a batch of resources to the 3 schools based on the ranking of all participants. The ranking is based on the number and level of beasts killed, valid for the top 50. First place will receive 34%, second place 23%, third place 19%, while the remaining 47 individuals will share the remaining 24%. She warned that first place was crucial, pertaining to the glory of the 5-win streak of the Magic City University, as well as the resources that the school would receive. She addressed Shu Jing. "I'm assigning you this task without any problems, right?" The protagonist nodded, confident that with his current power, no newcomer. The superintendent, the vice principal, liked his expression but warned about some last news. This research trip to the King Jing Superpowers University brought in foreign agent who possesses an S-rank ability. Everyone was shocked, as in recent years, apart from Shu Jingming, no new S-rank had appeared in the entire country. One of Eva's droids created a hologram of a man with a red band around his head. The vice principal revealed his identity. "This S-rank is not from our country. He is an exchange student from Qingding University, brought from the nation of Edu. His name is Kiran Hao. He has a rank S enhancement ability, level 3, lower stage." The opponent being at stage 3 caught Shu Jingming's attention. Not only the protagonist, but everyone was also impressed. The vice principal confirmed the information gathered by Eva, but revealed that, unlike the others, Kiran was already 20 years old. Discovering that the opponent was 2 years older than them outraged many of the students who questioned whether this really counted as being a newcomer against someone at the third tier. Xu Jingming lacked confidence in winning, but upon looking at Xu Jingming, he realized that he wasn't worried. Xu Jingming didn't care about the enemy of the same rank, as fighting against opponents with higher rankings than his was already routine. With 3 S-level combat techniques, 4 A-level techniques, and master-level spear arts in hand, Xu Jingming was not afraid of the newcomer from the rival academy. Moreover, the competition was about the numbers and tiers of the defeated beasts regarding the battles. Xu Jingming was confident that he wouldn't lose. The vice principal observed the young man and praised him internally. Not bad. Xu Jingming truly lives up to his reputation as a level S student. More exceptional than our school has seen in years, he continues to be full of confidence even in the face of so much pressure. It was not in vain that I approved the special grant of the Tyrant Dragon Blood Essence of Double Grade S for him. The Qingqing Skill University received external help purely because the first place had priority in resource allocation, but Ling Shuang intended to frustrate them once again. The vice principal rose in the air, returning to the portal before saying, "Very well, this covers the general situation of this study trip. There are 7 days left. Everyone make the most of your time and prepare." 7 days later, the protagonist met with his follower, Yung Chuchuan, who prepared what he asked for: detox pills, healing pills, energy recovery pills, awakening pills, all of grade 2, 20 pills per bottle. This should be sufficient for you to use this month. On the table, there were various bottles of different colors. Caressing Chuchuan's silver hair, he thanked her. "You worked hard. Look at these dark circles under your eyes. Don't stay up late refining pills." Blushing slightly, she averted her gaze, not daring to look at Shuang, who thought about buying the pills elsewhere so as not to overload her. She immediately retorted, "How can the pills bought at a pharmacy compare to the ones I refine myself? I guarantee every single one of them is extremely potent," revealing that she had prepared 2 sets of each potion. Chuchuan instructed Jing Ming to deliver one of them to Chu Yun. Surprised, the protagonist asked when the two had gotten so close. Secretly laughing, Chuchuan preferred not to say. Chuchuan encouraged him and Chu Yun to do their best, but reminded them to stay safe. "You are leaving tomorrow, so rest tonight." 160 grade 2 tablets. Xu Jingming was impressed to see them refined in just 1 week. It would be impossible without staying awake for 3 or 4 nights. He could understand Chuchuan's sincere feelings, but unfortunately, he could not focus on relationships at the moment. It was necessary to become stronger before such things could be considered. The next day, hundreds of students gathered on a football field. Xu Jing told me, 856 students. Almost all the freshmen had signed up for the field trip. Song Q-yun was confused about why they were gathered on the football field instead of the high-speed train station. Owenthal heard her question and explained, "You don't know? For this trip we are going by plane." The young woman was puzzled, as there was no runway nearby. Responding to her question, a large spaceship appeared through the clouds, descending onto the academy. The large aircraft landed in the field where they were, impressing everyone. One of the students recognized the transport. "That is a Zeppelin excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization. I heard they still haven't deciphered its anti-gravity device." The vice principal stepped out of the aircraft, telling all the first-year students to board. The underside of the aircraft lowered, opening its large hatch for the students to enter. It didn't take long for everyone to board. Vice Principal Shuang created a Yang spatial barrier with her magic, protecting the aircraft as it took off. Inside the aircraft, students were startled when the floor became transparent. Vice Principal Ling showed why she was an 8th-tier Grand Master. This Yang spatial barrier allowed the aircraft to exist independently of the outer space. The students would not need to dodge any flying creatures during the flight to Shujingming. As expected, only high-level individuals. They possessed skills capable of challenging the understanding of reality. He asked himself, motivated, "As soon as my indestructible thunder body enters the 6th layer, I will be able to acquire a skill randomly, refining the essence of beast blood. Will I obtain a flying skill?" Then, when the aircraft became completely transparent, it began the journey. The supply base of Chunan, in the province of Qian, was surrounded by skyscrapers. The aircraft landed, and everyone headed to buildings 1 and 2, where the dormitories were located. A host explained that they could take a stroll after obtaining their room cards. There would be a cafeteria in the building, as well as a large training area near the dormitories. Kidon Chio was assigned room 402 on the 4th floor, Wentel was assigned 203 on the 2nd floor, and Shooting Ming was assigned room 504 on the 5th floor. The Song that Oh Yun noticed would be staying in the room next to Shooting Ming and smiled at him, showing his card. Since he possessed the spatial ring, the protagonist revealed that he wouldn't need to return to the room to store his belongings. He planned to visit the training room, and the neighboring roommate decided to go with him. In the training room, weightlifting equipment spread as far as the eye could see. As soon as they arrived, Song Chu-yun noticed that the S rank of King Jing Skills University was already training. He had taken off his shirt and tied it around his waist, effortlessly lifting 400-kilogram weights, impressing everyone around him. Kira interrupted the training upon seeing the student shooting Ming from the magical city. He dropped the weights and quickly ran over, putting on his shirt. He approached. "Hello, Shooting Ming. I am Kiran Raoul from Shinding Skills University. Nice to meet you." Everyone turned to look at Shu Jingming. Everyone there was from King Jing University and felt relieved to have Kiran Hao. This time, for the rumors about Jin Ming were wild. The protagonist did not expect the foreigner to be so friendly and reached out to greet him. However, he was completely ignored as Kiran Hao addressed the young lady behind him. "This beautiful lady must be Song Kyu-yun. It is a pleasure to meet you." She, however, ignored him, pinching her nose to avoid the strong smell of sweat. The protagonist grabbed Kiran's wrist, alerting him. "Kiran, you seem to know a bit about Western etiquette, but not enough. Don't you know that touching a woman while covered in stinking sweat is extremely rude?" Kiran Hao became furious and released his aura, confronting it with Jin Ming's. The atmosphere became heated, and many rushed to call a teacher. The protagonist released Kiran Hao's wrist, which he pulled back. "I suggest you follow local customs and learn our etiquette." Kiran Hao was surprised by Jin Ming's strength, especially since he possessed the lightning attribute. However, his target was not him, but the Ike, young genius from the Song family. To Kiran Hao, it did not matter what the relationship was between her and Jin Ming, as he wanted to secure the cultivation resources that her family possessed at all costs. Walking away beside Jin Ming, Song O thanked him. "I can no longer stand the stench of this training room. We should train somewhere else." An hour later, after training, the duo also had a great meal. Shortly after, they prepared to return to the dorms when they saw a man trying to approach. People on the street. "The beasts are destroying the world. The final cataclysm is approaching. Only the supreme God can save humanity. Join us. Become one of us." He was completely ignored. However, Jin Ming had heard about this before since the beasts descended. Some religious fanatics were spreading apocalyptic rhetoric. This area of the Cave of Evil had a high concentration of users with abilities. As such, it was a broad group. It was not strange for cults to be active there. The man gritted his teeth, frightening the women around him. He cursed because people never believe. "Because I understood. Now I understand. Surely it's because the price you paid was not high enough. You did not feel the pain personally." He grabbed a knife he had been hiding, and in his manic gaze roamed the surroundings. "Ha ha ha. It must be that. Only by perceiving the pain can you comprehend the greatness of the supreme God." He leaped towards a woman and her daughter, but Shooting Ming quickly intervened, drawing a spear to neutralize him. The protagonist shielded the woman, who also protected her daughter. The mother thanked Shooting Ming. "If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't know if we could survive." The protagonist looked at the cultist's body, not believing. They were truly attacking people. Now that Oyun approached, also finding the situation strange, Judy and me thought it might be coincidence, but there could also be accomplices. The second option seemed correct, as among the gathered people, a man looked at them grimly, donned a hood, and quietly left during the night. The same man arrived at a large hotel, knelt, and presented the report to an archbishop. "I investigated who eliminated our members. It was Shooting Ming from the Skills University of the Magical City." The man carried a protective sphere containing a preserved spinal cord. Upon hearing the report, he requested confirmation of the target's identity and, once he had it, solemnly declared, "If we let a monster like this grow, it will become an even bigger problem." He handed a crown around the sphere to the subordinate and ordered, "You may go. The divine blood is about to emerge in the catacombs. This is a tracker of divine blood. You are responsible for organizing the rescue team. Remember, do not use the name of the Celestial Destiny sect." The man returned inside the hotel and began to float in the room along with several other objects. "Soon, my Celestial Destiny sect will reveal itself to the world, so let Shu Jingming, along with the rank S members of Rudo and all the elites from the 3 universities, be sacrificed." The next day, various people arrived at a deserted building area. The vice principal of Kingding Shopping University presented himself to the students from the 3 universities, explaining, "The study tour will officially begin today at 9 o'clock and will last for 1 month. The distribution of smart bracelets has begun for the students, as the mall explained its beast hunting records in the catacombs. Well, since the footage will be recorded by the smart bracelets you just received, The top 1,000 in total scores will receive rewards. In particular, the top 3 will be able to choose any technique to learn from the combat libraries of the 3 universities. Additionally, the overall first-place winner will receive an extra reward from their respective school. Many didn't even want to think about first place. It already seemed destined for Kieran or Jingming. The vice principal also enthusiastically encouraged them to work as a team, as there will be no restrictions on forming teams for this competition. I hope everyone actively hunts the beasts. Very well. I will leave the remaining time to you all. Immediately, the students began to announce where they were from. What roles were they looking for their teams? A monitor, Jing Yu from Class 2, sought out Jing Ming. However, the protagonist politely refused to join his group. Concerned, Oh Yun asked if he was really going to the catacombs alone. He revealed that he planned to go to the central area, so moving with others would slow him down. The perimeter of catacombs number 7 was filled with beasts from 1st to 3rd level, while the central region had beasts from 3rd to 5th level. Currently, Jingming was able to handle 4th level beasts and escape from 5th level ones, so naturally the central region was the best place to go. However, Oh Yun knew she wouldn't be able to go to the central area yet, as it would take 1 or 2 days to reach there. Oh Yun asked if she could accompany him there. As soon as she heard Jingming accept her, the girl smiled with happiness. At that moment, Kieran Hao approached, teasing, "I can't wait to see your performance. I hope you don't fall too far behind." The protagonist replied, 100%. The short answer confused Kieran Hao, who was soon left behind, feeling demoralized. "These are your chances of defeating me." The foreigner gritted his teeth, irritated, swearing, "Stubborn guy. This time I will use overwhelming force to show you great Chia people what I'm made of." Finally, Jing declared, "The study trip is open." All the students immediately ran towards the forest where the beasts were located. 7 hours later, Jing, Ming, and Kieran Yun were still moving deeper into the forest of catacombs number 7. They were interrupted by various gigantic beasts. Here, Oh Yun was a bit worried, although these iron fur pangolins were second-rate creatures. Their fur is more resistant than E-grade metal alloy. They are difficult to deal with. The protagonist volunteered and advanced against the beasts that curled up like pangolins and protected their bodies with sharp shells. Xu Jingming managed to pierce one of the beasts with the spear, while others attacked him from the sides. He was quick, retreated, and wielded the spear once more. Finally, he jumped over the last pangolin, which Oh Yun, mouth agape, realized the level of mastery with the spear that Xu Jingming possessed, not only in the art of the spear. It could be said that he had perfectly mastered every point of energy in his body, wasting nothing. Xu Jingming had defeated 12 Tier 2 steel pangolins, gaining 276 points of energy, along with 1,200 points for the competition. He did not think these were low points, which meant that upon reaching the central area, he could obtain over 30,000 points, in addition to raising his skills to double S rank. Commenting that Xu Jingming seemed different from the other electric types, Oh Yun approached to help him gather the items from the beasts' bodies. As he crouched down next to him, Oh Yun explained his thoughts. "Other lightning users are always so reckless with their abilities, but you, Xu Jingming, are very restrained. You are very careful with how you use your power." Xu Jingming thought about the challenge. "If I used the divine thunder of purple heaven, I could naturally reduce these beasts to dust in an instant, but that would be overkill. Only by conserving energy can I kill more beasts." Oh Yun felt it was a pity, as he wanted to see his full strength. The sky over the mountains began to turn orange, indicating that night would fall soon. Xu Jingming wanted to find a place to rest. Looking at the map, he found a nearby water source. And these were the places where the beasts gathered the most in the wild areas. The protagonist led his partner to defeat a few more monsters before it got dark. The duo arrived at a small lake, but there was a strange fact. There were no beasts in the vicinity. As soon as Xu Jingming finished speaking, the steps of a tiger were heard. It was on the other side of the lake, drinking water silently. A crocodile emerged from the lake, slowly approaching the tiger to make it prey. The aquatic beast attacked, engaging in combat with the tiger. The lake monster overpowered its prey and showed who was in command there. The protagonist was impressed to discover that this source was home to giant crocodiles. This explained why other beasts stayed away. This was a 4th-tier beast, which worried Kyung. Beasts of this level have strong perception. Let's leave quickly. The protagonist, however, wanted to stay. Although 4th-tier beasts were strong, they were not impossible to defeat. Claiming to have already defeated beasts of this level in Yangchang, Jingming unleashed lightning all over his body, which made Yun curious to see, thinking it had been taught by Professor Yang. With such power surrounding him, the protagonist declared, "The indestructible thunder body is strong, but to deal with a fourth-level beast, I have a much more efficient technique." At the same time, the sky began to become cloudy, which made Yoon look up worried about the possibility of rain. Starting, the protagonist ultimately dissipated her concern, revealing that he was the source of the atmospheric change. The heavenly thunder technique was activated, and the lightning from his body exploded toward the heavens, merging with the clouds. A powerful bolt of lightning fell, striking the entire lake, spreading out and making the giant crocodile its target. The beast trembled violently, honoring because of the attack. With a single blow, the protagonist brought down the beast, earning 213 energy points and 10,000 points for the competition. He celebrated the new achievement. Not bad. The energy point yield of a fourth-level beast is more than 5 times that of a third-level one. It seems that the Deep Blue system was designed to make you constantly push your limits. Now that he had defeated the crocodile, the protagonist called Kyung to take a look at the lake. The young woman was still in awe, having never seen such a strong genius before. Jingmin was like a monster. She had discovered his true strength. The two approached the body of the crocodile, which was dozens of times larger than they were. The skin of a giant freshwater crocodile was worth at least 20 or 30 million. It was a pity that it was all ruined because of Shooting Ming's big attack, which Yun reminded him that not only the skin was valuable, the whole body of a fourth-level beast was a treasure. Yun revealed that his space ring was big enough to store the beast, and decided to keep it until they could give it to Jingming when they returned to the base. Since the area was dangerous because of the water source, the protagonist didn't want to stay there any longer. As soon as Q-Yun stored the monster's body in the space ring, he intended to find a cave for them to rest. As soon as he did, he stopped and, with a soft voice, shyly asked, "Can we wait a moment? There's a lake here. I wanted to take a quick bath to help her." The protagonist checked if there were more monsters in the lake. Attacking it with a powerful lightning bolt, he was surprised by the outcome of the attack. A large red puddle began to form, while an incredibly pleasant and appealing smell reached his nose. At the same time, a group of hooded men followed a leader. One of them asked, "Archbishop, what divine blood are we going to recover this time?" The man at the front of the group revealed the blood of an ancient dragon lord. The group, wearing cloaks with the symbol of a blood moon, became excited upon hearing, "As soon as we obtain this item, our celestial destiny sect will gain another powerful blood divine envoy." The leader, furious, ordered them to be quiet, reminding that they are the Blood Moon sect in the hands of the Archbishop. A crown detecting treasures began to glow red, sensing the sudden appearance of what they sought. As they were not far away, they quickly advanced. They would not rest that night until they found the target, while Oh Yoon was shocked to see the lake's water turn red. The protagonist, who had been drawn by the reddish water, asked the young woman if she had felt the same. She denied and revealed that, according to the dawnlight she possessed, the water carried an aura of a beast similar to that of Jing Ming. The protagonist was surprised, as he had observed a double S-grade resource at the 8th tier, the essence of the thunderstorm dragon. The protagonist decided to go to the lake to test it and asked her to pull him back immediately if something happened. As he reached the center of the lake, the red water enveloped Xu Jingming. He closed his eyes, feeling a pleasant sensation, as if he had wandered through a desert for 10 days and then found a water spring to quench his thirst. The protagonist was lifted into the air by the red essence, and Oh Yun, who was watching him, became worried. Jingming seemed to have found great fortune, and therefore could not move. This meant it was now her time to protect him. The next morning, at dawn, dozens of beast bodies were scattered around Q-Yun. She wiped the sweat away, relieved to have managed to resist all night. The strongest beast that had approached was only at the low level of the 3rd tier. Tyr, upon looking at the color of the water, realized that the red had almost disappeared. This meant that Jingming was coming to an end. It was at that moment that a group of hooded men, carrying a dark aura, arrived at the lake area. The Archbishop looked at Kyun, recognizing that she had already collected numerous sources of divine blood before, and never had something like this happened. He did not understand why the number 2 student from the City of Magic Skills University was there. Oh Yoon also confronted the hooded group, asking who they were, as their clothing showed that they did not belong to the 3 universities. To drive them away, Oh Yoon warned, "There are no animals here, and the water source is contaminated. If you gentlemen are looking for water, I suggest you search elsewhere." One of the sect members was outraged upon hearing her and retorted, "This is a supreme divine item. How dare you describe it with the word contaminated? The Archbishop intervened, ordering them to ignore her and just collect the blood essence. First, Oh-yoon realized that the group was there to obtain the strange thing in the water. Their leader was someone in the 4th tier, while the weakest member of the group was in the 3rd tier. Faced with such a strong group, she would have to use her secret card, which Oh-yoon took. The necklace that she had hidden began to glow with an intense golden light as soon as she touched it. All the members of the Blood Moon sect charged towards her while she created a large barrier. A powerful sword strike couldn't even touch the edge of the barrier, and the group retreated, frightened. The Archbishop recognized the power that the young woman carried. It was a guardian talisman from an ancient ruined civilization. These talismans were extremely rare, reusable artifacts capable of saving lives. Seeing that the man knew the item she was using, Oh-yoon boasted, "If you know this, why haven't you left yet? Why waste your time here?" The Archbishop scoffed at the girl's question. "As far as I know, the guardian talismans have a duration limit. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. Waiting here a little won't hurt." Kwei Oh-yoon replied, irritated, deciding to ignore them. "Then you can wait as long as you want." The talisman that the young woman carried could last just over an hour and would take 24 hours to regenerate. She desperately hoped that Jing Ming would wake up within that short time frame. An hour later, the barrier created by Oh-yoon disappeared, and the Archbishop mocked, "I told you the barrier has a time limit." The man advised the young woman while his subordinates raised their swords. "I suggest you be smart and hand over the talisman. Otherwise, I guarantee you will suffer." Kwei Oh-yoon took a strength pill, intending to fight to protect Jing Ming. At that moment, a voice emerged from the red energy sphere floating above the lake. "Is that so? Because I have the impression that you are the ones who will suffer." 2 hands emerged, tearing through the energy sphere. The protagonist freed himself by obtaining his new power, appearing before everyone even stronger than before. Xu Jingming walked across the waters as the spirit of a dragon followed beneath his feet. The team leader of the sect recognized Jingming, one of the organization's biggest targets, and unexpectedly felt his heart race anxiously, even being a Tier 4 user against a Tier 2 user. The member of the Moon sect couldn't hold back and ordered his subordinates, eliminate the two. Lightning appeared in Xu Jingming's gaze, and when everyone attacked him, a prison of lightning fell from the sky above them. The sect members were repelled one by one. The team leader of the sect ground his teeth in concern. He had previously discovered that Tier 3 users could not defeat Xu Jingming, but he did not expect them to be eliminated instantly. Even thinking he would have the advantage, young Jingming surprised him by advancing in the blink of an eye. The protagonist's spear shaft struck the cultist before he could defend himself. The force of the attack was tremendous, throwing the man deep into the forest and causing him to knock down several trees as his body crashed against them. When he fell to the ground, the sect's team leader trembled slightly, putting his hand on his belly where the impact had occurred. The protagonist approached him and warned, "How would they? I ask and you answer. What was that in the lake?" With the tip of the spear pointed at him, the man quickly revealed the secret of the essence of a rank 9 imperial beast. Then, Xu Jingming questioned what such a beast essence was doing in that isolated place. The man, fearing for his life, also revealed, in the Yiwai ancient era, human martial saints and beast emperors waged total war, and different types of blood essence were spread throughout the world. As a final question, Xu Jingming asked why they were collecting those essences. The man smirked and bit down on something between his teeth. "We are the Blood Moon sect. Regarding the reason, no comments." His smile distorted as a red slime overflowed from all the openings of his face. The cultist's body fell to the ground. Since the protagonist could not obtain more answers, he decided to ask Director Lin Chuan when they returned. While he handled the bodies of the cultists, Chao Yun approached, worried about him, fatigued from having fought for so long. She staggered. Xu Jingming supported her and patted her head. "I am fine. Thank you for everything you did." Chao Yun distanced herself from his embrace, running while averting her gaze and pointing at the other bodies. These people who perished seemed to be searching for the essence in the water. The protagonist confirmed and revealed about the Moon sect and the level of essence that Oh-yoon was shocked to discover, that Xu Jinming had managed to absorb such a high-level essence. He also directly revealed that he was confused, but there seemed to be no side effects. On the contrary, it made his indestructible thunder body advance to the 4th stage. The benefits had been greater than expected, but he would need to talk to his teacher about it. When they walked back through the forest, Xu Jinming found a spot with comfortable grass and recommended to Kyung, "Rest here for now. You must be tired from being my guardian for 2 days. You almost couldn't walk just now." Oh-yoon sat on the grass near a tree, and Xu Jinming sat next to her. During the night, at the mansion of the Moon sect, a subordinate approached the Dark Archbishop to deliver a report. "Archbishop, the God's blood indicator in Bishop Zhou's hand suddenly lost its signal. Something may have happened. We need to reorganize personnel to recover the divine essences. The Archbishop did not go down that path, fearing that a powerful ability user might have intervened. He smiled maliciously with the red moon illuminating. There was only a month left until the most important event, and nothing would stop them. When Kyuyun woke up, she saw Shujin Ming next to a campfire. Upon seeing her awake, he called her to eat. Kyuyun received a skewer of meat served by her hunting partner. The smell was so good that she thought it could be a gourmet dish. As practice leads someone to perfection, having spent a lot of time hunting, Jing Ming was becoming an expert at tasting the meat on the skewer. Kyuyun sweetly smiled. So delicious. You should open a barbecue restaurant. I would definitely invest in him. Jing Ming laughed upon hearing that the eldest miss of the Song family would invest in him. It would be enough to open branches all over the planet. Half an hour after Oh-Yun finished eating, now that she was full, she wanted to take a bath. The protagonist agreed, as it wouldn't take long, and informed her that when she finished, he would do the same. Oh-Yun went ahead and quickly reached the lake, where he used his abilities to control the water and make it easier to wash his body. Time passed quickly, and Shud-em-mim headed toward the lake, where he saw Kyuyun still wet. She looked at him and informed him that she was already done, allowing him to enter the lake as well. The protagonist watched her with a silly look, then coughed to recover. Okay, then I will wash myself too. When Kyuyun passed by Shud-em-mim, she wondered why she felt his gaze was a bit strange. It was then that she looked down and realized that the shirt she was wearing was semi-transparent due to the water, concealing her body. She blamed herself for not noticing it earlier. An hour later, when both were completely dressed, they gathered once again, ignoring what had happened previously. Oh-Yun took some scrolls. There was one for protection and one for teleportation. She wanted to give them to Shud-em-mim, but he asked her to keep them. Don't worry, my field of experience is vast. Nothing will happen to me. Upon greeting each other with a fist bump, Oh-Yun wished Jingming good luck and said goodbye. See you in a month. After the greeting, they parted ways. Oh-Yun had made her decision. I will work hard this time too. Even if I can't achieve the top 2 places, at least I will come in third. A month later, inside a cave where Shud-em-mim was cultivating, a beast appeared to ambush him. The black tiger with red eyes growled as it looked at Shooting-Ming. It slowly approached the young man with closed eyes, but at the last moment, when the tiger leaped at him, the protagonist moved one of the hands holding the spear and pointed it upward, beside his own body. Swinging his arm, he eliminated the Tier 3 Leopard Knight, who earned 43 points and got rid of the threat using the exercise method. Shooting-Ming was finally ready to attempt to advance to the 3rd tier. With great conviction in his goal, he shouted, "Break this barrier for me!" The thunder around him intensified. Lightning struck throughout the cave and a mist spread. The attacks disappeared, and Shooting-Ming observed his own body. He had finally advanced. Even the geniuses from the City of Magic University needed more than half a year or even a year to advance. The protagonist felt that his talent for cultivation was also very good. Looking at his statistics, he found that both his physique and spirit increased by almost 400 points each. The vitality he possessed had even surpassed 2,000 points. The 48,000 points he had currently were not enough to evolve his skills to rank SS. He decided to seek 50,000, and if he could not evolve them, he would temporarily give up, leaving the cave. Shooting-Ming encountered the strong sunlight. The next day would be the time when the results would be confirmed. With the points obtained so far, he was confident that obtaining first place would not be a problem. Upon returning to the hall where all the universities resided, the students discovered a large screen. Those who were talking revealed the scores they had obtained and also their rankings. When the first arrived and caught everyone's attention, they recognized student number 2. Among the newcomers of the Magical City University, as soon as she arrived to submit her information, everyone realized that they would drop in the rankings. Kyo-won placed her bracelet on a device that analyzed her score at the Magical City Skill University Sun-kyun. Total score, 12,131 points, ranking first place. Everyone was surprised to see her reach 12,000 points. There was even a comparison with Lee Chen-di, who had not achieved such a score. The young woman approached the principal, who congratulated her on the good job. Shuping was near Ling Shuang, who asked about Kyo-yun. She is the great-granddaughter of that Mr. Song from the Sitioan province. The vice principal confirmed and revealed that she did not expect her to be sent to the university, instead of being trained by the Song family itself. When Kyo-yun was heading to the waiting area, someone approached complimenting the young girl. Kyo-yun, not bad. Upon seeing Jo-ing, her aunt and the chief supervisor of the Shunan supply base, the young girl was surprised. Provocatively, Jo-ing approached, whispering to Kyo-yun, "Why didn't that little boyfriend of yours come with you?" Lowering her head, Kyo-yun revealed that nothing had happened between them yet. As she spoke, she realized her mistake. "Wait, how do you know about us?" Jo-ing smiled proudly. "Don't forget who I am!" This base is filled with my eyes and ears. While the two were talking, the students saw the foreigner from King Jing University arrive. Everyone expected that, being in Tier 3, he had scored at least between 15,000 and 20,000 points. Kiran Hao threw his bracelet to the evaluation box, and soon his name appeared at the top of the list. Kiran Hao from King Jing Skill University scored 113,264 points. The students felt pain in their chests upon seeing someone achieve over 110,000 points. The gap, between Kiran Hao and the second place, it was so large that it became terrifying. A few men surrounded them all, praising it in advance for securing first place. The vice principal smiled, thanking everyone, and attributing credit to his own luck. Ling Shuang watched this out of the corner of her eye, judging by the confidence that Xu Jingming had displayed when they met. She hoped that the young man would surprise everyone when he arrived. Sometime later, another impressive student also arrived, Dong Shang from Jinshang. University surpassed Qyun and took second place with 13,526 points. Young Qyun was surprised, as she did not expect to be out of the top 3. There were only 8 minutes left until the event ended. She looked at the door, wondering why Jingming had not returned yet. Many were already talking among themselves, believing that something might have happened to Xu Jingming, as the hunting ground was dangerous. Others trusted his experience and believed, he would not be negligent. While everyone was discussing, the center of their conversations arrived. Xu Jingming had returned. The students from the Magical City University supported Xu Jingming, regardless of the outcome. He did his best. We will support him forever. You are our pride. Kiran Ral, on the other hand, was confident he would come out defeated. The weak are huddling together to stay warm. No matter how much you cheer, I will still win in the end. The protagonist looked at the big screen, discovering that Kiran had scored over 110,000 points. This made him realize that his opponent believed in his own victory. Lin Chuan called out to Xu Jingming, "Go ahead, submit your score." As she spoke, she noticed he had advanced to the 3rd tier. The protagonist placed the bracelet on the scanner, and everyone behind him began to wonder how much he had achieved. Some bet on 15 or 16,000 points, since he was in Tier 2 for most of the period. The results came out. Xu Jingming from the Magical City Skills University totaled 405,637 points. The ranking was in 1st place. As soon as the result appeared, the reactions varied from surprise, happiness, and hatred. However, everyone looked with the same astonishment at the frightening number. The 1st place from the Magical City University scored more than 3 times that of the overall 2nd place, Shopping Franzel. The implication of the exorbitant score meant that defeating tens of thousands of Tier 1 beasts would be necessary to achieve such a score, something that many would take years to accomplish. Zhou Ing, beside his niece, asked if she already knew that Xu Jingming would score that much. Although she did not know the exact score he would make, Yun did not find such a miracle surprising, seeing the result more than 3 times greater than her own. Kiran Hao gritted his teeth, sweating with hatred. He realized that the cultivation resources promised by the King Ding University were going down the drain. The foreigner did not accept the result and raged, pointing at Xu Jingming. "Your score cannot be that high. Director Xu, I request an investigation into Xu Jingming's smart bracelet. I suspect he cheated." Several people surrounded Xu Jingming to defend him, going against Kira's words. "Come on, do you call that cheating just because you can't win? Isn't that ridiculous?" Someone reminded everyone, "The smart bracelet was checked by the scanner. Do you suspect there is a problem with the scanner too?" Vice Director Shuping looked at Ling Shuang, asking what she thought. She did not consider it a problem. Check the records, but it was warned that after reviewing the recordings, we discovered that Xu Jingming did not cheat. How will you handle the situation? Another director also approached, and his words were harsh. In fact, the smart bracelets and the scanner machines underwent rigorous auditing from our 3 main universities. Is Director Xu questioning himself now? Being Lin Chuan 10 years younger than him, Xu Ping did not imagine that it would be so difficult to deal with her. Cornered, Xu Ping declared, "Student Xu naturally cannot suffer an injustice without reason. If we determine that there are no problems after viewing the recordings, my university king will be willing to compensate you with an S-class cultivation resource with the gains they would obtain." Link Shuang did not care, and called Xu Jingming to accompany her. The protagonist smiled in gratitude. He had done nothing, and would still receive an S-class resource for free. As soon as she saw the smile on Xu Jingming's face, she realized she had made a big mistake. Soon, the broadcasting team began accessing the cameras. Kiran crossed his arms, taking on a mocking look to find out how Xu Jingming had obtained more than 400,000 points, even though both were rank S and Jingming had reached Tier 3. For Kiran, it was impossible for someone to get so many points. Soon, on the big screen, the recordings of the protagonist were revealed. Everyone was impressed with the spear. Skills he demonstrated, something many had never dreamed of achieving. Impressed, Ling Shuang asked if his spear technique had already reached the master level. He humbly replied, "I reached this level thanks to my luck. However, it was impossible to reach the master level just with luck." For Ling Shuang, this meant that the young man was hiding secrets. What made her even more curious was that everyone soon saw a Tier 4 beast, the giant crocodile. They wondered why Shooting Ming was not fleeing. Everyone witnessed the moment when the lightning struck the lake, defeating the great crocodile. The lightning that fell from the skies terrified everyone. A Tier 4 beast being eliminated with a single attack from someone who was still Tier 2 impressed even more. Kiran was left speechless upon seeing the images. That was a rank S combat skill of the magic type. Shooting Ming used a spear, so how had he mastered a technique of the magic type? Ling Shuang recognized the technique that belonged to the academy. There were not many throughout the Elemental Academy who mastered rank S combat techniques, but Shooting Ming, a freshman from the Weapons Academy, had really learned them. With a slight smile, Ling Shuang asked Director Shu if he needed to continue watching. The man did not want to feel embarrassed and declared, "Just a freshman, but he already masters a rank S combat technique." Shooting Ming, you are very good. The rank S cultivation resource will be sent soon. Shooting gritted his teeth in sadness. After so much preparation, they still lost. Regretting, he thought that if he had known Shooting Ming was such a monster, he would have tried to recruit him at all costs. With the topic concluded, Shooting, who was also the host of the event, announced the end of the competition. Just like the top 3 students. In third place, Jinchang Skills University would receive 27.5% of the resource quota. In second place, Qingding University would receive 31.5%, and in first place, Magical City Skills University would receive 41%, also having priority in distribution rights. Wentel was the first to jump. Celebrating the first place and 5 consecutive years as champions, Shuping took to continue his announcements. Furthermore, the resources allocated to our 3 schools this time are rare exotic flowers and herbs planted around the outer perimeter of the evil cave. Tomorrow, all the freshmen, led by the instructors of each school, will enter the plantation to harvest. After the harvest, each school will organize its own class schedule for the half-month off. Kiran Hao, who had not yet given up, approached Shuping demanding, "I will not be defeated. Can you let me fight directly with Shujing? If I lose, we will pay for the resources. If I win, the previously promised resources will still be given to us intact." The director looked at him, raising an eyebrow. "How confident are you?" Confident that Shujing Ming's rank S combat technique took almost 2 seconds to activate, Kiran Hao believed he would definitely win. Shuping closed his eyes and decided to trust him. Vice Principal Ling approached the protagonist, asking what he would do during the half-month period. The protagonist revealed that he planned to spend the time continuing to hunt. Surprised, she asked if he wasn't tired since he had been hunting for almost a month. Despite being tired, Xu Jingming wanted to continue maintaining the rapid improvement in his strength. Link Xuan gave the young man some advice. Since he was determined, life and death crises really temper a person, but it is necessary to balance work and rest to last a long time. You should understand this principle. Bowing slightly in thanks, he stated that he understood, and that as soon as the research trip was over and they returned to school, he would rest. Changing the subject, the protagonist went on to reveal to Link Shuang about the essence of life he found in the lake after defeating the giant crocodile. Analyzing what Shooting Ming said, the essence was really of a rank 9 Emperor beast, belonging to a variation of rank SSS resources. The portion he had absorbed was diluted, otherwise he would not be able to absorb it at all. Now, since he achieved such a feat, he would need to talk to Professor Yang, as the essence was linked to the body combat technique he used. Regarding the Blood Moon sect, Link Shuang did not believe it was part of one of the main religions, so they wouldn't need to pay much attention to it. While the student and director duo were talking, Oh Yun approached. She intended to introduce her aunt to him. Xingming, let me introduce. She is Zhou Ying, the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. The protagonist slightly bowed in politeness, greeting Q Yun's aunt, who smiled and asked him to call her just Aunt Zhou. She extended her hand and handed him a black and gold card. This is the black gold card of the Song family. In the future, when purchasing products from the Song family, you will enjoy a 20% discount. The protagonist remembered the industries and businesses of the Song family, which basically encompassed combat uniforms, equipment, flowers and exotic herbs, pills and potions, practically everything. Thinking about everything being 20% off, he wondered how much that was worth. Seeing the fear in Jingming's eyes, Oh Yun insisted he take the card and update his equipment. Accepting the card, Jingming wondered, surprised, am I being supported by a rich woman? While still thinking, numerous people rushed toward him, many wanting interviews, others wishing to make commercial proposals, and students even asking to become his training partners. Shooting Ming could only escape from all the people. During the afternoon, when he met with Ling Shuang and Shuping, the vice principal revealed that Kieran wanted to fight against him and that there was a prize at stake from King University, which is 20% of the resources for this trip. Our bet is half a pass to the ruins. Do you want to fight? Confused, the protagonist asked what it was about. Such a pass was explained by Shuping. A ruins pass is a ticket to enter the ruins of ancient civilizations. We also introduced a level S foreign or aid for these 40 passes. Now that you are the first, the passes naturally belong to you, so I am somewhat reluctant. Shooting Ming thought a bit about the proposal. The history class at the City of Magic University stated that before this generation of civilization, there was another ancient civilization. It also had fierce beasts, as well as skill users. The level of development could be called glorious. Not only were science and technology advanced, but the understanding of skills was also extremely deep. It was unknown why, when the ancient civilization reached its peak, it was suddenly interrupted and buried deep underground. It was only thousands of years later, when skill users reappeared in Blue Star, that these ruins were rediscovered. High-level training methods and SSS rank combat techniques were obtained. In this way, some of these ruins can be accessed directly. Others require a pass. Those that could be accessed freely were completely looted long ago. That's why the passes are so coveted. With a serious look, Ling Shuang warned, these 40 passes correspond to the ruins of Civilization number 9. It opens once a year and only those within the tier 4 and Tier 6 can enter if you defeat Kieran. I can give you one. It depends on your choice. Chuping tried to provoke the protagonist by declaring that he would lose anyway, no matter if you were unwilling. After all, the arena is small, which is advantageous for Kieran. However, upon hearing him, the protagonist confidently declared that he would fight. Chuping smiled and went out to inform Kieran that they would fight in the supply base arena. Ling Shuang revealed that she did not expect Jingming to accept so quickly and asked if he was confident. The protagonist confirmed, I probably have a 90% chance of winning. Surprised, the director asked if that percentage was really enough. Smiling in response, he corrected himself. Actually, I was being humble. My chance of winning is 100%. The director sighed, wondering what Shuping and Kieran Hao would think upon seeing such confidence. In the room itself, Kieran Hao discovered that Shuping Ming had accepted the E challenge. He dared to accept, so do not blame me for not being polite in advance. Kieran asked if it would be okay if Jingming got hurt. The director reassured him, as the 3 directors of the top universities would be present. Kieran could do his best, for if there was any danger, they would intervene. As Kieran Hao smiled maliciously, cursing his opponent. Around the arena, there were already dozens of people, those who had heard about the challenge. Everyone was eager for the duel of 2 rank. Now that both were Tier 3, many thought the outcome was uncertain. Some believed that if the fight took place in an open environment, Jingming's Heavenly Thunder technique would have an advantage, but it was hard to say if they fought in an arena. On the other hand, Kieran was a close combat fighter. Empowered user, seeing that many thought Xu Jiming had cards up his sleeve, Kieran Hao was outraged to learn a rank E technique. As a freshman, it would already be a miracle if he learned 2. It would be madness. As Xu Jiming entered the base area, the students of the Magical City University began to cheer. Kieran immediately challenged him to ascend to the arena. Come on! I can't wait any longer! The protagonist smugly smiled at the provocation. You can't wait to be defeated, right? I will fulfill your wish. The 2 ascended the arena side by side, and after distancing themselves, stood face to face. On one side, Kieran held a sword, while Shuji wielded his spear and mim. Vice Director John Quan of Jincheng University, a grandmaster of Shooting 8 with the water attribute, was responsible for presiding over the duel. The man with a beard and white hair tied in a bun declared, "This fight in the arena will be presided over by me. If either side loses consciousness or admits defeat, the fight will be considered over. Continued pursuit is not allowed. Of course, neither of you needs to hold back. With us here, there is no need to worry about vital injuries." Jean Quan extended his hand and created a large water mist shield around the arena. He then raised his hand. Everyone go to your sides. 3, 2, 1, begin! Kieran Hao immediately roared and a transformation occurred. His body grew, tearing the shirt he wore, horns grew from his forehead, and a crimson energy overflowed. The protagonist watched the transformation, wondering if that was the rank E strengthening ability. Kieran Hao glared at the protagonist with dark eyes. Xu Jiming, I will give you time to prepare your rank E magic combat technique. I want you to lose convincingly. Around the arena, everyone watching imagined that shooting Ming would have problems against a strengthening type ability in an arena of only 30 square meters. The range of lightning abilities would also be restricted. The protagonist had accepted Kieran's offer. Hall, this was a good opportunity to test the techniques after his advancement. The protagonist created a cloud of lightning at the highest point of the water barrier created by John Quinn. Judiwao, vice principal of Jinshin, saw that his technique was already reaching its limit and increased the power of the shield. Even in the area of the stands, those present felt how terrifying shooting Ming's ability was. Despite both being novices, the difference was huge. Kieran realized that although normal lightning did not harm him, shooting Ming's lightning could actually damage him. Choosing a quick battle, he advanced betting everything. Unexpectedly for him, Shujin Min also charged forward in a frontal attack, feeling challenged. Kieran planned to unleash all his strength to demonstrate what it meant to be a user of the strengthening type. Wielding the sword, he shouted, "Receive my attack!" However, he was too slow, and the tip of shooting Ming's spear approached first. Hastily, he placed the sword in front of his body, protecting himself from the impact. Kieran was forced to step back, realizing that the forces between them were even despite the transformation. The protagonist's adversary almost went crazy, seeing the surprise in Kieran's dark gaze. The protagonist reminded him, "There is no law stating that the strength of a lightning-type ability user must be less than that of a strengthening-type ability user." Mockingly, Kieran placed his hand on his forehead while declaring, "Originally I wanted to play with you, but it seems I won't be able to. Now you will face all my strength." The horns on Kieran's forehead began to grow even more. His face turned completely black like the darkness of night, and the vicious energy he released intensified. In a dark and hoarse voice, he invoked, "Come, embrace your fear. Decide, sovereign of the beast." Those in the audience were terrified. That was the technique related to the deity Brahma. And, when invoked on the rank S combat technique, Kiranhao's power became terrifying. The true total strength of the man in the arena shocked everyone. Chopin, watching the competitor, smiled satisfied, remembering that Dean Yang Gentian had a similar rank S ability. Ling Wang hoped that Xu Jingming would demonstrate it as well. The dark crimson aura of Kiranhao blocked the rays from Xu Jingming, becoming even more powerful. He provoked, "Do you dare to engage in a contest of strength against me while I'm in this form?" As he accepted, the protagonist smiled, his hair turning white and growing rapidly. As soon as he released the Thunder Body technique, he made the arena tremble. Xu Jingming's eyes became completely black, with the pupils shining silver, the color of the energy surrounding him. A young man who had been on his phone jumped in surprise. "What is this? I was just looking at my phone." And two humanoid monsters appeared in the arena. Next to him, a gym buddy mocked, "You are blind. Those are just Jingmin and Kieran who entered the second phase." Even with the description, the young man refused to believe. Kiranhao did not advance, surprised to analyze Xu Jingming's technique. "That is a rank S combat technique." The protagonist mocked his surprise. "You guessed right, but unfortunately you will not receive a prize for it." Extending his hand to create a sphere of lightning, the protagonist murmured, "Lightning prison," upon seeing the control technique. Kieran immediately knew that the celestial thunder combat technique would follow. He decided to risk everything and used his armor technique, spending vitality. Kiranhao attempted to confront the technique of entrapment, charged by Xu Jingming. After applying all his strength to defense, he fell to his knees, although relieved to have managed to withstand. However, and before he could rest, Kiranhao felt danger approaching. A lightning spear passed through the area where Kiranhao was. After dodging at the last second, the attack fell on the barrier created by Director Jung, causing a massive explosion. Kiranhao looked back, completely shocked. Even if he survived such an attack, he knew he would be seriously hurt. While he was distracted, the protagonist moved. Kiranhao saw the tip of the spear approaching rapidly through the whirlwind, breaking. Technique. At the last moment, the spear tip struck the sword positioned in front of it. However, with the impact, its bearer was thrown back. Xu Jingming followed up, wielding the spear in a thrust, launching a barrage of lightning spears. Several thrust attacks fell upon Kiranhao's body, penetrating the defense of the strengthening technique. However, he trusted that as long as he could still move, he would have a chance to win. Even with all the attacks hitting his body, he shouted, "Now! It's my turn!" Energy overflowed from his body. Xu Jingming merely extended his hand, ordering, "Explode!" Where the spears hit Kieran's body, lightning emerged. The lightning exploded one after another, penetrating the powerful body and causing internal damage. With the explosions, Kiranhao was thrown out of the arena. Hitting a wall, he fell to the ground, lost the transformation, and the damage from shooting Ming's attacks was evident on his back. As soon as he saw a spear point aimed at him, Kiran Hao surrendered. "I give up!" The vice principal John Kwan announced the outcome of the battle. "The winner is Shooting Min." The University of the Magic City celebrated by jumping for joy in honor of Shooting Min's victory. Ming's combat techniques were very good, giving Kiran no chance. On the other side, people were shocked at how quick the battle was. I thought they would fight for over 10 minutes, but it ended in 2 minutes. Shooting Min had impressed everyone. A lightning-type ability user clashed his strength with an enhancement-type ability user and won. The vice principal Ling Wang was pleased with what she saw. Shooting Min used Thunder Prison to control the field, then used Lightning Spear to force Kiran to engage in moving combat techniques, followed by a lightning charge connecting to the Lightning Wind Strike to make the opponent reveal a weakness, and finally finishing with Chain Lightning Spears, using each ability in synchronization with the other. In a clean and precise battle, it proved that Shooting Min was truly excellent. With the result being determined, she looked at Principal Shu. "Do you have anything else to say?" The man lowered his head, simply admitting his defeat. "Those 20% of the resources are already yours. The S-class resource offered to Xu Jingming will be delivered tomorrow afternoon." Shopping couldn't believe that instead of getting the 20 steps they wanted, they had lost 20% of the resources. It had truly been a double loss. Upon meeting Shooting Ming, the vice principal handed him a card, a pass to enter the ruins of Civilization Number 9. Additionally, she revealed that the school would reward him with 10,000 credits for the great feat, obtaining the holographic card. The protagonist thanked the principal and understood why the pass was so coveted. After the delivery of the pass, Ling Wang asked Xu Jingming to rest. "The S-class resources promised to you by Qingjing University, as well as the qualification to choose a combat technique from the 3 schools' library, can be collected after gathering the exotic flowers and rare herbs in the Cave of Evil." Tomorrow, that day had been quite beneficial for Xu Jingming. This research trip not only yielded a pass to the ruins, credits, and S-class resources, but also a large amount of exotic flowers, rare herbs, and a pile of materials from fierce beasts. It can be said that the harvest was abundant. Suddenly, a young man approached Xu Jingming to congratulate him. "That was an amazing battle. Being able to witness a genius like you is truly a fortune of 3 generations." The protagonist thanked him and saw the long-haired young man leave. Kueo Yun, who had gone to meet him, revealed that the man was Dong Shang, the number 1 of Jinchang University. He had obtained 3rd place in the ranking, below Kiran and Jingming. The protagonist could understand why the young man's cultivation base had reached the high rank of the 2nd tier. He is truly a monster. Hearing how Xu Jingming praised Dong Shang, Chium raised her eyebrows. "You are already in Tier 3. Aren't you praising yourself even more by praising him?" The protagonist smiled, declaring himself to be someone different. "I have a hack that allows me to evolve all the skills I possess." "Do you really believe that, Xu Jingming? Truly speaking?" Kueo Yun completely dismissed this absurd option. During the night, a meeting was taking place in a temple. The Archbishop of the Blood Moon sect. It floated in the air, raising its artifact before him. Various people were kneeling, repeating, "Since we received the mandate from heaven, the celestial god is eternal." The Archbishop questioned one of his subordinates if everything was ready around the planting. Receiving a positive answer with confirmation, he ordered, "You are now responsible for the teachers of the 3 great universities. Eliminate as many as you can." With a look hidden by the shadows, he entrusted a mission to a special subordinate. "As for the 2 rankers, I'll leave them with you, my holy son. This will be beneficial for your growth. Any problem?" A hooded man nodded. "No problems. Tomorrow, the distance between me and him will be very small." The Archbishop also warned, if they seek refuge in the sect of the Heavenly Mandate, it will be a good thing. Otherwise, eliminate them. Raising his spine within the sphere of energy, the Archbishop chuckled excitedly. "Everyone, tomorrow will be the most magnificent stage for my sect of the Heavenly Mandate. We must announce our existence to the great Chia country in the cruelest way possible. I eagerly await your presentation. Since we received the mandate from heaven, the celestial being is eternal." The Evil Caves plantation, a gigantic greenhouse, was protected by high walls and electric fences. Walking through the greenhouse, the students saw how beautiful the planted flowers were. There were many herbs and rare flowers, so many that they were astonishing. The supervisor of the Miami base smiled, welcoming the mentors and students from the 3 great universities, and curiously asked why the 3 vice principals were not present. Hu Ping, the lead mentor of the Magical City University, revealed that the directors had a matter to attend to. Harvesting flowers and herbs was not something dangerous. They were not present. Furthermore, Director Ling could use her special ability to reach the greenhouse in a minute, should anything happen. Mayan agreed, nodding, and then asked everyone to follow him. He walked in front of the mentors and students, explaining about the greenhouse. Qingjing University is responsible for collecting sunflowers in Area C12. Jinchang University is responsible for collecting scarlet flame grass in Area B16. The Magic City University is responsible for collecting purifying heartgrass in Area C11. Separating from the main group, he asked the newcomers who ranked in the top 3 to follow him. The surprised Rupping questioned why the plantations in other caves do not have this rule. The man revealed that it involved a batch of newly cultivated S-class exotic flowers and rare herbs. It would be a great opportunity for these exceptional students to expand their horizons. Hearing about the potential experience, Rupping ordered Shooting Ming, Kieran, and Don Shang to follow the supervisor. The protagonist felt that something was off with the supervisor, but with the mentors present, there would be no problem. Kieran led the way, and Don Shang, being the last in line, greeted Shooting Ming and Kieran. "Hello, you two. I am Don Shang from Jinchang University. Your battle yesterday was truly wonderful. I was impressed watching." The protagonist thanked him for the compliment. Don Shang revealed that he had heard that certain religions possess secret techniques to enhance strength, allowing a level 2 user to rise to level 4. If this is true, maybe I could even exchange blows with you two if I come across some of those. Hearing this, the protagonist recommended him not to do such a thing. Kieran, however, disagreed with Shooting Ming's words. What is wrong with religion? Just accept it. Gi, from our country or accepted sacred priest all have positive meaning. It is precisely because I have the support of Lord Brahma that I am invincible. Hearing this, the protagonist casually provoked, "Invincible? Then why didn't your Lord Brahma believe that you could defeat me?" Kieran Rao scratched his teeth furiously, but had no way to disagree. Dong Shen commented peacefully, "Actually, I think Kieran is right. Some religions really bring great benefits. Ging Ming, in a moment, when you personally feel the power derived from religion, maybe you'll change your mind." Upon hearing him, the protagonist wondered what he was talking about. A grim look appeared on Miami as he suddenly stopped, warning, "Professor Ru, 3 students, we have arrived." The professor was confused and asked where the rare S-class flowers and herbs were. Mayang pointed to one side, asking her to look in that direction. As soon as she averted her gaze, Mayang attacked her with a wicked smile. His arm, completely swelled, forming large claws. Mayang struck the professor's back, who coughed heavily. She managed to recover from the attack, jumping back. As soon as she landed, she realized the enemy's strength. He was a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Professor Ruping used her Rank A ability, transforming into a feline spirit, wiping the corner of her mouth. She barked, "You are not the supervisor, but who exactly are you? Do you know what the consequences of what you are doing will be?" The false Mayang laughed maliciously. "As expected of someone at the peak of the 6th tier, you are certainly different from ordinary people of Tier 6. Your vitality is tenacious." The man ripped off the mask from his face, revealing his true face. "Since you are about to disappear forever, there is no harm in telling you. We are accepted from the celestial mandate. As for the consequences, it is clear that the more serious they are, the more we like them." The teacher gathered the 3 students to fight. "Sect of the celestial mandate, you are trying to cut off the inheritance of my great Chai of this generation. I hope you do not regret your own actions." The instructor broke a crystal stone to summon the directors. However, at the same moment, Mayan conjured a crimson sphere of energy with a backbone inside. He mocked, thinking of calling that his spatial grandmaster. Sorry, too late. With the artifact, Mayan created a complete spatial blockade. At the same time, Director Ling realized what was happening. Someone really dared to attack the team of the Alliance of the 3 schools. They really do not value their own lives. "Director Shu, Director Young, let's go to the plantation." The 3 rose into the sky, and Director Ling used her ability to create a large spatial temple. The gate created in the sky surprised everyone with the immense energy released. The Grandmasters below were shocked. If the 3 were moving together, something serious must have happened during the student's trip. In his office, Zhou Ing began to desperately command squads from bases 9 and 10. "Go to the plantation of the Cave of Evil immediately. Protect the eldest young lady of the family." Zhou Ing knew that little Yun possessed a protective talisman, and that there would also be high-level masters and grandmasters from the 3 schools to protect them. There should not be a big problem. Rupam looked at the artifact in Mayan's possession with surprise. It released strong spatial fluctuations. Mayan laughed, mocking that his spatial grandmaster. "Now, it is useless, just like you will be." The first to appear, as soon as she saw the approaching attack, Instructor Ruping realized that she would not be able to dodge. A large crimson ghost hand was launched, overwhelmingly against her. The attack created a terrifying dust cloud, engulfing the instructor. Kiran Hao nearly fainted out of fright. He and the others were trying to protect themselves. Even the shooting Ming against a Tier 7 Grandmaster wasn't much. Even if he used all the cards up his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to resist. The false Mayang suddenly felt a fluctuation in his Space Emperor Beast artifact. As if some powerful Grandmaster was trying to invade the area, he flew into the Mae sky and looked down. Sacred Son, I will leave this place to you. A grim look appeared on Dongshang's face as he walked alongside hooded men. Finally, the time for my acceptance of the heavenly mandate to come into play has arrived. Shooting Ming, Kiran, come, let me show you my true form. Dongshang's clothes exploded. 4 arms sprang up growing from his abdomen, horns grew on his temples and cheeks, and his power increased exponentially. In an instant, he, who was at the high rank of the 2nd tier, reached the peak of the 4th tier. Kiran Hao was frightened to see such power. What kind of combat technique is this? He really managed to skip 2 tiers in one go. The protagonist, upon seeing Dongshang's aura, recognized it. That was the aura of a divine blood. Su Jingming saw that the Dongshang they were facing carried an aura with various types of divine essences. Each of them was a triple-grade resource. It wasn't hard to imagine why he was able to reach the peak of the 4th tier all at once. One of Dongshang's many hands pointed at them, confidently declaring, from the medium rank of the 2nd tier to the peak of the 4th tier, this is the power possessed by the Celestial Destiny sect. You have 2 choices. Join us and face the other students with me, or be defeated at once. Choose. The other students were not intimidated. They were already gathering to fight alongside Jing Ming, the hope they had to return home. Cultists emerged from all sides, surrounding the youths while mocking them. No one will save them today. Worry about yourselves before worrying about them. Far from Xu Jingming, whom O Yun internally prayed to stay safe outside, Director Shuping asked Ling Shuang, "Why don't we teleport directly to the middle of the plantation?" She, who was facing the barrier around the greenhouse, revealed that she had already tried such a thing, but there wasn't even a crack to take them to such a space. From where they were, they could see through the glass ceiling the man who should be holding a Tier 9 Imperial Beast Bone, possessing spatial abilities. Thanks to the item, everything was sealed around them. Being the representative of one of the major universities, Shuping knew how expensive the investment was to obtain such a valuable item. John Kwang agreed, but something more serious was worrying. If anything happened to the 2 of them, rank this, we would be in trouble on the inside. The false Ma Yang laughed. Ha 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 ha. So what if there are 3 Grand Masters? You will still have to watch helplessly as my Celestial Destiny sect wipes out all your rookies. Today is the greatest day of the Celestial Destiny sect's awakening. The vice principal of Jinchen was surprised to hear the name of the sect they were facing. Shuping recalled that they had been swept out of the country 6 Kawas years ago. They never expected such people to return. The trio of vice principals released their energies to attack together and open a breach in the spatial seal. Lin Chuan was the first to create a magic circle, her strength causing nature itself to move. The ground beneath the greenhouse was torn away, lifting the entire structure with it, even revealing the underside of the greenhouse. The principal warned, the underground of the space is sealed, and it cannot be penetrated. The weakest point is to the south, Shuping, and John Quan did not remain still. They unleashed their powerful auras. The first vice director underwent a transformation. His clothes tore and claws and fangs emerged from his body, giving him the appearance of a great gorilla. Anquan was not far behind. His body became ethereal, like air and water, moving like a cloud. Both advanced toward the floating island that carried the greenhouse. The roar of the 2 vice directors resonated strongly, drawing the attention of the students who celebrated upon seeing them reach the top of the greenhouse. Xu Jingming still had 49,000 energy points in the system. He imagined that if he used them to evolve, he could enter the 4th tier and change the course of the battle. Dongshang boasted, walking through the greenhouse with his heavy goat hooves, echoing his dark voice. Geniuses of the 3 universities, did you see that? Rising from the middle of the 2nd level to the peak of the 4th level. This is the power of the Celestial Destiny sect. I will give you a chance. Defeat the freshmen around you and join me. Become members of the Celestial Destiny sect and gain the chance to obtain power like mine. The students who heard the proposal hesitated. They glanced at each other, as if considering accepting the offer. Lin Shuang also heard the provocation and warned the students. Any freshman who dares to attack another student will be expelled and judged right here. The newcomers quickly made their decision. If they followed the cultists, they could no longer have a normal life. All they could do was take the risk and follow the vice director's command. Dongshang cursed the students who opposed his invitation. A bunch of fools, you should not have this courage. Dongshang looked at the duo again, warning, I will give you 3 seconds to make your decision. They will either submit or say goodbye. He started a countdown and, in the middle of the process, Kieran House knelt on the ground. Don't do this. I will join the Heavenly Destiny sect, praising the choice. Dongshang turned to Xu Jingming, asking for his answer. The protagonist replied, unleashing a powerful energy of lightning, feeling the provocation. Dongshang mocked, what a fool. It seems you chose to abandon your own life, since he will not be a holy child. Kieran, Derotic, consider this your loyalty test. With a look of weakness, Kieran revealed that he could not do it alone. Immediately, other cultists advanced against Jingming to assist him, the new member of the sect. The protagonist watched them, feeling the energy of each one. There was one at the low level of the 3rd tier, and 4 at the low level of the 4th tier. Against them, Xu Jingming would not need to use his energy points. Still, Xu Jingming challenged, come on! The first one who charged carried a big axe, along with his enormous arrogance. Do you think you are powerful just because you are rank this? Today you will be defeated. The axe fell on Xu Jingming's shoulder, but it was like hitting solid iron armor, easily blocking the blow. The protagonist counterattacked with a thrust of his spear. The cultist fell to the ground, and his last words contained huge disbelief. How is this possible? I am a skill user at tier 4. Xu Jingming replied, did you come alone? Were you looking for this? Dongshang felt that his subordinates would not be able to face Xu Jingming alone, and decided to fight him personally. Xu Jingming sensed a strong threat coming from Dongshang, indicating that his opponent was powerful. He felt that he would need to expend his energy points. After all, what a pity, as if he had 50,000 points. You could evolve your skill at this moment. A notification appeared as the cultist he had hit had finally been defeated. You defeated a divine blood envoy of tier 4, low rank. You gained 1,000 energy points. The protagonist was surprised to read this because with it, Xu Jingming reached the total of 50,000 points he needed. He quickly opened the system options, putting all the points into the divine thunder skill. The skill evolution began. Thunder rumbled as the timer started. Xu Jingming was lifted, eyes closed, surrounded by lightning. Dongshang would not allow him to do as he wished. He extended his hand, attacking with a strong, dark energy. The powerful attack blew up the greenhouse's ceiling, being blocked only by the barrier that separated it from the outside world. The lightning surrounding Xu Jingming blocked the attack, preventing him from taking any damage while the evolution continued. Soon, it was completed. Skill evolution successfully concluded. The divine thunder of the violet firmament of Class S transformed into supreme divine thunder of the double S skies. Xu Jingming finally opened his eyes with golden pupils, like divine lightning. As if it were a new sky, Xu Jingming created a rain of thunder, destroying the entire greenhouse. The lightning fell upon Dongshang, making him scream intensely. With the single attack, Xu Jingming received a notification. You defeated a divine blood envoy at the peak of the 4th tier. You gained 2,000 points. The protagonist pointed at 3 cultists transformed into beasts and declared, you, and you say goodbye. Lightning continued to fall from the sky upon those Xu Jingming pointed at, ending their participation as well. Kieran Rao was desperate seeing Xu Jingming become even stronger, and remembered what he had said minutes ago. He lowered his head, hitting it on the ground in a plea for forgiveness. Xu Jingming, I was also pressured earlier. I didn't want to attack you. Hearing the sounds of thunder, the cult envoy looked back, confused. The Holy Sun was defeated. Fury took hold of him, making him scream as he advanced toward Xu Jingming. I will defeat you before the energy hand. Xu Jingming couldn't even move his own body. That was the difference between him and a 7th tier grandmaster. However, just as Xu Jingming's body froze, the approaching attack did too. Director Lin Chuan appeared, passing through a portal, and glared at him furiously. How did you manage to get in here? I was clearly keeping the space blocked. The director mocked the simplistic thought of the cultist, relying on an external object for a spatial ability and still daring to get distracted. You are asking to be defeated. Lin Shuang raised her arm, and with it, a flame energy emerged. The attack struck the cultist's arm. A small explosion occurred, and his hand was severed from the rest of his body. Lin Shuang quickly prepared a new attack. Mayang, however, had no intention of receiving it easily. He was, however, deceived. The magic circle that appeared did not attack him, but teleported the spatial control object into Lin Chuan's hand. With control of the item, the director floated over to Xu Jingming to check on him. Directors Xu and Jiang joined Lin Chuan. Director Lin, what should we do with the remains of this sect's members? Having dared to meddle with the country's prodigies, there was only one thing to be done. Capture the 6th tier user alive, defeat the rest without hesitation. The gigantic directors advanced mercilessly against the greenhouse facilities. Kieran Hao hurriedly ran toward Lin Chuan, trying to explain himself. However, she just warned him with a sharp look. Someone will settle this with you later. Returning to kick me, the principal observed Xu Jingming's body and asked what technique he had used, as he hadn't even used a summoning and cast golden lightning. The protagonist made up an excuse, even though it was hard to believe. I don't know for sure either. I just wanted to survive. And then my ability seemed to exceed its limits and undergo a surprising mutation. The principal asked him to show the divine thunder technique of the firmament again. Xu Jingming's lightning was no longer violet but golden. Seeing them made the principal frown in bewilderment. For more information, they could only investigate when they returned to the base and tested his ability. Xu Jingming heard his name being shouted by a voice in relief. Qiuyun jumped into his arms, showing how worried she was. Seeing the couple embrace, Lin Xuan felt the lightness of youth. Xu Jingming wiped Qiuyun's tears, showing, eye to eye, that he was fine. A few minutes later, the floating island of the greenhouse was taken back to its original place. The principal floated above the students, speaking. In this study trip for freshmen, a total of 342 students were lost due to the actions of the cultists of the Heavenly Destiny sect. The 3 main universities take full responsibility for these losses. We will provide compensation according to the specifications for sacrifices in the battlefield. The Heavenly Destiny sect is an enemy of humanity and an enemy of our 3 main universities. In the name of the 3 universities, Lin Chuan announced, starting today, we will declare an annihilation order against the Heavenly Destiny sect. Students and professors may accept the missions. We will eliminate them completely. How could I earn a lot of points by defeating enemies with divine blood? Xu Jingming planned to accept such missions. The director also warned that, due to the incident with the Accept's Heavenly Destiny, this study trip would end sooner. All freshmen should gather tomorrow at 9 o'clock to return to school. For now, follow your instructors back to the supply base to rest. As soon as they returned, Lin Chuan accompanied Xu Jingming to analyze his ability. He used the rays on a tool, resembling a circular mirror in front of the director. Lin Chuan was eager to know if Xu Jingming's ability had evolved to rank SS. This was not something common. He was originally rank E, and the mutation to rank S was already impressive. The device completed the analysis and concluded, the ability is Supreme Divine Thunder of the Heavens, of the natural lightning type, classification SS. The director almost lost her balance, surprised. The difference between rank S and SS abilities was like heaven and earth. The emergence of such power could completely change the outcome in a battlefield. The last time someone with SS abilities appeared was more than 10 years ago. Lin Chuan suppressed her surprise and praised Xu Jingming. The protagonist showed surprise at seeing the mutation of his ability and, curious, asked, how does the machine know about my ability? Has it appeared before? The director nodded, revealing that the ability had appeared in ancient civilization. All analyses were constructed based on the ruins of these civilizations. The young man was praised by the director, as his power could already be compared to those of the ancient civilization. Lin Chuan extended her hand, showing a card. Jing, you don't need to hide your ability evolution, but do not display it either. This is a talisman that I made. Destroy it. And if I am within a 400-kilometer radius, I will be able to reach you. Remember, use it only in real danger. The protagonist received the talisman, thanking her with a smile. The director also handed him a rank E resource, the one that King Jing University had promised, a level 7 limit-breaking pill. He could use it whenever he wanted to advance a level. The director suggested, use it when trying to advance from the peak of the 5th to the peak of the 6th level, otherwise it will be a waste of its potency. Taking the resource, the protagonist asked, a bit embarrassed, if he could exchange it for a different rank E cultivation resource. He did not reveal it, but the reason he wanted the exchange was that he did not need pills like this to advance, thanks to the system. The director stated that King Ding would probably not exchange the item, but she would ask for permission when they returned to the university to see if they could do so. Lin Chuan also recalled the reward for first place in the study trip, the combat technique, and instructed him, take a look and choose one. The director called a drone from Eva, asking her to display all techniques above rank A from the universities. The protagonist encountered numerous different skills. Among them, there were even rank SS techniques. Although they were tempting, the requirements were high. He still would not be able to learn them. While the director waited, he chose a technique that he could learn comfortably. He announced, I chose the rank E technique, Thunder God's Finger. He showed the skills information to the director. Lin, the technique used the lightning attribute to condense energy into a finger resembling great thunder, launching an attack on the enemy and causing great damage. since this was a combat technique of King Jing, and they would not provide assistance. Lin Shuang expressed her concern about the time it would take for Shooting Ming to learn it. He, however, assured her that it would not be a problem. With 6,000 energy points remaining, Shooting Ming was confident that it would be enough. The confidence he possessed was not unexpected for the director. He had already mastered several rank combat skills. Having experience, he did not need to be warned. As Shooting Ming chose the skill, the director observed him, commenting to herself on all the qualities the young man possessed: extremely fast progress, an understanding that defied the heavens, and even his skill had undergone a second mutation. Such impressive advantages were concentrated in one person. If he could grow, humanity would definitely gain an unmatched force. Upon returning to the university, Shooting Ming headed straight to the private training room. He ordered the Deep Blue system to open his statistics panel. All of Shooting Ming's technical skills and attributes were displayed. He had spent 50,000 points to evolve the rank S skill to rank SS. Compared to the old divine thunder of the violet firmament, the supreme divine thunder of the heavens was even harder to control. Therefore, he thought to focus on control training. The evolution of the skill made Shooting Ming long for a triple S rank thunder skill. I am looking forward to that day. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, several people around the Magic City University were startled to see a large spaceship descending upon the school. The ship landed slowly, and when its entrance door opened, a man in a suit and black top hat stepped down. "Kick me, I am here." The people around were puzzled by the presence of that mysterious old man and began to comment that it might be better to inform the base. The man, in turn, preferred to keep everything discreet. With a simple snap of his fingers, everyone there returned to normal, as if they had never noticed his presence. Meanwhile, at the base's provisional detention center, 2 security guards were monitoring the area. Outside, inside the cell, Mayang, chained up, was yelling continuously, demanding to be released and claiming that the celestial god would punish everyone who dared to interfere with his plans. The chief of intelligence commented to Ling Xuan that the members of the Cult of Destiny were extremely stubborn, and that up to that moment they had not been able to extract any useful information. She understood the situation, acknowledged the team's effort, and suggested that everyone take a little break. Mayang started laughing, calling everyone useless, making it clear that if he were in their place, he wouldn't even waste time trying to extract answers. John Quinn observed that not even the chief of intelligence had been able to obtain results, so he believed it would be best to wait for reinforcements from the superiors. Ling Shuang asked for calm and said that, by her calculations, they should arrive any moment. Suddenly, the man who had descended from the ship appeared in the prison area. The vice director immediately turned upon sensing a powerful presence. The old man chuckled lightly and apologized for the delay. Ling Shuang bowed, surprised that he had come in person. He explained that he could not ignore the reappearance of the Cult of Destiny after more than 60 years. As he approached Miami, Ling Xuan reflected on who he was. Liu Yushan, a rank A mental power user, one of the few 9th rank martial saints of Daxia, and a figure of great influence. Still, she questioned whether the situation really required the presence of someone of that level. Without wasting any time, Liu Ao Shan activated his mental ability and ordered Mayang to respond with complete honesty. He asked if Mayang was the supreme leader of the cult. Under the influence of the power, he answered no, revealing he was merely an archbishop. The old man then questioned the purpose of the operations and whether there were infiltrators in the universities. Mayang explained that the initial plan was to eliminate the freshmen from the 3 universities and then announce to the world the existence of the cult. Regarding infiltrators, he only mentioned Jinshin University. Sometime later, the old man concluded that Mayang's memories had been manipulated by another power user, which prevented obtaining deeper information, such as the locations of the hideouts or the identity of the true leader. Even so, everything indicated that the Cult of Destiny was preparing something much bigger, and that the superiors should act soon. Before concluding, he mentioned another matter, the evolution of the power of a student named Xu Jinming. Curious, he requested to meet him in person. Ling Shuang then realized that this was also one of the reasons for the visit. Later, in the vice principal's office, Jing Min arrived after being summoned. Ling Shuang asked him to take a seat and then introduced him, Liu Yushan, advisor to the National Parliament of Daxia. Surprised, Jing Min questioned whether there was anyone else in the room, as he had not sensed any presence. The old man greeted him and said it was a pleasure to meet him. At that moment, Jing Ming felt something strange. An overwhelming pressure filled the environment. He reacted quickly, using his own power to resist and break that influence. As soon as he succeeded, he felt exhausted, as if he had just come out of an intense battle. He then realized that, until that moment, He had only seen martial saints of no rank on the internet and never imagined that in person, just the gaze of one of them could be so oppressive. Liu and Shan commented that Jing Ming had performed better than expected, as very few third-rank users could withstand his presence. He recognized the potential of the young Jing Ming, bowed, making it clear that he knew the elder was holding back. The counselor let out a light laugh and remarked that every year, a few high-level superpower users emerged in the Blue Star. Still, over the past 200 years, fewer than 50 had truly reached that level. Therefore, those who managed to survive ended up becoming the absolute pinnacle among humans. He then stated that he hoped to see Jing Ming among this group in the future. He then explained that he intended to help him on this journey, which he had just done. According to him, it was the application of a mental seal capable of creating a layer of protection in the young man's mind. While positioning the seal on Jing Ming's forehead, the counselor exhibited a slight fatigue and mentioned that it was an advanced skill developed by him over time. Even someone specialized in high-level mental powers would have difficulty breaking that protection. Jing Ming quickly helped him to sit down, while Ling Shuang highlighted that all this was being done at no cost. Therefore, he believed that he should express his gratitude appropriately. Jing Ming then thanked him, but the counselor interrupted him, saying that there was no need. It had been a decision of the parliament, and that, in the future, all they expected was for him to repay by helping Daxia against possible threats. The vice director explained that a strong barrier had been created around Jing Ming's sea of consciousness, something that many masters, the experienced ones, couldn't even catch up. Still, he had accepted it with ease. Jing Ming replied with a slight smile, saying that this must be because he was the most promising student at the university. Ling Shuang laughed and remarked that humility clearly wasn't his strong suit. Changing the subject, she informed him that the National University League would start in March and that he would be part of the team. Surprised, Jing Ming asked if she was sure since he was still a freshman. She made it clear that there was no room for refusal, as the spot was already guaranteed. However, since there was still some time until the event, he should focus on training. Excited, Jing Ming replied that he could hardly wait to face the talents from other universities. 3 days later, at the Magical City University, the ship that brought the group back from the competition finally landed. As soon as they disembarked, Diante, the Chuan, greeted Jing Ming and Song Chiu-yun, relieved to see that both were fine. Song Chiu-yun commented that everything had only been possible thanks to the pills she had prepared, as without them, the situation in the cave would have been much more complicated. Diante, the Xuan, laughed, proudly saying that this was obvious, as she had been the one who refined everything. Then, she changed the subject and revealed that she had already reserved a table at Kingaju to celebrate. Jing Ming asked if it would be on her tab, and she confirmed, but charged for the yo, flowers and rare herbs she had requested. He replied that he had brought plenty of material, but questioned if she would be able to use it all. The three continued chatting and laughing as they walked away. From a distance, Ling Xuan observed the scene in silence. In her thoughts, she concluded that Jing Ming seemed to have luck even in personal relationships. Reflecting a bit more, she considered that stronger individuals tended to produce offspring with greater potential, which would explain certain dynamics. Finally, she remembered her own journey. No one her age had managed to keep up with her in terms of evolution, and now, already in her 30s, she realized she was still alone upon seeing the absurd amount of rare flowers and herbs that Jing Ming had brought from the magical cave ahead. Zhuan was completely surprised and asked if he had really collected all of that by himself. Jing Ming laughed, saying that it was nothing special since very few had enough strength to reach the central region of the cave. He also remarked that if he had stayed there longer, he could have gathered much more. Yung Chuchuan took a deep breath, already imagining the work ahead of her, and admitted that she would be busy for quite some time processing all those materials. Shortly after, Jing Ming got up and said he needed to go to the resource department to exchange the high-level cultivation item he had received. Without delay, he arrived at the university department and asked Eva to list the highest-ranked resources available for exchange, with the special pill he possessed. Upon seeing the list, he was impressed with the number of options, but decided to focus on something specific. He wanted to know which of those resources could maximize his control over lightning power. Ava then recommended a special pass that granted access to the mystical realm of thunder, a place where he could train directly with that element. The place was located in the city of Redong, relatively close to his home. Surprised, Jing Ming commented that he had never heard of that place. Eva explained that the realm had emerged decades ago, but had become strictly controlled by an organization, requiring permission for entry. That's why few people knew of its existence. Curious, Jing Ming asked if there were creatures in that place. Ava confirmed, saying that most of them had affinity with lightning. To him, that sounded perfect, so he decided to choose that resource. Later, at another moment, Jing Ming received an unexpected call. On the other side, someone asked if he was Vice President Xu. Jing Ming confirmed, not understanding the reason. The person then informed him that there would be a club exchange meeting that very day. Jing Ming remembered that, a few days earlier, he had followed a senior's recommendation and joined the Meteorite Club. What he did not expect was to have already been appointed as vice president, with responsibilities coming so quickly. Still, he agreed to attend the meeting, thinking it could be a good opportunity to exchange experiences with other cultivators and broaden his perspective. After that, he decided to visit Professor Yang Zhentian. As soon as he saw him, the professor was shocked to realize that Jing Ming had already reached a new level of power. Jing Ming confirmed, explaining that he managed to evolve during the excursion. The professor reacted with disbelief, questioning how he could speak of it so naturally, as if it were something simple, especially since they hadn't even completed a semester yet. If he continued at this pace, he believed Jing Ming could reach extremely high levels even before graduating. Excited, Jing Ming invited the professor to the training room, wanting to show up close the changes that had occurred in his body after the evolution. When they arrived there, he unleashed his power. The reaction was immediate. Yang Zhentian was visibly surprised to notice that the thunder was no longer the same. The color had changed, the aura was different, everything indicated a much deeper transformation. Jing Ming then revealed that his power had evolved to an even higher level, becoming a much superior form of divine thunder. Upon hearing this, the professor was even more impressed, realizing that this was not just a common evolution, but a leap that few could achieve. With this, the teacher finally understood the situation completely. He commented that evolving the superpower was something excellent, but controlling a rank, this was another story, much more difficult than dealing with a rank this. Therefore, Jing Ming would need to train intensely. Jing Ming agreed, and mentioned that he had already prepared, exchanging his resources for a pass to the mystical realm of thunder. He then asked what he should focus on before leaving. Young Genshin explained that this place was ideal for lightning users, both for cultivation and training, but first decided to assess his physical condition. He then asked Jing Ming to activate his extreme state. With a slight smile, Jing Ming unleashed all his power, raising his energy to an impressive level. His presence changed completely, with an intense and dominant aura. The teacher observed carefully and was satisfied. He commented that the foundation of Jing Ming's so-called immortal body was much more solid and that he had already reached an extremely high physical level, possibly equivalent to the peak of an advanced stage, in addition to carrying traits of a powerful lineage. Upon hearing this, Jing Ming realized why his physical strength could already rival that of much more experienced opponents. Yang Zhentian then asked him to rest a bit, as he intended to bring someone to test his body in real combat. Upon leaving the room, the teacher reflected on the other students. Some were still at lower levels or recovering, and none of them seemed suitable for that test. Unbeknownst to him, he concluded that Jing Ming had already surpassed all the other disciples of the university. Shortly afterward, a student arrived, visibly nervous. It was Johnson, a veteran student. He introduced himself cautiously, thinking he might have done something wrong. He reassured him and explained that he just wanted him to have a physical training session against his disciple. John Chan found the proposal strange and questioned whether it would be too heavy for a freshman, and Gentian replied that he could go all out, as he would be supervising. In light of that, John Chan accepted, stating he would not hold back. This sparked a brief discussion about who would have the advantage. Initially, it was believed that Jing Ming was overall stronger, but that John Chan, with a more developed physique and greater experience, could have the edge in a purely physical fight. Still, the teacher emphasized that it wasn't that simple. Despite the difference in level, the opportunities and experiences that Jing Ming had put him in a position difficult to compare. Soon after, John Chan activated his enhancement power, transforming into a bestial form resembling a gray wolf with green eyes. He observed Jing Ming cautiously, knowing that he was facing someone highly valued within the university. Therefore, he decided to act carefully, avoiding any situation that could spiral out of control. The moment John Chan charged, he was taken by surprise by a direct strike from Jing Ming. The impact sent him flying backwards, leaving him completely confused, unable to understand what had just happened. Even using an enhancement power, albeit contained, it should have been an easy confrontation, but clearly, it was not. Jing Ming then asked if he was using his full strength. John Chan admitted he was not, acknowledging that he had underestimated him. Without wasting any time, he began to channel more power, howling to the heavens. Jing Ming showed some excitement upon seeing this. The two then collided again, exchanging quick and intense blows, not giving each other any space while keeping an eye on Yang Zhentian. He analyzed every detail and noticed that Jing Ming's blood circulation was significantly faster, something he associated with the influence of that special lineage in terms of brute strength. The two were practically balanced. The teacher then asked Jing Ming to activate his extreme state. Upon hearing this, John Chan already showed concern, admitting that even with the opponent in a normal state, he was already under pressure. He feared what could happen if Jing Ming raised the level even further. Nevertheless, Jing Ming began his transformation. The change was visible, and the pressure he emitted made John Chan hesitate for a moment, asking for caution. Jing Ming simply told him to relax. After a few minutes of combat, the outcome became clear. John Chan was on the ground, completely exhausted. Jing Ming approached, saying that the teacher had an idea during the fight and went to enhance a technique. So, the training would end there. He thanked him for his effort and handed over a recovery potion. John Chan accepted and, still panting, stated that if anyone dared to say that Jing Ming's reputation was exaggerated, he would be the first to defend him. Then, Jing Ming asked the old Fu when the teacher should return. He answered that it was difficult to predict. It could take a few hours or even days. At that moment, Jing Ming's phone rang. When he answered, he realized it was Ling Shuang. She informed him that the people from Qingjing University had already arrived and brought the original copy of a powerful skill, asking him to go to the library to pick it up. Jing Ming asked if he needed to go immediately. Lin Chuan responded by asking if he had any commitments, and before even waiting for an answer, made it clear that he would pick him up personally. Right after saying this, Lin Chuan activated his spatial ability and in an instant appeared next to Jing Ming. Without wasting time, she held his shoulder and pulled him into the distorted space. In the next moment, they were already in another location. Upon arrival, a man was already waiting for them. Ling Shuang made the introductions for the visitor and presented Jing Ming as a high-level student from the university. To Jing Ming, she revealed that this was Professor Chen Ling from the university. Jing Ming greeted him politely, and the professor responded in kind. Then, Ling Shuang explained that Chen Ling was an experienced grandmaster, specialized in the technique of the Thunder God's finger, and would be staying there for a period. Therefore, she recommended that Jing Ming make the most of the opportunity to learn directly from him. Jing Ming realized how valuable this was. Not only had they sent the manual of the technique, but they had also sent an instructor. Even so, he respectfully commented that he hoped not to cause any inconvenience during that time. Chen Ling calmly responded that there was no problem at all, as he was also there to visit an old acquaintance, and that Jing Ming could approach him whenever he had questions. Later, in the afternoon, Jing Ming headed to the club meeting. Upon arrival, he apologized for being late, explaining that he had several matters to deal with. Upon observing the environment more closely, he realized that the level of that group was indeed high. Liang Ping, the vice president of the Meteorite Club, called him to sit beside him and soon commented on his impressive progression, stating that at this pace it wouldn't be long before he took on an even greater position within the club. Jing Ming simply replied that this was not his priority at the moment and asked what the subject of the meeting was. Liang Ping explained that it was about the missions related to the Cult of Fate, which had recently attacked teams of student groups. He then asked directly if Jing Ming intended to participate. Jing Ming's expression changed immediately. Without hesitation, he stated that he would get involved. Shortly thereafter, the meeting began. One of the officials informed that the Cult of Destiny had resumed its actions and that the Daxia government had issued an official order against them. The university had received several missions related to this case and expected students to participate actively. During the meeting, Jing Ming's name was mentioned, and it was suggested that if he wanted to form a team, he would receive support. He thanked them but made it clear that, for now, he preferred to act alone. Still, in his thoughts, he knew he could not act hastily. Before accepting any mission, he needed to fully master the technique of the finger of the God of Thunder. Having a new high-level skill could make all the difference. After the meeting ended, he went to Professor Chen Lin. Jing Ming remarked that he had already studied part of the technique manual, and that some doubts had arisen. The professor was surprised by the speed, recognizing that it was no wonder he stood out so much. The young man then explained that his main doubt was the section that spoke about the connection with natural thunder and the merging of that energy with one's own power, an essential point to fully master the technique. Chen Lin commented that he had likely already mastered the art of celestial thunder, as the foundations were similar. However, he emphasized that the finger of the God of Thunder was much more condensed and had much more complex variations. Jing Ming understood the explanation, but still had some doubts and continued to ask questions. After about 3 hours of conversation, the professor concluded that the student's understanding was exceptional. He stated that Jing Ming had already assimilated most of the theory and that, from there on, the focus should be on practice, perfectly aligning the power. Spiritual with the superpower of thought, Chung Lin compared it to his own experience when he learned this technique. It took him more than 10 days just to reach that same level. Jingming thanked him for the guidance. Then he focused and decided to further evolve the technique, organizing his energy to advance. At that moment, the teacher asked him to try to manifest the finger of the thunder god, as he wanted to directly observe where adjustments might be needed. Jingming found the request strange, as he believed he had understood everything. Still, he suggested practicing alone first, so as not to take up too much of the professor's time. Chung Lin replied that there was no problem and encouraged him to try right there. Without hesitation, he stood up, focused his mind, and activated the ability. Upon observing, Chung Lin was already impressed with the first stage. The initial form emerged stable and flawless, something that many talented students took months to achieve. When Jingming advanced to the next stage, the professor's surprise grew even more. He realized that the young man had already managed to establish a connection with the natural thunder, something extremely difficult. Even so, Chung Lin believed that the final stage would still be a challenge. However, before he could complete this thought, Jingming completed the activation of the technique. He raised his finger, and in response, a gigantic finger surrounded by lightning descended from the heavens, falling towards the university. Chung Lin was in shock. This was not an incomplete simulation. It was the technique fully manifested. Suddenly, Jingming lost control and shouted that he couldn't dissipate the ability. The attack continued advancing, threatening to hit the surrounding area. Without wasting time, the professor reacted and activated his own technique, launching a counterattack in the same direction. The two forces collided in the air, generating a massive explosion in the university sky. After containing the situation, Chung Lin took a deep breath and explained that Jingming had indeed managed to execute the complete technique. From there, the biggest challenge would be control. He further emphasized that if that strike had hit the target, the entire region would have suffered significant damage. Jingming acknowledged that he was lucky since the teacher was present, as he had already assimilated the technique. He asked if he should return the manual. He then decided to go train alone to perfect his control. While observing the manual, Chen Lin noticed something unusual and silently concluded that the young man was a true prodigy, someone who fully justified the recent results and prominence in competitions. Walking through the university, Jingming reflected on the power of the technique. He understood that the Thunder God's finger was extremely destructive, something that few could withstand. However, he also recognized a clear weakness. The energy consumption was enormous, as just one use had drained a large part of his power. Thinking about this, he decided to look for ways to recover and began to better prepare himself for future battles. At that moment, Song Chiyun appeared calling for him. Surprised, Jingming asked what she was doing there. She replied that she had seen a huge thunder attack appear in the sky and suspected it could only be his work, so she went to look for him. Curious, she asked what new skill he had learned. Jingming responded that he had mastered the Thunder God's finger, but made it clear that he was still in the adaptation phase. After all, he was preparing to face missions related to the Cult of Destiny. She was surprised and asked if he had really already chosen a mission related to the Cult of Destiny, and also wanted to know its level. He answered casually that it was a high-rank mission involving one of the branches of the cult. Upon hearing this, Song Kyo-yun was shocked. She immediately realized that she could not accompany him on this mission, and, somewhat awkwardly, said that she could only wish him good luck. Jingming then asked if she did not intend to accept any mission as well. She hesitated for a moment, but admitted that, yes, she did intend to participate. The problem was that she had not yet found a suitable team. Jingming suggested that she seek out senior sister Young, as he believed she was extremely competent. Song Kyo-yun liked the idea and decided to pursue her immediately, inviting him to go along. He accepted, mentioning that he also had matters regarding pills to discuss. Meanwhile, at a cafe in the city, a team was waiting. A woman asked the captain if the person from the University of the Magic City had not yet arrived. He requested calm, reminding them that the agreed-upon time had not even passed. Another member commented on the lack of personnel in the local security department and questioned what kind of reinforcement had been sent. The captain then revealed that it was Jingming, 19 years old, a freshman. The reaction was immediate. Surprise and distrust. How could someone so young participate in a mission of that level? The captain, however, maintained seriousness and continued. The young man possessed a high-level superpower and had already reached the third stage, with combat capability equivalent to the peak of that level. Everyone was impressed. A freshman with that level of strength was not something common. The captain then emphasized that, when he arrived, everyone should act with professionalism. At that moment, the door opened. Jingming entered and apologized for the delay. The captain welcomed him with a handshake and introduced himself. His name was Kaiju, also explaining his own ability and level. Strengthening at the peak of the third tier, then introduced the other team members, each with their specialty. The man with long gray hair was Shang Zhang, a support type, with B-class ability and mid-rank of the third tier. The young woman with purple hair and a shaved side of her head was Zhang Tong, a fire type, at high rank of the third tier. The young man in glasses was Sun Yan, with a mental type ability, also at high rank of the third tier. Without wasting time, Kaiju decided to get straight to the point. The team had already identified 2 targets linked to the Fate cult in the city, individuals in relevant positions who could lead to the organization's base. The plan was to capture one of them first, as the other was more difficult to handle. The idea was to obtain information through interrogation with a mental specialist and thus locate the cult's branch. The captain then explained that Jingming would only need to follow the team's lead during the operation. The young man, however, suggested a different approach. Since there were 2 targets, it might be possible to split the team to act simultaneously. But Kaiju disagreed, stating that for this type of mission, acting together was the safest option. Jingming realized he was being underestimated. Without beating around the bush, he asked the captain to let him handle Lang Chang on his own, while the rest of the team took care of the Tiger Association. Kaiju became serious. In his mind, that sounded like overconfidence. Even someone with a high-level superpower would have enormous difficulties facing a superior-level opponent. At that moment, Zhang Tong reinforced the concern. Leng Chang had a bodyguard at the intermediate stage of the 4th level, which would make it impossible to handle the situation alone. Therefore, the original plan. The plan was to capture the first target and only then act together against the second. Even so, Jingming held his position and asked them not to worry. He believed he could handle it. Jantan became irritated, questioning whether he truly understood the gravity of the situation, but the captain interrupted him. After a few seconds of silence, he decided to yield and said that since Jingming insisted, he would allow him to act alone. He provided all the necessary data, including a detailed model of the base and strategic information. Upon receiving the material, Jingming accepted but internally questioned whether the team really trusted so little in someone of his level. To him, it seemed he would have to prove in practice what he was capable of. A few hours later, analyzing the data with the assistance of Eva, Jingming discovered the absurd level of security at the site. Thousands of sensors spread out and various active patrols with powered users. He concluded that the place was more protected than many military installations. While assessing the situation, he received a message from the captain informing him that a special task force of about 20 people had been assembled to support him, Xu Jinming. However, he already suspected that this reinforcement might not make much of a difference in a real situation. The next day, he positioned himself near the technology park and calmly observed the location, analyzing possible gaps. In contact with the leader of the ACI support team, Wang Gang, Jingming discovered that there were no apparent flaws in the security. In light of this, he began to consider a more direct approach. It was at that moment that something unexpected happened. A young woman approached and called him by name. Upon looking closer, he recognized her, someone he had met before. Surprised, Jingming commented on the coincidence of finding her there. Remembering that Lin King Luan studied at a university in the region, she asked him what he was doing there, since he should be in the magical city. Jingming responded simply, saying he wanted to see the technology park, but he couldn't get in. The girl then revealed that her uncle had been invited to an event inside the location and that he might be able to take him along. Jingming was surprised by the opportunity and asked if that would really be possible. She confirmed, saying it just required talking to the people in charge. He thanked her, still a bit surprised by the coincidence. While they walked together, Jingming thought he wasn't expecting such a convenient chance and decided to keep the support team on standby just for safety. Inside the technology park in the outdoor courtyard, Lin King Luan's uncle commented that Boss Lang Chang should arrive soon. Since he needed to find some acquaintances, he suggested that the two take the opportunity to walk around the place. Jingming thanked him, but inside she realized that the situation would have gotten even better if Lang Chang actually showed up there. This would save all the work of going after him. While they walked, Lin King Luan asked if he had already awakened as a superpower user. Jingming confirmed, and she reacted with a mix of surprise and envy. In just a few months, he had made significant progress, while she was still stuck in the initial stage, unable to evolve. At that moment, his cell phone rang. Jingming stepped aside to answer it. On the other end, Captain Kaiju asked if he had managed to locate Leng Chang. The situation had changed. The members of the Tiger Association had escaped, and now Leng Chang had become the only lead. He could not let this target get away. For a few seconds, Jingming remained silent, as if she had noticed something. The captain insisted, asking if he was still on the line. Then he calmly replied that everything was fine. Control. He had already found Lang Chang. Upon hanging up, the team on the other side became tense, not knowing exactly what was happening. They they decided to mobilize immediately to provide backup to the courtyard. Jing Ming asked Lincoln Luan to take the others and step away for a few minutes. She found the request strange and demanded an explanation. His expression changed, more serious, and he revealed that he was there for a reason different from what he had said before. Meanwhile, Lang Chang was calmly talking with some people, discussing work-related matters. Suddenly, Jing Ming spoke up loudly, directly calling for him and ordering him to surrender. He declared that, after an investigation by the security department, Lang Chang was involved with the cult of destiny. He then warned everyone around to move away immediately, making it clear that anyone who tried to protect him would be treated as an accomplice. The atmosphere changed instantly. People were in shock, exchanging glances trying to understand if this was real. But upon realizing it was an official operation, they began to back away. At that moment, a man stepped forward, Lang Chang's bodyguard. He stated that he knew nothing about any cult but questioned the situation, implying that the security department was ill-prepared to send someone so young to handle this. From afar, Lin Ting Luan watched everything and was surprised to realize that Jing Ming had already reached the third level in her thinking. She concluded that elite universities were truly frightening. In less than a semester, they had transformed an ordinary person into something out of the ordinary. Back to the confrontation, Jing Ming faced the bodyguard and commented that, apparently, he might also be involved with the cult. Then, he asked Eva to initiate the mission recording. The man, unleashing his power to the point that his clothes tore, questioned where such confidence in someone so young came from. Without waiting for a response, he launched the attack and unleashed his technique with full force. Jing Ming easily dodged it, which caught the attention of everyone around. The opponent, irritated, acknowledged the young man's agility, but challenged him by asking if he could avoid the next strike. Jing Ming calmly replied that it would not be necessary to dodge again. He had already understood the attack pattern. At that moment, he activated his extreme state. The energy around him changed drastically, and even the opponent showed concern upon realizing the level of that power. Then, Jing Ming created a thunder spear and threw it without hesitation. The strike hit squarely, and the bodyguard fell to the ground defeated. The scene left everyone in shock. In a matter of moments, someone of that level had been neutralized. Lin Qingguan, still observing, could hardly believe the speed of Jing Ming's evolution. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lang Chang tried to flee, but Jing Ming was already prepared. He activated a technique that trapped the target with electric energy, preventing any attempt to escape. Slowly approaching, with overwhelming pressure surrounding his body, Jing Ming made it clear that the bodyguard had already been neutralized, and that any suspicious movement would not be tolerated. Lang Shang entered into despair at the situation. The presence of the protagonist was enough to make him completely lose his confidence. When he tried to react, he received a direct shock, falling unconscious to the ground. Meanwhile, the people trapped inside the containment area began to protest, claiming they had no connection with the cult. Shortly after, the task force arrived on the scene. Chudming took control and declared that no one could leave until the investigation was finished. He emphasized that innocents would not be harmed, but also made it clear that no suspect would escape. Sometime later, the captain's group arrived to find the location completely secured and showing no signs of intense combat. He initially thought the mission had failed, but soon discovered the truth. One of the task force members explained that when they arrived, everything had already been resolved. The protagonist had handled the situation alone. They just took control of the area. Then, the reaction was immediate. Disbelief, as there was even a security guard from the third tier. How could someone manage to resolve everything alone, especially against an opponent of that level? As they approached Wang's body, the reality became evident. The captain assessed the situation and realized that it was not just an ordinary defeat, it was an instant neutralization. At that moment, he understood. They had truly underestimated Xu Jingming. At this moment, the protagonist appeared and remarked on Kaiju's arrival. The captain thanked him for his work, making it clear that without his intervention, his team would likely have been defeated. He even joked that when it was all over, he would buy him a drink. Xu Jingming simply looked at the already captured Leng Chang and replied that the celebration could wait. The most important thing now was the interrogation to find out the location of the Destiny cult's base. Sun Yan then used his mental ability to extract information. Shortly after, he revealed that the base was on the outskirts of the city of Jinin, with about 200 members. Among them, there were several high-level users, including some at more advanced stages, as well as various others scattered among lower levels. Upon hearing this, the protagonist became alert, as each of those enemies represented a valuable opportunity for evolution. Kaiju suggested requesting reinforcements from the department, considering the number of adversaries. However, Xu Jingming firmly replied that it would not be necessary. He would manage it himself without wasting time. The group proceeded to the hideout in the suburbs. Upon arrival, Sunyan confirmed that this was the correct location, but externally nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He then asked everyone to relax their minds to share his vision. With that, everyone was able to see inside the base as if they were already inside it. The protagonist, observing that, realized how useful such mental abilities were and thought about exploring something similar in the future. After analyzing the location, Kaiju asked if it would be possible to force open the passage. The answer from Zhang Tong was negative. The structure was too sturdy. Xu Jingming then stepped forward and said he would take care of it. After recovering his energy with a pill, he activated his extreme state again and used the finger of the Thunder God. A gigantic energy attack hit the front barrier, destroying it completely. The force of the impact generated such an intense wave that the others had to retreat to avoid being hit. The scene impressed everyone. Even Kaiju questioned whether someone of that level should possess such destructive power. The protagonist, on the other hand, just took a deep breath, satisfied. Unlike the first time he had used the technique, he could now feel the full impact. Without wasting time, he announced that he would go in first. Eva was activated to accompany the combat, and he advanced directly into the base. Kaiju organized the rest of the team. Arte stayed outside to prevent escapes, while the rest followed him into the hideout. The cult members went on alert. One of the leaders tried to maintain order by telling everyone to prepare for combat, while another reinforced the group's confidence by stating that their fighters were superior to the invaders. But before they could fully react, a thunder spear traversed the environment and hit one of them squarely. Instantly knocking him down, Xu Jingming appeared right in front of the cult members, interrupting their movements. Calmly, he apologized for the interruption, but got straight to the point. He wanted to know where the Divine Blood envoys were. The cultists reacted with disdain, calling him a security department agent and mocking him for still being at a considered low level. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, they launched an attack. The protagonist barely needed to move. With a simple blast of energy, he neutralized one of them instantly. The scene completely shattered the group's confidence. One of the members, filled with fear, fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Xu Jingming coldly stared at him and asked once more, "Where are the Divine Blood envoys?" Desperate, the man revealed that they were at the so-called Blood Lagoon, at the deepest part of the mountain. But in the next instant, he too was brought down. The others, in shock, questioned why the protagonist did that even after the surrender. He simply let out a light chuckle and replied that he had never promised to spare anyone. Now completely terrified, the others began to plead, claiming they were manipulated and had no choice. Jingming then asked Eva to verify their data. While the system analyzed the information, the protagonist remained silent. Soon after, the result came in and completely dismantled that narrative. The records showed that several there were already involved in serious crimes, even before joining the cult. After declaring the acts committed by each one, Jude Min released even more power and, in a cold tone, bid farewell to all those enemies. In an instant, it was all over. Shortly after, Kaiju and Zhang Tan arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the situation, they were shocked at how everything had been resolved. It did not match someone of that level. It was something far beyond what was expected. The protagonist only mentioned that the bishop and the envoys were in the blood pool and asked if they knew what that place was for. Kaiju remembered hearing something during the interrogation. It seemed to be a location used to create or strengthen these envoys. Moving on, the group found a disturbing room. Several people were being kept in capsules, as if they were part of experiments. Ding Ming did not hide his displeasure upon seeing that. Shortly after, a presence emerged. Kaiju got the protagonist's attention and warned that someone had appeared. It was a member linked to the rival organization who appeared, staring at the group, Zal Earl. The villain advanced aggressively, stating that he did not expect to find them there, but since they had come by themselves, they would be eliminated. Jingmin observed and provocatively commented that his level was nothing out of the ordinary and questioned where the real opponents were. Irritated, the man advanced, but the protagonist had already predicted the movement. In a single instant, he moved at high speed and delivered a direct blow, ending the confrontation before it could even begin. Then, Xu Jingming looked back and stated with some indifference that he expected more from the opponent, but apparently he had overestimated the enemies. The cult members who were with the bishop fell into despair, not understanding who he truly was. They even proposed that Jingming join them, even promising a high position within the organization. He simply thanked them, but declined without hesitation, making it clear that he had no interest in the Fate cult, and even provoked them by saying that their intelligence system was flawed. After all, they did not even know that the so-called Holy Sun had already been defeated by him. Upon discovering Xu Jingming's identity, the cultists attempted to flee. Before they could react, however, the protagonist advanced to stop them. They could not escape the reach of his power, and in a few moments, all were neutralized. Kaio even tried to intervene, asking that at least some be kept conscious for interrogation, But upon observing the way Jingming fought, he could not help but think that, if he did not know who he was, he could easily judge him as someone entirely focused on combat. Jingming agreed with the captain and suggested they move on. The next destination was the so-called Blood Lagoon. As he approached the body of one of the members, he found an access card. Using the security device, he managed to unlock the entrance to the restricted area. Once they crossed over, the environment changed completely. Zhang Tong commented on the strong smell in the air, while Kaio found it strange that there was no one around. But, as they advanced a little further, they found what they were looking for, a large pit with reddish liquid. Jingming observed carefully and decided to test the situation. He created an energy spear and threw it directly at the surface. Nothing happened. Then, he insisted, repeating the attack several times. Kaio realized that the protagonist was being cautious until something finally reacted from within the liquid. A figure with an animal face emerged furiously, demanding that he stop. Then, others appeared right behind. Jingming quickly confirmed that they were the envoys of divine blood. He identified the level of each one and asked Kaio and Zhang Tong to fall back. He would deal with this alone. The envoys mocked him, claiming that they no longer considered themselves human, but rather chosen by a higher entity. The protagonist was unimpressed, and, uninterested in continuing the conversation, moved directly into combat. One of the envoys blocked his attack and tried to intimidate him, reminding him that it was several against one. Taking advantage of the opening, the others charged at the same time, but Jingming activated his energy armor and blocked all the attacks. He then released a massive wave of power, repelling everyone at once. He coldly remarked that it had barely served as a warm-up. Soon after, he spun his weapon and unleashed a series of precise attacks in a matter of seconds. Each of the assailants was neutralized one after the other. The combat ended as quickly as it began. Xu Jinming then sheathed his weapon and briefly reflected on the outcome. Besides winning, he had also accumulated valuable resources and rewards throughout the mission. Kaiju and Zhang Tong approached, still impressed with what they had just witnessed. They did not hide their admiration and asked if everyone from the Magical City University was as absurd as he was. Jingming replied lightly that almost everyone was strong, he was just a bit different. Kaiju thought the protagonist was being humble, but no one fell for it. He then commented that since the mission had been a complete success, there would be a celebratory banquet and that Jingming should attend. With a smile, Jingming accepted the invitation. The next day, already at the university bench, some students were discussing their missions. One of them complained that a basic mission nearly got out of control, while the other boasted about having completed his and earned some credits. At that moment, Jingming arrived. As he approached the terminal to redeem his rewards, the surrounding students began to whisper, imagining that he had completed an intermediate-level mission. But as soon as he identified himself in the system, everything changed. He was congratulated for completing a high-level mission related to the Cult of Destiny and for taking first place in the glory ranking. Surprise took over the environment in response. Soon after the ranking was displayed, Jingming appeared at the top with an impressive time to complete the mission. Below him were only students who had completed lower-level missions. The general reaction was one of disbelief. The ranking had been updated recently, and there was already someone at the top with such a feat. While everyone was still trying to process this, a student approached. He commented that he did not expect anyone to complete such a difficult mission so quickly, and that, apparently, Jingming was truly exceptional. He introduced himself as Yao Fang and greeted him. The name immediately caught attention. Around them, several students were intrigued, as he was known as one of the strongest at the university. The protagonist also recognized who he was, a powerful senior, famous for impressive feats and missions. The two exchanged a handshake, and Yao Fang commented that he had made a bet with other seniors to see who would complete a mission of that level first, but everyone else ended up falling behind. He said he needed to sort something out, but intended to introduce him to his circle in the future. Jingming agreed, and as he moved away, he realized something important. It seemed he had just entered the circle of the university's elite fighters. At that moment, he recalled a message received the day before. His master had come out of the isolated training period. The protagonist then decided to go meet him before taking on a new mission. A few hours later, at Professor Yang Gentian's residence, Jingming greeted everyone upon arrival and asked about the progress of the Thunder Body technique. The professor replied that it had not been a simple task. After days of intense study, he had only managed to structure an initial foundation. Liming, who was also present, commented that Jingming had not wasted time. In addition to completing a high-level mission, he had also made contact with one of the strongest seniors at the university. The protagonist answered naturally, and Liming explained that he had seen everything on the official website. He also added that if Jingming continued at that pace, he could secure a spot in the National University League, but Yang Zhentian corrected him. At that moment, it was not a possibility. Jingming had already been pre-selected to participate. The revelation surprised everyone. This meant he had become the first freshman in the history of the university to secure a spot in the EE competition. Yang Zhentian gathered everyone and called them to the training room, explaining that Li Ming had not yet had the chance to fight against Jingming since his recovery, and that this would be the perfect time for a practical combat. Li Ming immediately agreed, saying that he also wanted to see how much the junior had evolved. As soon as everyone arrived at the venue, the atmosphere became more tense, and he made it clear that this time he would not hold back. The professor observed the group and, seeing that the duo was ready, ordered the start of the fight. Without wasting time, Li Ming immediately activated his extreme state, and Jingming responded in kind upon sensing the pressure of the protagonist's power. Li Ming realized that the level of that S-rank superpower was indeed absurd, concluding that if he wanted to win, he needed to end it as quickly as possible. He charged into the attack without hesitation, but Jingming intercepted the assault, and from there, the two entered into an extremely intense and accelerated confrontation. The battle continued at a frantic pace, with constant exchanges of blows, until about 3 minutes later, Li Ming began to show clear signs of fatigue, with heavy breathing and his body already at its limit. Unable to continue, he admitted defeat, acknowledging that he was unable to win against Jingming. The protagonist, in turn, thanked him for the fight, recognizing the junior's effort. Even in defeat, Li Ming emphasized that he had not held back at any moment, and he stated without hesitation that Jingming was simply a monster. Because of this, he said that he would make a point of attending the National University League that year in person. Then, Yang Zhentian approached the protagonist and asked what his next plans were, reminding him that he had the freedom to skip classes whenever he wanted. Jingming replied that he intended to focus on missions for a while, highlighting that, from what he had perceived, facing members of the so-called divine blood yielded much more skill points than facing common beasts. After that, a month passed. In the mission completion room, Jingming remained firmly in first place in the ranking, now accumulating 3 S-rank missions, 6 A-rank missions, and 4 B-rank missions. In second place was Kangxi, followed by Yaofang in third. While observing the table, the students were impressed, commenting that they could never have imagined a freshman reaching the top so quickly. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought that the award day had finally arrived and was curious about what the rewards would be. At that moment, some students noticed his presence and observed something even more shocking. He had already reached the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank. Even for someone with rank superpowers, that was considered extremely fast, which only reinforced the reason they were calling him the Thunder Emperor. And then, Yao Fang approached and commented that, in just 1 month, Jingming had already earned a title. Jingming, a little embarrassed, replied that it was just a nickname invented by others. Right after that, Yao Fang introduced the person who was next to him, Shang Dongling, known as the Bloody Hand, whom he had mentioned before. She looked at the protagonist and remarked that, with that physique, he was already at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank. He truly lived up to the title of Thunder Emperor. He then asked about the 2 girls who used to walk with him, wanting to know if they were also present. Xingming explained that both were busy preparing for the final exams, and that, after receiving his reward, he would also need to return. Upon hearing this, Fang was surprised and remarked that sometimes he forgot that Xingming was still just a freshman. At that moment, a person responsible for distributing the rewards appeared, announcing that they would soon begin the receiving process. When calling the protagonist, he informed him that, having ranked first in the glory ranking, he had accumulated 978 eliminations of members of the Cult of Destiny. As a reward, he would receive a resource of this rank and an additional 3,000 academic credits. Upon hearing this, everyone around was completely shocked, unable to believe that in less than a month, Jingming had eliminated almost 1,000 cult members. Many began to question whether the so-called Thunder Emperor was truly as relentless as they said. Furthermore, it seemed he was even more efficient than Shan Dongling herself. She was also impressed and asked if all those eliminations were indeed of members of the Cult of Destiny, as she herself had not gone beyond 500. Jingming replied casually that it was nothing out of the ordinary, explaining that 2 of his missions occurred in branches of the cult, which greatly increased the number of eliminations. The person responsible then officially announced the rewards and handed the protagonist a cultivation resource of this rank, explaining that in addition, he would receive a vial with 10 6th grade return to origin pills. He then emphasized that he hoped to see him continue evolving and competing at the top in the next glory ranking. Jingming confidently responded that he would do everything in his power. Upon hearing this, Yao Fang commented that pills of that level capable of significantly accelerating cultivation, were indeed a reward worthy of first place. Shortly after, he suggested that instead of exhausting himself with missions, it might be better to follow Song Chium, since the Song family had a veteran 8th rank grandmaster. Still, the protagonist made it clear that he did not need to rely on anyone, as he believed that nothing would be more efficient than his own system of deep blue. After that, Jingming returned to his room, and while the EVA displayed some data, reflected on his master's words, concluding that he should now learn a fist technique. Knowing that, in the extreme state of thunder, his own body already functioned as a weapon, he understood that close combat could also help alleviate the more aggressive side effects of the immortal thunder body. With this in mind, he chose a technique he deemed appropriate, the Thunder Dragon Fist of rank A, capable of condensing the power of lightning into the fist through a special structure and striking at the speed of lightning. He then decided to elevate the skill to the initial stage before testing it with his master. At that moment, his cell phone rang. It was Ling Shuang asking him to come to her office as quickly as possible. Upon arrival, Jingming was surprised and immediately asked if the vice principal had leveled up. She responded with a compliment, saying that his perception was indeed sharp, highlighting that he didn't even seem like someone of 3rd rank. Jingming congratulated her, but internally reflected that, among the 3 vice principals at the initial stage of 8th rank, the other 2, already in their 50s, had not managed to advance, while she had taken a step forward. This made him question her age, since by appearance she looked extremely young. The vice principal then commented that it was impolite to speculate about a woman's age. The protagonist was startled. Could the vice principal read minds? He became apprehensive, remembering her reputation for being extremely strict, thinking that he might end up facing the irritation of a great 8th rank master. Ling Zhuong clarified that she didn't read minds, but explained that someone at that level had such elevated spiritual perception that even minor mood changes became evident. Therefore, she advised him to learn to better control his expressions in front of high-level users, as the less he showed, the better. Jingming affirmed that he understood and thought relieved that he had managed to avoid problems, as she didn't seem irritated. The vice principal was direct in asking him to stop trying to guess her age, bluntly revealing that she was 34 years old and was not the old lady he had imagined. Soon after, she herself seemed surprised to be giving so many explanations to a student. Jingming, impressed, commented that 34 years were extremely young for someone at that level, as in Daxia, the average age of an 8th rank grandmaster hovered around 46 years. He also mentioned that Professor Yang had already passed 50 and remained only at the peak of 7th rank, then declared his deep admiration for the vice principal. Ling Shuang cut the flattery and got straight to the point, saying they needed to deal with something really important. Then, he asked what his plans were since winter vacation would begin in 2 days. Jingming replied that he intended to return to Jiangnan and train in the mystical thunder realm for a month. The vice principal then asked Eva to inform the straight-line distance between the university and the magical city, and the mystical kingdom of thunder in Yangnan. Eva promptly responded 563 kilometers. Analyzing the distance, she commented that it was still within her reach, as after advancing to the intermediate stage of the 8th rank, she could now teleport up to 600 kilometers. With that, she informed Jingmin that the counterattacks from the Cult of Destiny had intensified recently, and, for safety, advised him to crush the talisman he had received as soon as he encountered any situation of extreme risk. The protagonist thanked her for the concern and internally reflected that, although she did not accompany him daily like Professor Young Xianqian, she represented a kind of constant protection, a silent guarantee that he could continue to live. Therefore, he decided that he needed to dedicate himself even more to cultivation so as not to disappoint her later. Already in the training room of Yang Zhentian's residence, Jingming demonstrated his new technique, the Thunder Dragon Fist, making it clear that it possessed impressive offensive power. Old Yang observed closely and commented that the technique was not bad at all, emphasizing that the protagonist had truly grasped his guidance. He explained that the secret of that ability lay in the control of the superpower, combined with the speed of the strike. The more condensed the energy, the faster the punch, and the greater the impact would be. Then, the master asked Jingming to take a 6th grade guarding talisman, explaining that it could withstand attacks below the level of a 7th rank Grand Master for up to 3 minutes. The protagonist thanked him for the gift and understood the value of that item, as protective talismans from ancient ruins were extremely rare, practically impossible to obtain. Only with money, Yang Zhentian then commented that since Jingming intended to go to the mysterious realm of thunder, he would pass on the contact of Yung Luo, his senior brother. Since he had graduated the previous year and was assigned as a supervisor at that location, this could greatly facilitate matters. Jingming found this idea perfect, and thanked him again. Soon after, the master emphasized that the mysterious realm of thunder was over 500 kilometers from the magical city, which meant that previously, even the vice director would not be able to reach it with teleportation. Therefore, he should be even more cautious. Jing Ming then remarked, asking if the master might not know that the vice director has already advanced to the intermediate stage of the 8th rank and can now reach up to 600 kilometers. Yang Xantian was surprised by the news and admitted that her speed of progress was indeed frightening. In a relaxed tone, he also teased that his disciple seemed to be quite close to the vice director since he found out about it before him. If she is offering protection, Professor Yang felt much more relieved. 2 days later, already in the residential district of Dingu, in the city of Diang, the protagonist arrived home and greeted his uncle, aunt, and sister. Everyone was happy with his return and commented that dinner was almost ready. However, Jing Ming asked them to put off the meal for later, saying he needed everyone to sit down first because he brought some gifts. As soon as they settled, he handed each of them a spatial ring and explained that each item has an internal space of 1 square meter, which would make it much more practical to transport objects. Tanchi, surprised, commented that the ring was larger than the one her own mentor possessed, but her uncle immediately asked her to return it, stating that the ring was too valuable for them to accept. Without thinking, curious, she asks if it is really that expensive. The protagonist replies that each ring costs at least 50 million, equivalent to decades of the family's savings, and questions if that wouldn't be expensive. Tang agrees immediately and says they can't accept something like that, but Jing Ming asks them to stop the drama and shows his own ring, which has 10 square meters of space. He also comments that he has already reached the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank, and that, for him, small rings like those no longer make a difference. She is visibly impressed to find out that Jing Ming has already reached that level of strength and comments that not even the mentors at her school have reached the 4th rank. Jing Ming's aunt, in turn, observes with pride that he has become someone truly important. Tang Daolin then intervenes and says that in that case, Jing Ming should leave one of the rings for Tang Qi, as that would help her a lot in her life in the wild area, while he and the aunt can do without. Soon after, he comments that he will return to the kitchen to finish the food. After retreating to his room, Jing Ming decides to test the 6th grade Return to Origin pill. As soon as he consumes it, he enters total concentration, seeking to extract as much as possible from the cultivation. About half an hour later, he concludes that, as expected from a rank resource, the effect is impressive. Both his physique and his spirit increased by more than 10 points. Something absurd considering that in a common cultivation, he could achieve at most half a point. Still, he laments that due to the side effects, he can only consume 1 pill per day. Even so, he acknowledges that his deep blue system remains the most extraordinary, as, with enough skill points, he could even advance directly to the 9th rank. The next day, already in the mystical realm of thunder, located in the city of Dong, the protagonist is guided by his senior brother Diang Luo to the location. During the journey, he explains that beyond the walls ahead lies the true mystical realm. Jing Ming questions whether the sky inside shouldn't be filled with storm clouds, with lightning constantly falling. Diang Luo merely responds that he will understand as soon as he enters. As they approach the entrance, a robot intercepts them and, after scanning their faces, confirms Diang Luo's identity as the supervisor of the Thunder Dojo organization. It then also validates the rank pass of this magical city university belonging to Jing Ming, informing that he has 30 days of remaining duration. With the authorization confirmed, they drive into the mystical realm of thunder. As they move through the city that reveals itself after passing through the entrance, the senior brother asks if Jing Ming is still anxious. The protagonist replies that he never imagined something like this, looking from the outside. The environment corresponds exactly to what he had envisioned, with dark, dense clouds and constant lightning in the sky. Still, he comments that there is something different. He expected a wild and primitive place, but instead finds a structure as modern as a complete city. Curious, he asks how something so gigantic can be hidden by just a wall. Diang Luo explains that this is, in fact, a masterpiece of high-level spatial superpower users, as the wall acts as a spatial portal. He further clarifies that the area they are in is designated for resting and living, with soundproofing, while the storm zone just ahead is the true mystical realm of thunder. Shortly after, he shows Jing Ming a thunder crystal core, explaining that it is a characteristic resource of the region, obtained by defeating thunder beasts, the first-level creatures. Ranks do not allow this type of item, while those of 2nd and 3rd depend on luck. However, the 4th rank guarantees acquisition. Additionally, these cores have various uses. The simplest is to crush them and use the released lightning to temper the body. What he gives to the protagonist is a high-quality 4th rank core and asks him to consider it as a welcome gift. Jing-Ming thanks him but questions why the senior brother does not train directly with the lightning. Jean Luo explains that within the storm zone, the lightning is extremely violent and unpredictable, making the environment highly dangerous. The cores offer a more stable way of training. Furthermore, the thunder beasts there are much stronger than ordinary beasts, and the closer one is to the center of the storm, the more intense and terrifying both the lightning and the creatures become. After some time of traveling, Jean Luo points ahead and informs that Jing-Ming's residence is already close, suggesting he rest for the rest of the day and start training the following day. Jing-Ming immediately responds that he does not need to rest, making it clear that he intends to enter the realm as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, his senior brother reflects that even as a user of this rank, he continues to put in impressive effort. Therefore, he understands perfectly why the master values him so much. Meanwhile, in another location, a member of the Cult of Destiny presents a report to the Archbishop. He informs that the student from the Magical City University, Jing-Ming, has eliminated over 1,000 cultists in just 1 month, even going so far as to destroy 2 entire branches. He then adds that the protagonist is already in the mystical Thunder Realm and questions how they should proceed in light of this situation. The Archbishop then responds cautiously, emphasizing that Jing-Ming possesses a superpower of this rank. What makes any action against him extremely risky due to the numerous variables involved. He makes it clear that if they decide to act, it must be a quick, precise elimination with no room for error. Finally, he states that he will seek an opportunity to report directly to the supreme leader of the cult, emphasizing that anyone who opposes the Cult of Destiny must be eliminated without hesitation. A car approached the entrance of the storm zone. Dian Luo, upon getting out, found an acquaintance, Instructor Wu, who was responsible for the newcomers. John Luo introduced Shooting Ming to him, a junior brother who planned to train there during the winter break. The protagonist greeted the instructor, who was wearing a black beanie. The instructor was impressed by his sharp aura. The people around began to observe Shooting Ming, his level, and compare themselves to him. Saying goodbye to the senior, Jing-Ming prepared to enter the hunting area. The instructor also sent the others on their right way and reminded them that they could only stay for 10 days and that they needed to defeat a thunder beast at the peak of the 3rd tier. Anglo was surprised by the requirement, as no one was at that level yet, but the instructor treated everyone there as elite members. A young man walking ahead of the group was Lady Nu Ang, who had rank A abilities. He was the most impressive student from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Defeating 4th tier beasts would be no problem for him. The instructor, Kerr, asked Diang if his junior's strength reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Diang stated that it probably did, withholding the information that he even reached the peak of the 4th tier in skills, with a smile. The instructor wished that Shooting Ming could duel with his students inside the Thunder Forest. Jing Ming heard sounds of thunder at all times. A student caught up to him, asking him to wait for a moment. He stated, being curious about the strength of the best students from the best universities, and made a bet who would hunt more beasts in the coming days. Although there was no malicious intent, Jing Ming refused to want the competition. The student was surprised and Lady Wang stopped him. If others do not want, do not insist. Being declined, the young man irritably stuck out his tongue. The protagonist ran into the forest and found a large monster with bull horns. The Thunder Bull with black armor was large but still at tier 1. Thus, it was stronger than beasts of the same level. The bull's horns were used to channel a lightning bolt that struck Jing Ming, but the protagonist took no damage. Testing his physical strength, he stepped forward and punched the bull on the head. The beast fell, but Jing Ming was able to verify that the monster's defense was higher than normal. Having not fought against beasts for nearly a month, Jing Ming yearned to hunt and reach the peak of tier 3. 4 hours later, Jing Ming finished eliminating a white wolf. The number of beasts did not seem so large as he only found 9 in 4 hours. How could he not achieve many gains? The protagonist wondered if he should focus on improving the proficiency of his skills during the hunt. He looked at a map and, being in the central area, decided to go to the core area to try to find more powerful beasts. Jing Ming arrived in such an area 5 hours later. There, the lightning was already affecting the physical body of the indestructible. He would need to keep his skills active all the time to endure. Although tier 4 beasts were supposedly living in that area, Jing Ming did not see any. Suddenly, a bird flew over him. It was, in fact, a beast from the inner area of the core, the Thunderhawk with green feathers. Various lightning strikes appeared and the birds chased them as if trying to absorb them. Xu Jingming understood. This was how the beasts in that area became stronger. Since the beasts liked the lightning, he thought of using the energy from his Dantian to attract them. Jumping onto a tree, he observed, he needed to improve his Dantian proficiency. From the divine thunder, there were many lightning-related skills he could use, and it was thanks to some time spent observing nature that he managed to enhance his manipulation of lightning. 3 hours later, Shujing created a net of golden lightning. His elemental manipulation was as before. To reach a new level, he would need to spend much more time. He returned to the top of a tree to observe and gain some insight into a few of his abilities. Thus, he planned to finalize his theoretical studies step by step. He decided to return to the central area and test the skills. Back in the central area, Jingming unleashed his lightning. He thought he could gain new skill points if he defeated the monsters he attracted. He heard the sound of a beast and ran towards it, entering the forest. 2 hours later, Jingming was already being pursued by numerous beasts. He suddenly stopped, facing 5 thunder beasts, and used the thunder prison. The lightning fell on the beasts, immobilizing them. Lightning spears were created and caused a huge explosion upon hitting the targets. However, many beasts survived and attacked once again. Crossing his arms, Shujing summoned the divine thunder as if he were the very cloud releasing the lightning, becoming the source of the lightning bolts that eliminated each of the beasts. Shujing Ming was quite satisfied. That move really worked. The efficiency is at least 10 times faster than before. After defeating a considerable number of monsters, Jingming checked that he had gained more than 1,800 points. Leveling up could happen soon, but he was getting tired. He couldn't hunt for 6 days and 6 nights without resting. He created a schedule, attract monsters for 2 hours and recover for 8. Doing this twice a day would give him 3,600 points. Approaching one of the monsters, he drew a dagger to skin it. He obtained his first thunder crystal of tier 3. Thus, 5 days later, Lei Dinho Wang's group was walking in the central zone, yawning. A young woman asked why. They needed to get up at 3 in the morning. Lady Niu Ang reminded her that it didn't matter the hour. They were there to hunt. She retorted, questioning when they would return, as it was already the last day. He revealed that they should leave at 6 in the evening. The mission had already been completed, but the longer they stayed, the more impressed the elite members of the camp would be. Changing the subject, the young woman asked with a smile, "Has that coward from the Magic City University already fled?" Her friend believed in that possibility. Even they could hardly rest. He didn't believe anyone could manage alone. Suddenly, they stopped walking upon seeing numerous lightning strikes. The young woman warned in fear, "We need to run. It's a herd of monsters." Lei Jinwang calmed them, stating that there weren't so many monsters that they needed to flee. The beasts were chasing Jing Ming, and when they heard, the group was surprised. They believed that Jing Ming had accidentally provoked the herd of monsters, and Jin Wang wanted to help. The young woman suddenly alerted, "He's not bringing the herd to us. He wants to use us as bait." Jing Ming ran close to them, but headed to another area. He was surrounded by the dozens of beasts chasing him. The young woman who had been afraid mocked, "How arrogant and foolish. Karma is going to teach you a lesson, Lei Jin Wang." He was confused, as they were in greater numbers, but the monsters ignored them. He frowned as he wondered why someone, only at the mid-rank of Tier 3, attracted more magical beasts than those at the peak rank. The young woman alerted the team's leader that Jingming had paused for a moment. The protagonist used a lightning skill that devastated the herd of monsters. Lady A. Wang even had to worry about not being hit by the pressure of the strike. He was sure something was wrong. For someone, to be stronger than him while being at a lower level could only mean they had an S-rank ability. However, he couldn't believe that the person in front of him possessed such a skill, as they were in Tier 3, and the only person with an S-rank ability at the Magical City University was a newcomer. Facing the powerful attack, they saw how strong Jingming could be, defeating that last herd. The protagonist reached 23,000 skill points, enough to advance. Lei Jin Wang's companion asked if he could handle so many beasts at once. While he nodded, he revealed, "I couldn't do it that quickly." The young man felt relieved for not having bet against Jingming upon discovering he was more impressive than his older brother. He asked Lei Jin Wang if the young man from the other university could defeat Tier 4 magical beasts. However, Lady A. Wang didn't believe it would be possible with just the strength displayed. 10 minutes later, Jingming climbed a tree and had the deep blue system add points to his level. He reached the high rank of Tier 3. His physique and spirit reached almost 500 points, and the range of his abilities to 40 meters. Thus, he decided to hunt a bit more to gain a few more points and test his skills outside, in the jungle. I was worried about shooting Ming. Instructor Wu asked John Lua why he had gone to the entrance of the hunting area once again, and Jing Ming's senior brother revealed that he was waiting for him, discovering that Yang Lua's junior brother had not returned. The instructor asked him not to worry, as he planned to go hunting and could look for him. Meanwhile, after Yang Lua's thanks, the instructor passed through the entrance that led to the Thunder Forest. Chu Ming was sitting in a tree. The Time to leave was approaching. He got down and his weight sunk the ground, which impressed him. His physique had improved, but there was still a long way to go. At that moment, a bear appeared before him, roaring furiously. The beast must have been at the peak of Tier 4. Jing Ming believed he could defeat it with the Heavenly Thunder technique, but decided to test his punches first. He charged at the beast, entering combat. Nearby was Instructor Wu, who was surprised to observe him. He saw that Jing Ming's level was high rank of Tier 3, but thought that the range of his rays was greater than it should be. Watching the fight with great anticipation, he internally praised the rookie for not backing down, but this could harm him when facing someone he could not defeat. He planned to let Jing Ming suffer a little to realize the difference between levels before rescuing him. The bear roared furiously and attacked Jing Ming, who was using his extreme state. The protagonist faced the bear's claw with his own fist, blocking it and completely shocking Instructor Wu. The instructor was sure something was wrong. Shooting Ming's ability did not seem to be rank this, not even rank this, perhaps possibly rank this. He remembered having heard the young man's name before. He was the rank this rookie of the Thunder at the City Magic University. The level he had reached was terrifying for the instructor, being a rookie. And already reaching the high rank of the 3rd tier completely focused on battle, lightning sparked in Jing Ming's eyes, challenging the beast before him. The confrontation between Jing Ming and the bear grew increasingly violent. The lightning generated from his attacks formed ripples of energy with each impact, spreading through the surrounding forest. Instructor Wu was left speechless, surprised to see the young man truly facing, toe-to-toe, the beast at the peak of the 4th tier. He immediately grabbed a camera to film and show the students at the elite camp what it really meant to be powerful, blocking the bear's attack. Jing Ming smiled satisfied at not losing to the 4th tier beast. His 3,000 vitality points, combined with the indestructible thunder body, were proving their worth. With his great golden hair waving, he charged at the bear. Jing Ming's punch became even more powerful and tore through the beast. The bear roared in pain, pushed back by the attack. Jing Ming, at the same time, stepped back to analyze his strike. Upon hitting the bear's leg, he couldn't completely immobilize it. He could use weapons to end the fight, but decided to continue with punches. The bear, despite the pain, remained in battle. It raised its front paws and roared ferociously, releasing powerful lightning that flowed from one claw to the other. The instructor recognized that attack, the rain of lightning. Whoever was struck by it would suffer immensely. Jing Ming challenged the blow, wanting to see what the bear was capable of. He charged at the beast and faced the rain of lightning head-on. The armor enveloped Jing Ming's body, who was smiling. He met the wild gaze of the bear, raising his fist. The beast attacked with its claw, but Jing Ming dodged nimbly. He attacked the bear countless times. The points of his large body while attacking Jing Ming even mocked the bear's slow attacks. A high-rank Tier 4 beast did not seem intimidating at all, with an attack that fell like the descent of a dragon. Shu Jing Ming struck the bear's head, causing enough internal injuries to make it fall. The beast was eliminated. The instructor was impressed, unable to describe what he saw. He approached Shu Jing Ming, praising, "You were truly formidable." Shu Jing Ming turned to respond to the instructor, who spared no compliments. "If our country had more geniuses like you, we wouldn't have to worry about these beasts." Showing the camera he used to record the battle, he asked if there was any problem using the footage as teaching material. The protagonist didn't mind, giving his permission. In any case, those attacks were not part of his full strength. Changing the subject, the instructor asked if Jing Ming planned to enter the Thunder Martial Arts Hall after graduation. He explained that the master of the hall was a saint of the 9th tier of the electric type. She could personally guide him, allowing his entry into the Thunder secret realm. Thanking him, Shu Jing Ming noted that he would keep the offer in mind. Being just a novice, he did not want to rush into entering a secret realm. Remembering something, the instructor warned Shu Jing Ming that his senior brother was waiting for him outside and asked if he planned to stay longer in the storm zone. If so, he could report to Yung Luo that Shu Jing Ming was safe. The protagonist smiled, asking him not to worry, as he would be leaving soon. Still impressed that Jing Ming had remained in the hunting zone alone for 6 days, the instructor revealed that he had only managed to stay for 4 days at his peak. He congratulated Shu Jing Ming and said goodbye. The protagonist searched inside the bear and found another crystal, slightly inferior to the one he received as a gift, but still very good. A few hours later, Zhang Lu saw Shu Jing Ming leave the hunting area. He felt relieved and asked how the young man felt. The protagonist simply stated that he was a bit tired, putting his arm over his shoulder. The senior brother hugged him, understanding the reason for his sleepiness. On the path of culture, it was necessary to balance hard work with rest. Therefore, he recommended that he go back and get some sleep. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the office of Instructor Wu, he received the team of Lady Nuang. He praised the group that had been hunting for 6 days and had not suffered any losses. He asked if they had completed the mission, and Lady Nuang reported the mission was accomplished. Everyone defeated at least one beast at the peak of the 3rd tier. I, personally, defeated a beast at the low rank of the 4th tier. The instructor internally praised the young graduate of the elite camp. He was just slightly inferior to what he saw Xu Jingming perform, but still commendable. After complimenting the young man, the instructor changed the subject and asked what he thought of the junior brother of Supervisor Zheng Lei. Jin Wang revealed that they had found Jin Ming in the storm zone, and that his strength far exceeded the level he was at. The others on the team also praised him, but one of them made sure to flatter the leader, truly formidable, but not comparable to Brother Lei. The instructor asked if that truly represented their thoughts, and the young man arrogantly replied, "I am not wrong. Our elite training camp is definitely stronger than the Magical City University." To show that they were mistaken, Instructor Wu summoned a drone that started playing a video. The hologram of the storm bear appeared, and everyone was even more surprised. Upon seeing that the opponent of the beast was actually Xu Jingming, they soon witnessed the final attack executed by Jingming. Just like the bear falling, the group was shocked and questioned how Xu Jingming had become much stronger. The aura displayed in the video was far superior to before. After showing the video, the instructor asked for their opinions. The group couldn't believe that such a monster was only at the mid-rank of the 3rd tier. The instructor corrected them. He is already at the high rank of the 3rd tier. The young man from Jimmy Wang's group still doubted that anyone at that level could have such strength. Lei Dinyo Wang thought for a moment and agreed with his partner. A beast at the high rank of the 4th tier should easily defeat most users of Tier 4. The instructor asked them not to worry, as even at the Magic City University, Xu Jingming was a special case. The young man from Jin Wang's team questioned who Xu Jingming was to be so strong. The director's son? The instructor denied. Even the director's son was not that good. Xu Jingming was the one who possessed rank S abilities, remembering that the only one with abilities of that level was the rookie from the Magic City University. Lei Jin Wang wondered how a rookie reached the peak of Tier 3 so quickly. The rest of the team was also outraged to remember this. The instructor calmed them down by stating, "I just wanted to motivate you by showing the video. Make Xu Jingming a goal to reach. It will be very good for you if you can keep up with his pace in the future." The group understood the instructor and vowed to work hard. Lei Dinyo Wang requested a copy of the video. The instructor informed him that soon he could obtain it, as it would be published on the Martial Arts Hall's webpage. Lei Jin Wang's partner asked if that wasn't a bad idea since the National League was starting soon. The instructor sighed, realizing he almost made a mistake. He decided to keep the video so that Xu Jingming would not be harmed by having his skills revealed. Since the University of the Magical City had won 2nd place the previous year, they should try to obtain 1st place this time. 2 days later, Xu Jingming was awakened by a call. He picked up his phone and found out it was Director Ling Qiao who was hiring him. The person on the other side gave a warning. Xu Jingming, according to reliable sources, the Celestial Destiny sect is organizing retaliation. We have already assigned people to protect your family and friends. If you find yourself in danger, you must destroy the protective talisman immediately, as it is very likely that you are their target. The protagonist thanked for the warning. The security at the location where he was strict. It would be difficult to enter or exit without showing identification. People from the Celestial Destiny sect should not be able to reach him there, and even if they did, he still had the talisman that the teacher gave him. The headquarters of the Celestial Destiny sect was located in an ancient castle. Its interior was decorated with red banners and chandeliers. On the throne sat a man with a dark aura. Before him, 2 cultists reported, "Lord General, the branch in the Magical City believes that Xu Jingming is growing rapidly, which could threaten us. They wish to eliminate him to avoid future problems. We must act." The man with the dark voice asked where Xu Jingming was. They now told him he was in Jiangnan province but would soon appear. The man with crimson eyes ordered, "As soon as you finish what you are doing in Jiangnan province, pay him a visit. Destroy Xu Jingming, as well as the secret realm of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall." The man with a scar that stretched from one cheek to the other, crossing over the nose, accepted the mission. "I will love hunting him down." Behind him, a cultist commented excitedly, "If Lord Bloodhunt was acting in person, nothing would go wrong. He was a man of medium rank in Tier 8. The cultist believed that even Link Shuang, at the low rank of Tier 8, could not compare to him. In the streets of the city, the shooting mink saw countless shops and people advertising their products. The Spring Festival was approaching, but unfortunately, he would spend it alone once again. Looking at the Thunder Tower from afar, he hoped not to be disappointed. It had been recommended by his senior brother Zhongluo. It was a place where people observed the nature of lightning and improved their proficiencies in controlling it. Upon arriving at the entrance hall of the tower, Jingming was greeted by a woman. "You have an S-class pass. You can stay for 4 hours in a secret room on the 100th floor. Would you like to use it?" The protagonist asked what the 100th floor was. She explained that the tower had 110 floors, and the higher it was, the better the view and the effects of observing the lightning. The protagonist decided to follow her advice and went to the 100th floor. Walking through the floor, he wondered where the rays from a circular lamp attached to the ceiling were. The rays appeared. They were in their most fundamental form. It was such rays that also energized the tower. The rays came from the thunder zone, thousands of meters high in the sky, not being visible to the naked eye. Inside the tower, however, he could see them in detail. Xu Jingming sat on the floor, deciding to train. 4 hours later, he saw the benefits received and realized that if he stayed another 5 days there, he could even reach proficiency in liquefying the lightning. That was a sacred land for cultivation. Someone knocked at the door. It was the woman who had attended him on the first floor. She informed him that his time was up. The protagonist asked how he could extend the use of the secret room and discovered that he could exchange rank 4 beast crystals for more time. A low-rank tier 4 beast core would extend for 3 hours, while each additional increase would grant 1 extra hour. The protagonist realized how expensive that was. Converting it would be about 2 million per hour. The woman warned that he could go to the rooms on the 70th floor that cost tier 3 cores, but he quickly retrieved the tier 4 core he obtained. The woman was impressed. She received a peak tier 4 core and another of medium rank. She bowed in thanks and informed him that the 2 stones would provide him with 11 more hours of use of the room. Curious, Xu Jingming asked how he could go beyond the 100th floor. With a smile, she explained that for the 100th to the 107th floor, tier 5 cores would be required, while above that, tier 6 cores would be needed. Xu Jingming immediately changed his mind. 11 hours later, Xu Jingming completed his training and went to the main building of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. As he received 311 million from the materials he obtained while hunting, Diang Luo asked his junior brother to pay for lunch. Diang Luo received thanks for mediating the sales and providing good profits. The gentleman revealed that he had heard from the instructor that Jingming had defeated a tier 4 beast and praised his development. Changing the subject, the gentleman asked what Jingming would do soon. He revealed that he wanted to take a trip to the thunderstorm zone and would return for the spring festival. Hearing his idea, the gentleman warned that on the day of the festival, the martial arts hall would organize an auction, and he could participate. The protagonist thought for a moment and remembered that there was something he wanted. The spear he had been using was not so good lately. He planned to exchange such equipment after hearing Junior's decision. Zhongluo informed that he would secure a spot for him at the auction. Thus, the two said goodbye in a room where there were 2 young women. Song, who asked her senior sister Yang, "I want to go to the Thunder Secret Realm during the Spring Festival to see Shooting Min. Will you come with me?" Yang Chuchuan was surprised by the invitation. She smiled, accepting internally, imagining that the junior sister wanted to share Shooting Ming with her, and that was something Yang Chuchuan would not refuse. 6 days later, Shooting Ming returned to the Tower of Thunder, delivering several crystals to the manager of the tower. She was surprised by the amount of crystals and announced that he could exchange them all for 37 hours of use. Having worked for 2 years in the tower, it was the first time she had seen so many tier 4 crystals. The manager blushed slightly. Jingming was young and handsome and still possessed 9 tier 4 crystals, showing that he was also powerful. Jingming asked if the usage time could be divided. She was pulled from her thoughts and confirmed his question. As soon as he finished his observation, he could use the machine in front of the room to pause the time count. That afternoon, Jingming received a call while training. The hologram of Song Kyung-yoon was revealed, and with a smile, she asked, "Jingming, want to guess where I am?" Jingming guessed correctly. In the Thunder Secret Realm. She asked how he knew, and he pointed to the background behind her. There was no other place with so much lightning. Song Yun revealed that Jiang Chu Xuan was also present, surprising Xu Jingming. The young woman with white hair dived in front of the camera. "You didn't want me to come," the protagonist smiled, teasing her. "How could I? Of course, you two are welcome." Obtaining the address of where they were, Shooting Ming. He swiped the card at the machine outside the room and stored his remaining 4.5 hours at the mansion with a pool where Song Kyuyun and John Chuchuan gathered. They were surprised, as only 20 days had passed and Jingming had ranked up again. He smiled shyly, claiming he had only encountered some dangers that helped him grow. Kyuyun sighed, starting to believe that by the time graduation day arrived, Jingming would have already reached Tier 7 of a Grandmaster. Changing the subject, the protagonist asked how much they had spent on the passes to go to the secret realm. Yun revealed that the Class B passes they obtained cost 1,000 credits each, which only allowed them to stay for 2 days. The protagonist was surprised, as 1,000 credits corresponded to 10 million in cash. He pointed to the stairs, warning that there were 4 rooms on the second floor and they could choose anyone except his. The two didn't want so many rooms and asked to share a single one between them. Jingming asked them to go upstairs and rest, as he would soon take them out to eat. Zhong Chuchuan, however, pulled various foods out of her spatial ring. "We prepared all the ingredients before we came," she commented. Since it was New Year's Eve, they wanted to eat at home. Curious, Jingming asked if they knew how to cook, and both introduced themselves as experts. Surprised, Jimin took off his jacket, intending to help them. After a few hours, they had already served themselves. Jimin ate so much that his belly grew. "I have to say, your cooking skills are really good." As soon as they finished eating, the group saw fireworks exploding on the horizon. One of them stood up, suggesting they go to the rooftop to take pictures. The trio went up to the pool area, where they could see the fireworks up close. Together, they took a group photo. Shooting me was quite happy. Since acquiring the system, everything around him underwent truly revolutionary changes. This was the first time he spent such a wonderful New Year's Eve. The next day, they went out to stroll through the city. Jingming apologized to the two girls for needing to go to the auction, but they didn't mind. Kyuyun herself intended to buy new equipment. When encountering Jingming, John Luo asked who the two girls were. The protagonist introduced both Kyuyun and Zhang Chuchuan to the senior. The two waved with a smile, surprising Zhang Luo internally. He praised Jingming for having two beautiful girls by his side. Yang Lu, to help, informed that he would get entrance tickets for the two girls. From where he was, Jingming could hear some men flattering a woman with pink hair. "Sister Wan-ing is still the most amazing. Not only can she take us to the Thunder Secret Realm, but she can also take us to the auction. I heard that other people need to spend tens of millions to buy a ticket to enter." Kyuyun raised an eyebrow, asking what family those people were from to be so arrogant. Jean Luo introduced the woman, Li Wan-ing, the eldest daughter of the Li family, head of the 6 major families in the Thunder Secret Realm. The head of the family was the honorary vice master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and was about to reach level 7. Her brother had already reached the peak of level 4 at the age of 27. It was inevitable that they were a little arrogant, seeing how both the older and younger generations were so incredible. Jingming understood why they were arrogant. Jean Luo revealed that the woman's older brother, Li Xianglin, was like Jingming, a spear user and of the strengthening type. Although Jingming was of the electric type, after walking for some time, they arrived at the auction. The Spring Festival auction was of utmost importance. Those who could enter the venue were not ordinary figures. They were all dignitaries with liquid assets exceeding 100 million. About 800 people were invited. Each seat had a number and there was an electronic screen on the arms of the chair. It was possible to input a price on it to participate in the auction, raising a hand afterward to indicate the bid. The gentleman also explained that it was possible to use the electronic screen to check the item being auctioned. The protagonist saw that there was a total of 108 items at the auction. Yungluo explained that it was normal for the item levels to reach a maximum of S-class. It would be difficult to sell them if they were too expensive. Kyuyun asked Jingmin if he had found something he wanted to buy. The protagonist revealed that he was interested in some things. There were 2 good items, an S-class spear with a starting price of 500 million. The other was a package with 5 level 4 thunder crystal cores sold together, with a starting price of 40 million, which saved time compared to hunting thunder beasts. The auctioneer went up on stage to start the auction. Bids were quickly made and the price rose. An hour later, the 36th item appeared, the 5 thunder crystal cores. The first item the protagonist wanted showed up. He placed the first bid, but soon the price started to increase. He saw people bidding all over the auditorium and ended up frowning. He decided to quickly raise the price to intimidate them and make them give up. Jingming raised the bid to 46 million. The auctioneer asked if anyone else would participate in the contest. She struck the hammer 3 times and sold the set of crystals. The young man in seat 310 was congratulated and informed that payment had to be made after the auction ended. Jingming. He was surprised to be able to buy the item so quickly. Jingluo explained that the families from the martial arts hall already had many crystal cores, so only solitary wolves ended up buying. Curious, he asked Junior if it wasn't easier to hunt beasts to obtain such cores. However, as his proficiency was about to rise to another level, Jingming noted that he wanted to go through it as soon as possible. Zhang Lu was surprised, remembering that he was almost a senior when he reached such a level. And 2 hours later, a box with a spear was put up for auction. The Cloud Fluid Golden Edge Spear, forged by Master Yuan. The shaft of the spear was made of a special A-class alloy, the Kermir alloy, and the tip of the spear was the hardest and sharpest among S-class alloys, the Extreme Edge alloy. Many were surprised, remembering that Master Yuan hadn't forged new weapons in years. No one expected such a product to emerge. The protagonist recalled that the Kermir alloy increased in weight when injected with energy. It was exactly what he needed. The auctioneer revealed that the weight of the spear would reach 100 tons when energized. She warned that the starting price would be 50 million, and that bids could not be lower than 1 million. Quickly the bids began, and Jingming raised the amount to 600 million on the third bid. Bids continued to be increased by 10 million each time. It seemed difficult to scare off the others, so the protagonist decided to wait. His biggest opponent seemed to be Liu Anin at seat 104, with her placing bids. Liu Anin wanted to know who would dare challenge her family. Jingming dared, placing a bid after her. People were surprised, and from their seats, they felt pity for Xu Jingming for not understanding the rules of the secret kingdom. Liu Anin waved to him, "Friend, my older brother needs a spear. If you help me, then you will gain my friendship and that of my family." Xu Jingming didn't need anyone's friendship, only at the peak of the 6th tier. The auctioneer at that moment announced, "Conversations between participants are prohibited. Miss Li, if you break the rule again, your auction rights will be revoked." A dispute started between Liu Aning and Xu Jingming. People were impressed by his courage to bid against her. Liu Aning struck the arm of her chair, irritated at being opposed. Since her father reached the peak of the 6th tier, no one had dared to go against her. The auctioneer began the closing process. 660 million. Going once, going twice. Liu Aning interrupted, raising the bid by 10 million. She wanted to see who had more financial power than her. The protagonist asked if his friends had money to lend. Zhang Chuchuan could lend 500 million, while Oh Yun had 1 million saved. If that wasn't enough, he could ask his own family for more. The protagonist reassured them. He didn't want to bid above 1 billion. Diang Luo was shocked and wondered where those two young women came from to have so much money. The protagonist raised the bid to 700 million, and the dispute continued. When the amount reached 830 million, Wanning's assistant warned that they were already over budget. Li Wanning gave up. "Let him have the spear. I have my ways to deal with him." Auctioneer struck the gavel and finalized the auction for 830 million, being within their means. Jing Ming hoped the spear wouldn't disappoint him. Half an hour later, he received the items he purchased. Taking the spear, he inspected it, confirming that everything was fine. He handed over his card in a room. Liu Aning received a visit from her Uncle Li, whom she had called, asking him to deal with someone and take his equipment. Uncle Li asked who the target was. After inquiring around, she provided the identity of Xu Jingming, someone from Tier 3 who had entered the secret realm using an S-class pass from the Magical City University. Uncle Li asked if they should investigate him before the attack, but she reassured him, considering that there were always those students who went to the secret realm seeking to gain experience. She instructed them to wait for him to enter the beast area and use the opportunity to attack. This way, not even his body would remain on the spear. She planned to change her appearance so that it would never be discovered that they orchestrated such a plan. Uncle Li looked at the two security guards following him and gave them the order. "As soon as they found Xu Jingming, notify me immediately." Liu Aning herself wanted to know when the job was finished. She wanted to see with her own eyes Xu Jingming regret going against her in her residence. Xu Jingming examined the spear and remembered that the maximum weight was 100 tons. First, he would try to inject energy with all his power and see how much the weight would increase. As soon as he transmitted energy, the spear became so heavy that Xu Jingming could not lift it. He could lift at most 5 tons and almost dropped it. Therefore, it weighed more than that. Its base weight was 800 kilograms, and the increase of several tons made it exceed the limit he could bear. By slightly reducing the weight, Xu Jingming managed to handle it. He swung the spear and launched an attack against the wooden floor. He felt that there was something different about the weapon. The moment he swung it, a 6-ton increase activated. The surprising weight, combined with the momentum of the attack, could catch the enemy off guard. It was difficult to control the spear after the weight increase. Therefore, as soon as Qiuyun and Chuchuan left, he intended to go to the hunting zone to practice a bit. The next day, the two girls said their goodbyes. Xu Jingming thanked them for their company and said he would see them again when classes started. Jingming stretched, planning to go to the storm zone. A man followed him and informed Liu Aning that the target was heading for the hunting zone. She was quite happy and stood up. Someone in the room asked her if she was going out, smiling. She greeted her brother. "I'm going to get your birthday present, something I've prepared for a long time." Li Shangling, the older brother, was anxious about it. In the hunting zone, Xu Ming was already attacking some beasts. After defeating another, he looked back. "You have been following me for some time now. It's time to show yourself, isn't it?" Uncle Li appeared with 2 guards and smiled, as expected of a genius from the Magical City University, only at the high rank of Tier 3, and your perception is sharp. Claiming not to know him, Shu Ming questioned why the old man was following him. Li Wanan introduced himself. You may not know them, but you definitely know who I am. The old Shujing Min asked if she was trying to steal his spear. Liu Aning smiled, correcting, I want not just the spear but also your life. With a dark look, the Judy in me commented on how cruel she was. Smiling arrogantly, she continued, Before the strong, the weak do not have the right to speak. Kneel and bow to apologize. I will give you a quick end. Otherwise, I will make you experience the pain of 1,000 cuts. Shu Ming returned her words. Using his supreme power, his hair turned golden like lightning. Before the strong, the weak do not have the right to speak. You are right, but I think you still don't understand who I am. That's why you don't know who is really powerful between us. Li Wanan was startled and quickly backed away. Jin Ming smiled, challenging just 2 henchmen at the middle rank and 2 at the lower rank of Tier 4. Come on, I will allow you to attack first. Realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, the 4 attacked all at once. Ding Ming raised his hand and conjured divine thunder. Powerful lightning struck the Li family's henchmen, taking down all 4 in one go. Li Wanan was terrified to see her uncle and the others being eliminated. Instantly, the mere thought of fleeing crossed her mind, but as soon as she ran, she tripped over a stone. Jing Ming approached. Now it's your turn. Desperate, Wanan asked how he was so strong, who he was. The protagonist replied, just a student of the Magical City University. Didn't you know this? When trying to steal my treasure. Li Wanan attempted to admit her wrongdoing, pleading to be spared, offering billions in exchange for her life. The desperation was immense. She even swore to serve him, showing that she was not inferior in beauty to the 2 girls she had seen with Jing Ming. Upon hearing her, Jing Ming became furious. You, corrupted by lust, cannot be compared to their level. Ah, I have a phobia of germs, and you are even dirtier than they are. Liu Wanan became enraged at being despised to such a level and swore that she would end his life. My brother and my father will not let you escape. In the face of the threat, Jing Ming was unperturbed. He conjured lightning and eliminated her at once. Looking at the bodies of those who had challenged him, Jing Ming did not take their rings. It was obvious that in wealthy families, such equipment had tracking functions. He would not give them the chance to find him. Suddenly, in the Li family house, a drone went into alert mode, detecting that the heart of user number 3 had stopped beating. Vital signs disappeared. Li Shanglin was startled. That was the number Xiao Ming used. He stood up shouting furiously, Who dared to touch my sister? Find her location immediately! A man who hid his face with a hat took the cell phone and replied to his master that the last transmission had been in the storm zone. Li Shanglin was shocked and questioned whether his sister was not going to get a gift. How did she end up in the storm zone? He immediately ordered to contact his sister's guard squad. However, the man revealed that all 4 members of the squad had lost vital signs. Li Shanglin frowned upon hearing that Uncle Li and the others had also been eliminated, questioning who would be capable of doing this so quickly that they couldn't call for help. The assistant speculated that they must have faced someone at the peak of Tier 4, or perhaps underestimated the enemy. The most concerning thing was that such an enemy had been cautious enough not to touch the storage rings. Li Shanglin understood how difficult it would be to find such a person. His assistant asked if he should notify the family head, but Li Shanglin denied. His father had been in seclusion for 6 days trying to reach Tier 7 of Grandmaster. He wanted to focus on the clues he had and ordered them to investigate the recent activities of his sister and who she had been in contact with. The man warned that he was going to investigate and soon found some information. A month ago, the young lady had a meeting with the Wang family. Half a month ago, she entered the storm zone. 2 days ago, she wanted to buy a Class S spear as a birthday gift for the gentleman, but it was purchased by someone else. Li Shanglin immediately ordered to talk about who bought the spear. The man informed that it had been a person named Shooting Ming from the Magic City University, someone who used a spear and was in the medium rank of Tier 3. Li Shanglin didn't need any more information. It must be this person. My sister said she would get my gift. The man remembered that the incident involved a user with rank skills. Attacking him could be problematic, but Li Shanglin didn't care. He wanted to eliminate the one who dared to touch his sister. He stood up, informing his uncle, Come with me. I will wait for him at the exit of the storm zone. If I can't eliminate him, you will help me. Meanwhile, inside the hunting zone, the protagonist analyzed his gains. He defeated 17 beasts of Tier 4, earned more than 4,000 points, along with several crystals of other levels. He believed this would be enough to level up. The protagonist then decided to return. At the entrance of the secret realm, a man with a scar on his face, the cultist dispatched to eliminate Shooting Ming, appeared. He was the Archbishop of the Celestial Mandate sect, known as Blood Hunt. He was in disguise and handed over an identification with the name Yung Hang and a Class C pass. He would have 24 hours in the secret realm tower. The woman asked him to use his time wisely. He smiled maliciously, responding, 24 hours will be enough to finish everything. In front of the exit of the storm zone, there were some men in black suits. Some people found their presence strange, but they were men from the Li family. One of them spotted Xu Ming as he exited and alerted via communicator. "Young Master, the target has appeared." Immediately, Li Xianglin moved towards Xu Ming. "You finally appeared. I will make you pay." Seeing someone at the peak of Tier 4, a sword user resembling Li Wanning, Xu Ming regretted not having taken the spatial rings earlier. Li Xianglin approached, questioning, "Were you the one who eliminated my sister?" The protagonist didn't care. If you already know the answer, why ask the people around? They heard the conversation and were surprised. Li Xianglin gritted his teeth, questioning why he had done such a thing to his sister. The protagonist did not hide. "His sister attacked me and failed." That is not an appropriate answer. Li Xianglin tried to use his family to intimidate Xu Ming, showing that his sister was not alone. The protagonist no longer wanted to hear him chatter to determine who was stronger. He immediately released his extreme mode and challenged, "Let's see if you and your family there can really touch me." Around him, people recognized him, the 19-year-old newbie from the Magical City University who had reached the high rank of Tier 3. Li Xianglin used his transformation, becoming an arrogant werewolf. "A mere Tier 3 challenged me as he spoke, shooting me attacked with a thrust." Li Xianglin scoffed at seeing a magic user advance against him, someone of the strengthening type, and also wielded his weapon. The two weapons clashed and the impact sent Li Xianglin flying. He crashed against a wall and nearly passed out. Li Xianglin wondered how someone of a lower rank could be stronger than him. Xu Ming did not give him time to think. Lightning gathered in his hand as he warned, "If we were in normal times, I could fight you, but now I will end this quickly." The celestial thunder technique was unleashed, and lightning fell upon the werewolf. Li Xianglin screamed. Desperately, his transformation was undone, and before being eliminated, he called for his uncle. The hat-wearing uncle attacked Xu Ming with a fire technique. Many people recognized him. He was the butler Likuan, at the peak of Tier 5. Before the butler's attack reached Xu Ming, the protagonist launched another lightning attack on Li Xianglin. The butler got distracted looking back. Everyone was shocked to see Li Xianglin was permanently eliminated. Li Quan's attack finally fell on Xu Ming, but it was blocked by a shield, the protective talisman that Professor Yang provided him. The butler recoiled at the sight of the artifact from the ancient civilization. Faced with such power, he could only notify the family head to take action. The butler used his communicator, informing Master Li of what had happened to his children in a quiet mansion. The roof was destroyed when someone leaped into the sky. A bald man with a goatee shouted, "Shaolin, my son!" He was moving across the rooftops, heading toward the entrance of the hunting zone. Xu Ming remained waiting. He went on alert when a powerful man landed beside him, destroying the surroundings with the shockwave of his arrival. The enraged man shouted at him, "You have gone too far!" The butler approached but received the same fury. The family head extended his hand towards him, and his strike grabbed him, sucking out his life force. Family head Ali addressed Xu Ming. "You will be next." The protagonist felt the overwhelming pressure from the enemy, but in an instant, Instructor Wu and other men appeared, blocking Li Changhai's path. The man leading the group was Angu, master of the Thunder Secret Realm branch. The people around were excited to see him, Wanggu. He was the only Grandmaster of Tier 7 in the Secret Realm. The presence of Instructor Wu Chuan also boosted everyone's confidence. With his path blocked, Li Chuanhai realized he could do nothing against the young man who eliminated his sons. His only action was to greet Master Wang. Instructor Wu approached, assuring the young man that, with the branch master present, Li Chang could not touch him. Wang Gu looked at Jin Ming and, revealing that he had seen the battle record recorded by Instructor Wu, praised him. At that moment, Jiang Heng appeared in the crowd with everyone gathered. Everything seemed the most convenient for him. Angu assured Xu Jingming that he would not allow anything to happen to him while in the secret realm. People around began to comment that Jingming would be fine. No one would dare go against Angu. At that moment, Zhang Heng moved. The crimson dark energy in his hand attacked the young men in front of him. The aura he carried was overwhelming. He introduced himself. "I have, come to destroy the secret realm of Thunder Wangu. The day of your judgment has arrived." Wangu was surprised to see a Grand Master of Tier 8. Zhongheng was taken aback, admiring the power of Xu Jingming. If he was allowed to grow, he could possibly become a martial saint. Changing the subject, Young He taunted his teacher. "Isn't she a spatial type Grandmaster? Why don't you call her here? Or is the distance too great for her?" The protagonist was surprised by the arrogance of the man from Sao, the Celestial Mandate sect. He smiled mockingly, asking why idiots always appeared before him. Taking out a card, he pronounced, "Since you want to see her, then I will do as you wish." The card was broken, and a golden gate appeared above Xu Jingming. Teacher Ling Shuang crossed through the gate. walking in the sky. Everyone around was astonished to see the Tier 8 Grandmaster from the Magical City University. Thanks to her, they would not have to worry. Li Changhai felt his mind tremble upon seeing Xu Jingming actually summon a Tier 8 Grandmaster. He was relieved he hadn't done anything earlier, or his family would have been swept away. The teacher's gaze was icy. The remnants of the Mandate sect always clung to them like parasites. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, questioning how Link Shuang had managed to teleport there. He believed that her maximum teleportation distance was 500 meters. Knowing that the acceptance of the mandate would not give up, she revealed, "I deliberately hid my progress, but I didn't expect you to actually be fooled by it." Zhang Heng was surprised to find that Ling Shuang's aura had reached the mid-rank of Tier 8, being only Class B against a Class S. Zhang Heng could only flee. The teacher extended her hand with spatial magic, preventing his escape. A spatial domain arose around Jungheng like a bubble that did not allow him to escape. Entering the same domain, the teacher attacked with a hand movement. Zhang Heng claimed that it would not be easy to eliminate him. With a gesture, he released crimson energy to confront her attack. Defending himself, he advanced towards her. The combat between the two unfolded at an impossible speed to follow. Only the traces of the impacts could be seen, warning that the battle would take some time. The Angu asked the other supervisors to stay to support Director Ling. He ordered Supervisor Li to take the others away and notify the rest of the hall to organize an evacuation. The Angu recommended that Jude and me evacuate as well, but the protagonist decided to stay. He trusted that Zhang Heng would not be a match for his teacher, and even if she were not strong enough to defeat him, she could manage to escape with him. Half an hour later, the spatial domain was undone. Zhang Heng and Director Ling appeared back, and it was the man who fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at the fallen Zhang Heng and wondered how many points he would earn for eliminating him. Zheng Lu approached, impressed by the fact that Zhang Heng had failed to either win or flee. The protagonist asked the senior if he had ever seen the vice principal fight, but he denied it. She had always been someone mysterious, even more than the university's own director. He praised Xu Jingming for managing to make her so favorable to him that she gifted him with a space talisman. The protagonist stated that he had received the item merely to save his own life, but he could not always rely on such a privilege after using it. The gentleman joked, "Having one was already incredible, did you want another?" He also dared to ask, "Has Vice Principal Ling really become your babysitter?" The teacher overheard. As she approached, the duo pretended not to be conversing and adjusted their posture to greet her, taking a new card. She handed it to Xu Jingming. "The remnants of the Heavenly Mandate sect are still out of control. Here is this space talisman for you. If you are in danger, destroy it immediately." Dianglo was surprised and internally commented that the teacher had indeed become a babysitter. The vice principal then addressed the branch head. "You are the master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall branch, right? I need you to keep the details of this battle absolutely confidential. Also, spread the word that I was seriously injured in the fight with the cultist, and I will not be able to use my spatial abilities for a short period of time." Angu understood that this was a trap to lure more cultists. Changing the subject, she ordered that Xu Jingming's record be kept confidential due to the upcoming University League. Complying, Wang Gu revealed that he had something to report about the student. Upon hearing about the Li family, she questioned where Li Qianghai was. Li Qianghai approached, albeit with fear. The vice principal announced her sentence: 20 years of imprisonment for not disciplining the children who attempted to steal and kill someone. Upon hearing the length of his punishment, Li Qianghai despaired, falling to his knees. He could only accept it. The people around were shocked. Some called the university and the magical city overprotective, but others acknowledged the Ali family's guilt upon hearing the sentence. Angu immediately knew that was the end for the Ali family. They would hardly recover from such a blow. The teacher approached Zudam and urged him to be more careful, as the Celestial Mandate sect might try to attack him again. The protagonist smiled shamelessly at the vice principal for the arduous mission of serving as bait to attract a powerful sect member. For some reward, Janglo nearly fainted at the audacity of Xu Jingming requesting a reward from a Grand Master of Shooting. 8 Pingshuang appeared unconcerned and asked what he would like to receive. The protagonist, having already obtained a spatial talisman, did not want to be greedy. No, I was just joking." Since it had been a long time since anyone had joked with her, the vice principal decided to gift him. Thus, using her spatial ring, she pulled out a small silver bracelet. The protagonist couldn't accept the gift, as it seemed more valuable than the Tier 7 protective talisman. She praised him for having a sharp eye and revealed that it was a Tier 8 talisman. It could block an attack from a Grand Master at the mid-Tier 8 rank. Since it was useless to her at that moment, she decided to give it as a gift. The protagonist thanked her and accepted the bracelet. Lord Luo looked at the accessory, also wanting one. Leader Wang observed the conversation, understanding that Shooting Ming held great importance to the vice principal. He would do his best to forge connections with the young man. The principal reminded Shooting Ming that classes were about to start and called him to return together. However, he revealed that he still had something to do. She asked how long he would stay, and Shooting Ming replied it would be 2 days. The principal decided to wait for him as soon as he finished cultivating. Could they get back together? Judy and Ami accepted her decision. Mr. Luo became even more envious. The treatment of an 8-tier nanny was incredible at the house with the pool. Jude and Ami woke up after resting. He looked at the time on his phone and jumped out of bed. Wow, I slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. I only have 2 more hours left in the secret realm. How will I comprehend the thunder? I read that it is made in this way. When he arrived in the living room, after getting dressed, he found the vice principal cultivating and was surprised to see her in her villa with her eyes closed. She greeted him. Did you sleep well? Nodding, he unfortunately stated that he wouldn't have time to understand the nature of the lightning. Ling Shuang asked him not to worry. The master of the Thunder Branch had evolved his past to permanent, so he no longer needed to be concerned about time. The protagonist thanked her, but the director revealed that she had no part in it. It was the initiative of the branch master. Still, the young man credited her, even though he saw things clearly. She reminded him that Angu did not know he was rank S. She also feared that after the school league, such information could no longer be hidden. Shooting Me asked what he would need to prepare. She replied, money, power, fame, wealth, and of course, beauties. There are more than 10 rank S characters that appear in Blue Star every year, but the last rank S appeared 4 years ago. You must protect your original heart. The protagonist patted his chest, affirming that he would listen to her. The teacher revealed her thoughts. Compared to fame, wealth, and power, I am more concerned with connections of beauty. This is the most common trick used by foreign forces. If those 2 girls with you cannot satisfy you, you can tell me. I will help you resolve that. The protagonist immediately blushed, startled by the teacher's ambiguous words. At that moment, Link Wang announced, "You may enter." Mr. Liu entered the room with the head of the Wang branch, who informed that Li Qianghai had been taken to prison and assured that the Li family would not cause any more trouble. The protagonist thanked him, as well as for the evolution of his pass. Angu smiled, stating that he only needed to lift a finger to make the decision. He did this to help foster a national genius, reminding that Shooting Me wanted to understand the Liko Ray. Effectively, he revealed that he had reserved 24 hours of access to the highest floor of the tower for him. Surprised, Xu Jingming thanked him. At that moment, Ling Xuan opened a portal, placed his hand on Jingming's shoulder, and informed him that he would take him there. The protagonist said goodbye to his senior brother Luo. After understanding, the thunder, I will go straight to school, see you later. Thus, the portal closed. The lightning continued to strike the learning tower. On the highest floor, Shooting Ming sat in the lotus position, with the lightning much closer than when he was on the 100th floor. He achieved better assimilation. 17 hours later, the lightning that Shooting Me controlled seemed different, as if the energy had become fluid. He had finally understood the liquefaction of the lightning. Extending his hand, the protagonist created an electric sphere. Just with that, he would be able to unleash a devastating attack. He opened his attributes window and, upon observing it, became thoughtful. He had 18,000 skill points remaining. He was still a bit far from reaching Tier 4, so he could first evolve his combat techniques. As for leveling up, he decided to wait until the National League, where he could gain a massive amount of points. Each league was divided into individual matches, in team and survival. In the latter, they competed for the number of beasts defeated, all above level 4. Shooting Ming hoped to collect a massive amount of points. He decided to evolve the indestructible Thunder's body to the 5th stage. His hair grew, and this time it was no longer golden, but white. His ears elongated. He spent 15,000 points on this. His vitality also increased, approaching 1,000 points. With a powerful physical body, he could use equally powerful techniques. He decided to evolve the fist technique to master level. By delivering a punch in the air, he generated a shockwave that destroyed the wall of the room. Smiling internally, he believed he could almost instantly defeat someone at the peak of Tier 4 with just one punch. Perhaps he was not even at a disadvantage in close combat against the Tier 5 beasts. Now that he had learned the liquefaction technique, he decided to leave. Outside, he encountered Professor Ling. She asked why he had also gained such a great physical enhancement simply by reaching the liquefaction of lightning. The protagonist made up an excuse saying that he got lucky and advanced the indestructible Thunder's body in the process. The professor reminded him that he had combat techniques created by Professor Yang, in addition to the blood essence of a Tyrannosaurus that she had authorized herself. Seeing that he had completed everything he needed, she called him to accompany her back to the university. The sky. above the headquarters of the Celestial Mandate sect, was as cloudy as the internal climate of the group. A member reported to the leader that Jung Hung had been defeated by Vice Principal Ling Shuang, who had also come out severely injured. He asked if they should continue the attacks against Shooting Ming. A hooded man with a scar on his mouth asked for permission to act against Shooting Ming, swearing that he would defeat him. The leader of the sect spoke grimly since the great country Chia issued the extermination order. Our Celestial Mandate sect has lost much high-level combat power, so it is no longer appropriate to target Shooting Ming. From today, everyone will be discreet and await the peak of the original energy tide when the Supreme Celestial God descends. This is the moment when the Celestial Mandate sect will achieve eternity. The entire group of cultists complied with the command, praising the Supreme Being. When they returned to the university, the vice principal commented, upon seeing Shooting Ming yawn, that he seemed to have tired himself out spending so much time on understanding liquefaction. Having used his extreme state for 17 hours, he felt sleepy. The principal tossed him a packet of sweet cookies. Eat some. This will help you regain energy. The senbei he received was a Class B cultivation resource. He was impressed by the professor handing him something like that so easily. When picking up one of the cookies that sparkled with golden energy, Jing Ming was surprised. It not only restored energy, but also brought good luck, in addition to making him want to defeat Jing University. Additionally, the principal wanted Shooting Ming to be the captain of the Magical City University in the tournament. The protagonist accepted and confidently assured that he would become the champion. Faced with the young man's confidence, the professor stated that she would introduce him to the team members that night. The next day, at 8 in the morning, everyone was surprised to see on the school's website that the participants of the University League had been announced. Upon seeing Shooting Ming as captain, some people became concerned, thinking it was an exaggeration. He was just a novice. It would be better for the veteran Kong Shi to take the position in their view, as he was the only one at Tier 4. Li Chenzi was shocked to learn that Shooting Ming had reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Above himself, both being newcomers, Dong Chia ran to his friend Kyuyun upon discovering the news. "Friend, your man has become the captain of the university team in the National League. That's amazing," he exclaimed, surprised by how Dong Chia referred to Shooting Ming, whom Oyun revealed they hadn't settled things with yet. Dong Chia expressed his surprise. "Didn't you go looking for him at the Thunder Secret Kingdom on New Year's Eve? A man and a woman alone in the same room and you still haven't won him over?" Oyun revealed that she had brought Senior Jung with her. This time, Dong Chia nearly went crazy over his friend's actions, as Senior Jung also liked Shooting Ming. Oyun ended up revealing her thoughts. "I think Ang's older sister is a really nice person. If I hadn't brought her with me, I would always feel guilty like a thief." Dong Chia teased, "How can you share something like romance?" Oyun contradicted, revealing she didn't mind sharing kicking me with the senior sister since she felt the same way. Dong Chia brought his hands to his face, not believing how generous the two were. Oyun explained it wasn't about generosity. With the speed of Jing Ming's progress, he would definitely have more than one woman in the future. She believed it would be better to accept someone she already knew. Dong Chia decided not to meddle and left the decision to his friend. What Oyun, however, revealed was that Shooting Ming had yet to accept neither her nor Senior Jung. It was still too early to think about that. For Dong Chia, it was the complete opposite. How is it early? As soon as the National University League ends, the whole country will probably know about Shooting Ming's existence. By that time, it's impossible that even more exceptional girls than you won't approach him. Oyun, upon hearing her friend, was surprised and realized she needed to hurry. The protagonist went to Professor Yang's residence. The professor already knew how well Jing Ming had done in the secret realm, as he had received news through Yung Luo. The protagonist claimed to have been so bold only because of the protection of the talismans given to him. Master Yang had given the protective shield talisman for him to use, so he didn't think it was a problem, but instructed him to return the favor that Vice Principal Ling had done for him. She had been working very hard with him, especially by saving him. Professor Yang asked what level of power Jing Ming was at. He revealed that, in his normal form, he could fight against enemies at the peak of the 4th tier. In his maximum state, he would reach the low rank of Tier 5. Upon hearing that a Tier 3 could fight against a Tier 5, Professor Yang nearly went crazy. The protagonist attributed such a possibility to his luck, as it made the indestructible Thunder Body reach the 5th stage. Master Yang thought aloud. The current online discussions are having a significant impact on Director Ling. Since this is the first time she is dealing with related matters, and since you are so strong, I think you should help her prove that her choice of you was not wrong. The protagonist asked how he could prove such a thing, perhaps by finding Kong Shi for a fight. The professor explained that this was simple. He just needed to obtain the first place in the school's glory ranking. Currently, Kong Shi was ranked in first place. The protagonist was excited. He had forgotten about this possibility, as he always thought of virtual training as something useless. The professor instructed him, go and try the functions available in the practical training building. It is definitely more useful than you imagine. When the protagonist arrived at the practical training center, he found an area with several capsules. Some people were talking, commenting on their feats from the last times they had been to the training center. Xu Jingming was accompanied by an instructor who pointed to a capsule. This is the only high-level camouflage virtual cabin in the practical training building, reserved exclusively for S-class students. When the present students saw Xu Jingming, they were surprised. The rank student of this virtual training was a novelty. They quickly decided to create a post on the university forum. Everyone wondered if he could surpass Kong Shi. Immediately, the topic became the most discussed. People were betting whether Xu Jingming could be stronger than the Iron Bear. The protagonist entered the capsule, and the instructor adjusted it from the outside, while the assistant Eva, who accompanied her, approached the capsule speaking to Xu Jingming. The virtual space will scan and simulate a body with a level and physical strength similar to his. You also need to release your combat techniques and skills for a moment to facilitate the machine's simulation and execution. May I ask? Can we begin? The protagonist commanded the start, and immediately a scan began. From physical data to nerve connections, Xu Jingming closed his eyes and entered the simulation. He found himself in a white corridor. There was a large marble pillar. On the pillar, apparently, was recorded the battle power ranking with the names of over 4,200 people. Kong Shi was in first place on the list, with over 502,000 points. Eva presented herself with the avatar of a doll with long tied hair. She welcomed Xu Jingming, asking him to choose a rank B battle outfit and a rank B weapon. She showed him various spears, swords, axes, and hammers. He could choose any of them. The protagonist selected the spear, as well as his battle outfit. Eva asked if he was ready to begin. The approval. As soon as he confirmed, a countdown began, and the robot created a magic circle for him to advance to the first floor of the challenge. Xu Jingming saw the ground beneath his feet transform into a field of grass. In front of him, various rhinoceroses appeared. The protagonist extended his hand and unleashed an explosion of lightning. Eva confirmed the completion of the first floor, and stating that he had a minute to rest, asked if he wanted to rest or continue. Xu Jingming simply moved on to the next test, in the area of the gentlemen's dormitories. A heated conversation was happening in the village of Kong Shi. Two of his companions were upset that Xu Jingming had been selected as captain. Kong Shi Seker had competed with him. How could he have lost such a position? Kong Shi downplayed the fact, believing that with Xu Jingming's strength he was qualified to be the captain. One of his friends still could not accept such an answer. His temperament is too good. Anyway, I am not convinced. I need to find an opportunity to fight with him. Konghorn and the gentleman warned that they did not need this. Director Ling must have a reason to choose Xu Jingming. Suddenly, someone picked up a cell phone and alerted the others. Look, the forum says that Xu Jingming went to the virtual trial. I would really like to see what ranking he can achieve.